finally asserts herself. I'm happy to scour the store for you, but maybe you left your sunglasses somewhere else? I give her a wide, innocent smile. Let me just check this last area. So have you always been interested in retail? Well, I finally hear the noise I've been waiting for. The jingle that means the front door is opening. Hello? A woman calls out in a cheerful voice. Marissa? Polly? She steps into view, and it's almost comical to watch the struggle play out on Polly's face. She needs to greet the customer, but she doesn't want to leave my side. I'm just going to use the restroom, I tell Polly, walking toward a door that I assume leads into the private area of the shop. Then I'll get out of your hair. I can't resist adding, cute scarf, by the way. Polly finally detaches from me to do her job, and I swiftly survey the small back room. It's filled with UPS boxes and racks of clothes and a long table with 2 chairs. On the wall are several hooks. A coat is hanging from one with a leather purse looped beside it. Bingo. Oh, these trays are so fun, Polly's customer trills. Are they John Darien? Take your time, I think, as I creep over to the purse and unzip it. It's a big hobo-style bag, but everything is organized. Wallet, makeup case, keys. I open the wallet and pull out Polly's driver's license, using my phone to snap a picture of her full name and address. There's nothing else of interest in her wallet, so I move to the inner pockets of the bag. One contains AirPods and a tin of Altoids. Tucked behind the Altoids is a plain, legal-size white envelope. Slowly, I slip it from the bag as Polly chatters away, explaining John Darien's decoupage technique. The envelope isn't sealed. I lift the flap and peek inside, glimpsing a rough-looking sheet of paper, full of creases that someone tried to smooth out before folding the paper into thirds. I slide it out, and as I unfold it, I realize it wasn't just crumpled up. It was also torn into jagged pieces before being taped back up. As if someone wanted to destroy it, but then reconsidered. I know what it is, even before I see the typewritten message, the one everyone assumed was meant for Marissa. I'm not letting you go so easily. Perfect! If you can give me just a minute, I'll ring this up for you, I hear Polly say, her voice growing louder as she approaches the back room. I snap a quick picture of the note, then return it to Polly's bag and step toward the door just as it opens. Everything okay? Polly asks me. I meet her gaze. You know what? It turns out I had them in my bag all along. I shrug and lift up my aviators. I walk out of the shop without another word, feeling Polly stare after me. It's easy to reconstruct the events that led to the note landing in her possession. Marissa had it yesterday while we spoke by the broken fountain. She returned to Coco after our conversation. I can see her tearing up the paper, then crumpling the pieces in her hand and throwing them into the trash, while Polly surreptitiously watched. Polly must have taped the letter back together before concealing it in her purse. I reach my car and climb inside, but I don't turn on the engine yet. Marissa is probably with Matthew right now, and I don't want to disturb them, so I send her an email instead of a text, requesting that she send me Polly's resume as soon as she can. I just bombarded Polly with a dozen questions, partly to keep her off balance and partly to learn more about her. I've got another one, but instead of asking Polly, I'm going to find the answer myself. Who are you really? And what exactly are you up to?
Chapter 22. Marissa. Marissa approaches the lobby of Matthew's office building, holding a small white bag from his favorite bakery and a cardboard tray loaded with 2 hot drinks. Dustin, the guard who has manned the security desk for nearly 3 decades, hurries to open the door for her.
Hey, Mrs. Bishop, nice to see you again.
You too. She realizes it has been ages since she's seen Dustin, which means she hasn't visited Matthew at his office since the annual holiday party? No, one of the Bishop, Sims, and Chapman partners hosted the last celebration at his home, so it has been even longer than that. It must have been Matthew's birthday in May, nearly a year ago, when she met him here before going out to dinner at Marcel's. She and Matthew used to occasionally meet for lunch in Lafayette Square. Marissa would pick up sandwiches from Balducci's, and they'd spread out on a blanket, but they haven't enjoyed a picnic together in ages. Marissa also used to come downtown once in a while to meet Matthew for drinks on the rooftop of the W or the bar at Old Ebbitt Grill, but lately life has seemed too busy. No, not just lately, Marissa mentally corrects herself. It has been years. Avery's instructions had at first mildly irritated Marissa. Now she has the eerie sense that Avery can see more deeply into the dynamics of her marriage than Marissa herself. I thought I'd bring Matthew and you a little treat. Marissa hands Dustin one of the lattes from her tray. It's a tiny bribe designed to soften him up for the request she's about to deliver.
"Aw, that's so nice of you. Exactly what I needed."
Dustin reaches for his phone.
"I'll let him know you're here."
Actually, would you mind just letting me up? I'd really love to surprise him. Dustin hesitates. Ever since an employee at Bishop, Sims, and Chapman was fired and subsequently caught trying to break into the building, security has been tight. Visitors now go through a metal detector, and Dustin has an emergency button beneath his desk. Marissa smiles, hoping Dustin sees her for what she truly is, a wife eager for a few stolen moments with the husband she loves. He returns her smile.
"Of course."
Marissa's stomach flutters as she enters the elevator and presses the button for the 16th floor. Her visit feels a little illicit and daring. She already knows the words she will say to flatter her husband, and the Napoleon in the bakery bag will be a sweet reminder of their trip to Paris, during which Bennett was conceived. The elevator doors slide open, and Marissa steps into the lobby of Bishop's, Sims, and Chapman. The gorgeous space has floor-to-ceiling windows and bold, colorful artwork adorning the walls. Marissa helped select those pieces, as well as the onyx and cream color palette for the office. Marissa waves to the receptionist, who is busy on a call, then walks directly to Matthew's corner office, which is on the far side of the floor, with a stunning view of the Washington Monument. As she approaches, Marissa sees that Matthew's office door is closed, and his secretary, Ginny, is bent over her computer typing intently. Only when Marissa gets closer does she realize the dark-haired woman isn't Ginny after all. Their coloring is similar, but their features aren't, and this woman is at least 10 years older. Maybe Ginny is out sick or on vacation, Marissa thinks, as the woman lifts her head and looks at Marissa with a questioning expression. Now that she thinks about it, Marissa vaguely recalls Matthew telling her Ginny had gotten a new job and moved on. And Marissa's sure he told her about his new assistant, but she can't remember him mentioning her name. Although perhaps this is simply another detail that Marissa has forgotten in the blur of the last few months. Still, what kind of wife doesn't know the name of her husband's assistant? She'll have to fake it. "Hi, Mrs. Bishop." The dark-haired woman rises from her chair. Marissa is impressed. The woman must recognize Marissa from the photo Matthew keeps on his windowsill, which was taken on their wedding day. "How nice to finally meet you in person." Just as the silence begins to awkwardly stretch out, Marissa sees the bronze signage affixed to the cubicle wall. Renee Hammerman. "It's a pleasure. Please call me Marissa." "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were stopping by. I would have come to the lobby to meet you." "It's actually a surprise." Marissa nods toward her bakery bag and tray. "I figured Matthew has had a tough few days, so he'll be thrilled. Matthew talks about you all the time." Marissa can't suppress the questioning tone in her voice. "He does?" Renee's desk phone begins to ring, and she hurries to pick it up. "Matthew Bishop's office, please hold." Then she turns back to Marissa. "I'm sorry, it's a madhouse here today. Matthew is in his office with Mr. Sims. Should I interrupt him?" Marissa hesitates. Spencer Sims is one of Matthew's partners. He's sharp and impatient, with a terrific sense of humor. Marissa and Matthew have gone out to dinner with him and his wife, Jean, several times, and while Marissa likes him, he can be intimidating. Matthew has made it clear he has a crazy week, plus he has that important client in town. He'll be working late. Marissa begins to wonder if Avery got this one wrong. Perhaps Marissa's visit will be an inconvenience. Oh, I don't know. She feels guiltily aware of the blinking light on Renee's phone. What do you think? Let me slip him a note. I think they should be wrapping up soon. And his next meeting isn't until 4, so this actually could be a good time. Marissa sits down on a chair outside Matthew's office and begins checking her emails as Renee deals with the caller. There's one from Avery asking if Marissa has a copy of Polly's resume, and if so, could Marissa send it as soon as possible? She frowns. The request seems odd, but Avery must have a good reason for it. Marissa knows exactly where in her inbox the resume is, since she just searched for it herself. She hesitates for a moment, then forwards it. Marissa tucks away her phone as Renee passes by on her way to discreetly knock on Matthew's door. A moment later, Matthew's door opens wider, and Spencer and Matthew exit the office.
Marissa,
Matthew exclaims, striding over to kiss her on the lips. Far from being annoyed, he's acting as if her visit is the highlight of his day. Marissa can't recall Matthew ever kissing her in his office before.
what are you doing here, babe?
Special delivery, Marissa jokes, lifting up the white bag and coffee. Matthew turns to Spencer.
Aren't I the luckiest guy to have my beautiful wife bringing me treats on a random Wednesday? You really are,
Spencer agrees.
Nice to see you again, Marissa.
You too. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Nope, but even if you were, it would serve me right for calling Matthew on a Saturday night and making him late to your dinner date.
Of course, Matthew had been truthful about the call. Marissa can't believe she doubted him even for a moment. Spencer frowns as a man down the hallway waves to catch his attention.
Sorry, gotta run.
Spencer begins walking away hurriedly. Matthew reaches for Marissa's hand.
Renee, can you hold my calls?
She smiles. Of course. Matthew leads Marissa into his office and closes the door. The generous, sun-splashed space is just as she remembered it. Matthew's glass desk and leather chair are positioned against a far wall, while the coffee table, love seat, and chairs that make up his sitting area are closer to the door.
Sit down, sweetie.
Marissa claims a spot on the love seat, leaving room for him to join her.
What's in the bag?
You'll have to see for yourself. He peers inside.
It's like you knew I needed a sugar fix to get through the rest of the day.
A ringing sound cuts through the room, and Matthew frowns and hurries to his desk, picking up his cell phone.
I'm going to mute it.
Marissa nods, and her gaze drifts behind Matthew toward the stunning view. Her eyes widen. The black and white wedding photo that used to stand alone on the deep windowsill is now surrounded by a cluster of family pictures. One of Marissa and Matthew on the back of a camel in Egypt, another of Marissa in a black dress and Matthew in a tuxedo holding harlequin masks over their eyes, and several of Bennett, including a baby photo in which he's clutching a giant bagel with both hands, this year's school picture, and one of him in his baseball uniform. The biggest photo of all is of the three of them, posed in front of their fireplace for their annual holiday greeting card. Marissa experiences a flash of shame. She felt abandoned by her husband, even ignored at times, but all the while he was surrounding himself with images of their family while he worked. Maybe he felt as lonely as she did. Now, here he is, walking back toward her, looking at her with so much love, just like when they were first dating. He is so handsome, he takes her breath away. I know you're really busy, but I missed you and wanted to see you. He sits next to her and reaches for the Napoleon, offering her the first bite. She takes a small taste, then he brings the pastry to his mouth and takes a more generous one.
Delicious,
he says.
You know, these always remind me of our trip to Paris.
Marissa feels her eyes unexpectedly prick with tears. Matthew, I want you to know how much I love you. But instead of giving the compliment she rehearsed on the way over, she speaks from her heart. Marrying you was the best decision of my life. You are the strongest, smartest man I've ever known. I don't know when things between us began to shift, but I want more than anything for us to feel connected. A tiny cloud of whipped cream is on the side of his mouth. When he leans forward and kisses her, deeply, she tastes the sweetness on his lips. A little later, after Matthew has walked her around the office to say hello to a few of his colleagues, keeping his arm around her the entire time, and taken the elevator with her down to the office lobby and seen her safely to her car, Marissa finds herself so lost in thought at a stoplight that she doesn't notice when it turns green. The words Matthew murmured in her ear as they said goodbye fill her with a warm glow. It's as if she were floating home.
The first time I kissed you, it was like glimpsing the ocean for the first time. All these years later, I still feel the same way.
Chapter 23. Avery. Nothing about Polly is adding up. After I rifled through Polly's purse, I decided to remain in the area. Luckily, I'd tucked my laptop into my bag before leaving home, so I was able to work in the coffee shop down the street from Coco, giving me a chance to check it out in advance of the Monday meeting between Marissa and her old friend. According to the resume Marissa forwarded to me, Polly worked as a nanny and as a sales associate at Anthropology prior to her job at Coco. When I talked to the mother of the young girls Polly babysat for, she verifies Polly's employment, saying Polly was a devoted babysitter who really seemed to love the kids. Then I call Anthropology, pretending to be the owner of another local boutique, but the manager isn't available. Rather than leave a message, I decide to try again later. People tend to be more candid when they're caught off guard. I keep envisioning Polly trying on the floral scarf and tying it exactly as Marissa had worn it. It wasn't just the off-center bow that caught my attention. The way Polly tilted her head and held her body as she stared in the mirror. She transformed from a slightly awkward, anxious young woman into someone who was confident and assured. It was as if she wanted to be Marissa. I take a sip of my espresso and continue typing, detailing everything I can remember about Marissa's assistant. Polly slept at Coco the night the mysterious note was pushed under the door, practically guaranteeing she'd be the one to find it. Instead of waiting and giving it to Marissa or simply calling her, Polly showed the note to Matthew. After Matthew shared the note with me, my focus was on him and Marissa. The anonymous message thrust them toward the edge of a new crisis, one that I'm working to reel them back from. Polly was in my periphery then. Now I bring her into full focus. She was flustered when we all clustered around the note, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright. Agitated, or perhaps a little thrilled? It's common for perpetrators to visit the scene of the crime, to crave involvement as their misdeeds play out. Marissa, Matthew, and I assume we know who wrote the message, which could be interpreted as longing, determined, or slightly sinister. But maybe we all got it wrong. What if Polly wrote the message? I run through possible scenarios in my mind. Polly is secretly in love with Matthew and trying to cause trouble in the Bishop's marriage. Or she could be obsessed with Marissa. I set aside my questions about Polly and spend a couple of hours attending to other work, glancing up when a man takes a seat at the table directly next to mine, even though a number of empty tables are scattered around the coffee shop. I straighten my back and brace myself in case he's from Acelia, but he simply pulls out his phone and begins playing an online game of Scrabble. My week is busy. Sandra, my client who recently learned her older sister got pregnant with her at the age of 15 and their parents pretended Sandra was their baby, is coming to see me tomorrow morning for her second session, Disruption. She's a smart, articulate legislative assistant for a Democratic congresswoman. She is a challenging client, the kind I like best. I'm also meeting with a few prospective new clients, and I need to write the speech I'm giving at Georgetown University next week. But nothing is pulling at my attention as much as meek, awkward Polly and the complicated lives of Matthew and Marissa Bishop. I'm acutely aware of time ticking by as I order another espresso, decaf this time, and a packaged cheese and fruit tray to nibble on. At 5:45 sharp, I pack up my laptop. Coco closes at 6 o'clock p.m., and I want to make sure I'm nearby when Polly leaves. A little later, I'm several cars behind Polly's white VW Rabbit, heading toward DuPont Circle. The gentle rain that began earlier this afternoon has picked up in intensity. My wheels splash through a pothole, spraying up an arc of water. I know from Polly's resume that she lives near American University in D.C., close to the Maryland line. We're heading in the opposite direction, deeper into the city. Could she have also fabricated her address? I wonder. My tank is full of gas. I fed and walked Romeo before I left the house, and I'm riding a caffeine wave. I can track Polly as long as I want. I've followed plenty of people since I embarked upon the new phase of my career, and I'm certain she'll be simpler than most. Polly swings around the circle and continues down Massachusetts Avenue. We're moving against the flow of rush hour traffic, so we make good time. When Polly turns the corner of 14th and H Streets, I momentarily lose sight of her. Then I see the tail end of her car disappearing into an underground parking garage. This area is filled with office buildings, restaurants, and a few bars. Ford's Theater is within walking distance, and so is Chinatown. She could be going anywhere. I follow Polly into the garage. It's fairly empty, since most commuters have headed home by now, and find a parking spot close, but not too close, to the one she selects. I wait until she gets into the elevator, then I leap out of my car and sprint up the stairs to street level. The sidewalks aren't crowded, and even under an umbrella, Polly, who's wearing a turquoise jacket, is easy to spot. She walks about a block, then takes her phone out of her bag and stares down at it. I can't tell if she's checking her messages or writing one. She tucks it away, then takes a few more steps and enters a small bistro with a red awning emblazoned with the name Giovanni's. I walk to the cover of the awning and hesitate, trying to decide whether I should go in too. There's no good reason for her to drive all the way downtown, passing dozens of restaurants simply to have a meal. She must be meeting someone here. When I asked Polly if someone she knew could have written her that note, she claimed she hasn't dated anyone recently, so it isn't a boyfriend. Maybe a friend, then, or a Tinder date. I glance around. Every square inch of real estate is claimed, with tall office buildings pressed together like commuters on a crowded subway. The one directly across from me is more elegant-looking than its neighbors, with large glass windows dominating its facade. My attention is caught by a middle-aged, dark-haired woman who exits the building and stumbles when one of her heels snags in a sidewalk crack. I watch as she steadies herself, then I glance back at the restaurant. I pretend to scan the menu that's posted in the window while I look through the glass for Polly, but I can't see her. For the first time, I begin to question my decision to follow Marissa's assistant. I'm not going to learn the reason why she came here by simply standing outside in the rain. But if I go in, there's a good chance she'll spot me. I'll deal with that complication if it presents itself, I decide. I pull open the heavy glass door and step inside. Luckily, the bistro is half full and the lighting is dim. It's an upscale place, the kind you don't frequent on a saleswoman's salary, adding to the mystery of why Polly came here. I scan the bar, but I don't see her among the half-dozen or so patrons claiming the polished wooden stools. I make my way to an empty one on the side, which gives me a better view of the restaurant's floor and its patrons. Polly is seated at a table for two toward the center of the room, chatting with a waiter. I angle my body so that I'm slightly blocked by a pillar, but she never even glances my way. "What can I get you?" the bartender asks, pulling away my attention. "Tequila on the rocks with a few limes." Mindful that I'm driving tonight, I add, "And a water, too, please." "You got it. Want to see a menu?" Sure. If Polly is staying for dinner, I will be too. Polly must have ordered a glass of white wine because the waiter delivers one to her on a tray. She takes a sip. Even from a distance, I can see she's wearing a bright shade of lipstick and her hair looks freshly brushed. Polly glances at the door, and so do I, just in time to see the brunette in heels from across the street walk in. She strides directly to the bar, stepping into an empty space a few feet down from me. But she doesn't claim a stool. She simply looks at the bartender while he prepares a martini in a silver shaker, apparently waiting to get his attention. Polly is still sipping her wine, but she has now pulled out her phone. I'd give anything to be able to see the screen. To drink? I catch the tail end of the bartender's question to the dark-haired woman. Actually, I'm picking up a takeout order. For Matthew Bishop? The name sends a shockwave through my body. Don't react, I warn myself, quashing my instinct to whirl around and stare at the woman. This intersection of Polly and Matthew can't be a coincidence. Sure. The bartender checks the paper receipt stapled to a brown paper bag by his register, then carries the bag to the woman. Medium rare burger with lettuce, avocado, and tomato? I think so. The woman hands over a credit card. Don't worry, it's as usual. The bartender smiles at her as he swipes the card through a machine. Matthew must be busy tonight. Usually he comes in himself. Well, yeah, he was just walking out when he got a call from overseas. The woman signs the receipt. Tell him Jimmy says hi, and I'll have his scotch waiting for him next time he comes in. I catch sight of the credit card as the woman tucks it back into her wallet. It's an American Express corporate card, but I can't see the lettering that identifies the company. I don't need to, though. I pull out my phone to confirm what I already know. Matthew's company, Bishop, Sims, and Chapman, is located in the elegant building directly across the street. I move a few feet to my left, so that Polly's view of me is almost completely blocked by two men who are at a high-top table near the edge of the bar area. Before, I wasn't too concerned about her spotting me. Now it's vital that I stay concealed. I watch the dark-haired woman as she disappears through the door, my mind scrambling to sort the information I've just gathered into a cohesive narrative. Matthew must be a regular here on nights when he works late. He probably sips a scotch at the bar, chatting with the amiable bartender while he waits for his food to be prepared. Then he brings his styrofoam container back to the office and puts in a few more hours. But tonight, he sent someone else, an assistant or a junior colleague, to retrieve his dinner. His routine changed at the last minute. I observe Marissa's assistant take another sip of wine, wondering when she'll realize that Matthew isn't going to wander into the restaurant tonight. What was Polly's plan? To pretend to bump into him and invite him to join her at her table? It might have worked. Although I can't believe for a moment that Matthew would ever be attracted to someone such as Polly, she may be operating under a delusion. Or her motives for this attempted encounter could lie elsewhere entirely. I wait for another 20 minutes until Polly signals for the check. I watch as she slides her wallet out of that hobo bag. The taped-up note must still be tucked inside. Polly tucks some cash in the leather folder and exits Giovanni's. When I follow a moment later, I take a final glance at her table, watching as the waiter clears away the wine glass. Polly didn't even bother to finish her drink. The lipstick-stained glass is still half full. I stand by the exit to the parking garage, shielded by a railing, and watch as Polly's VW Rabbit exits. She turns north, heading back in the direction of Maryland. I'm not surprised. There's no reason for her to remain downtown. How disappointed Polly must be, I think. She has to feel as if her evening was wasted. Mine, though, has gotten a lot more interesting.
Chapter 24. Marissa. Marissa pours hot water into her mug of tea and settles on the love seat in the family room. Her gaze drifts to the new couch, then her eyes jerk away. She's grateful the replacement has finally arrived, but it looks so much like the original piece that it still unsettles her. She'll get a few throw pillows, she decides, to mix things up. Matthew won't mind. He leaves the decorating to her. It has been a long day, beginning with her oversleeping and awakening muddy-headed, and culminating with Bennett's Cub Scout meeting. At least that had gone well. On the coffee table now rests Bennett's blue uniform with its adorable ascot. "It's a neckerchief, Mom," she can almost hear Bennett chiding. A travel sewing kit and the badge Bennett earned tonight for tying knots. Even though he'd had to practice with an old bungee cord that she'd cut down to the size of the missing white rope, he'd easily passed his test. Usually, this time of night awards Marissa a sense of peace. Her son is tucked snug in bed, the house is clean and orderly, and she finally has a few moments to herself. But something feels off. Maybe the room is haunted by the memory of the act she committed here. She shakes off the thought and picks up the sewing kit, but it takes her 3 tries to pass the blue thread through the eye of the needle. She wonders if anyone will notice that her stitches aren't smooth and even. A crack of thunder seems to shake the house. Marissa looks at the silvery rain streaking down outside, wishing Matthew were home. He tends to drive too quickly, and he'll be exhausted when he finally leaves the office tonight, which is a bad combination on wet roads. She snips the end of the thread and ties a knot, then stands up and walks to the staircase, folding the shirt as she climbs it. She enters Bennett's bedroom and hovers on the threshold for a moment, letting her eyes adjust to the dim glow of his nightlight. His giant FAO Schwartz dog is in one corner, leaning against a bookshelf that's filled with the Harry Potter and Percy Jackson series. Marissa places the shirt on top of his dresser so he can see it first thing when he wakes up. Then, even though she is tempting fate, she walks over to her son and presses her lips to his forehead. She closes her eyes and inhales deeply. Even if she were blindfolded and 100 little boys were lined up, she could recognize Bennett simply by his smell. "Mama," Bennett murmurs as he rolls onto his side and instantly falls back asleep. Long ago, Marissa had read a newspaper article about a teenaged girl who was flying a small airplane. The instructor was seated next to the girl, and her father was in the back. The plane crashed, and all 3 died. One detail of this tragedy stood out to Marissa. The father was found with his arms wrapped around his daughter. Even at the terrifying moment of his death, his fear was dwarfed by his need to protect and comfort his child. Marissa looks down at Bennett, thinking that she understands the ferocity of that kind of parental love. He is wearing his favorite Spider-Man pajamas, which he won't give up even though the cuffs extend only to his forearms and the bottoms barely reach his shins. Marissa pulls the covers up more securely around him, then eases away and heads back downstairs. In the distance, she hears the wailing of a car alarm that must have been triggered by the storm. She wraps her arms around herself, wondering if she should turn on the gas fireplace and curl up with a book, or maybe take a hot bath. She can't seem to get warm. She puts on a soft fleece that she keeps in the hall closet and picks up an Anita Shreve novel she's forever been meaning to read, but her mind is too jittery to process the story. Every minute that passes brings her closer to the Monday meeting in the coffee shop. Avery seems so confident that she knows what to do, but what if she's wrong? Marissa's eyes flit to the sofa again, seeing herself as she was that night, her back arched, her lips parted, her body set aflame by the slow touch of strong hands. Enough, she orders herself, reaching for the remote and selecting a mindless comedy. She watches 2 episodes while simultaneously scanning Instagram and replying to a few work emails, then turns off the downstairs lights and rechecks the house alarm, as she does every evening. Crime rates are surprisingly high in their neighborhood, and although most are simple car break-ins late at night, there is an occasional home invasion, and last year 2 armed men held up the neighborhood pharmacy where Marissa buys vitamins and gets prescriptions filled. Marissa has just finished smoothing on her favorite night serum and climbed into bed when the home phone shrills. She's tempted to let it ring. Only 2 categories of people call the house phone: telemarketers and her parents, who prefer landlines to cells. But telemarketers are prohibited from calling after 9 p.m., she remembers. Her parents, who open the store at 7 a.m., go to bed early. If they're calling now, something must be wrong. She throws off the covers and hurries to the side table where the phone rests in its charger. It isn't her parents. Caller ID shows a 202 area code, which is for D.C. Marissa. The female voice is familiar, but Marissa can't immediately place it. This is Renee Hammerman. Matthew's new secretary, the woman Marissa met just today. Hi, Renee, is everything okay? I'm sorry to call you so late at home, but I'm still in the office and need to speak to Matthew briefly. I wouldn't bother him unless it was urgent. Wait, isn't he there with you? In the pause that follows, Marissa feels her skin prickle. No, he left about 45 minutes ago. I keep trying his cell, but he isn't answering. There's no traffic at this time of night, so the ride home should be 20 minutes, tops. Even if he'd stopped for gas, Matthew should be here. Unless, Marissa clutches at the thought, he was hungry and picked up something on the way. Typically, when he works late, Matthew gets takeout from Giovanni's, the restaurant across from his office, and eats at his desk. But maybe his routine changed. She shares this thought with Renee, but Renee immediately replies, I actually picked up his dinner because he had to jump on a call. Marissa grabs her cell phone off her nightstand and hits the button to dial Matthew. Renee, hold on a second. I'm trying him now. When it goes to voicemail, she taps out a text. Where are you? Please call me. Maybe Matthew had gone to meet a client unexpectedly, though it would be highly unusual for him to not let her know. I can't reach him, she tells Renee. Can you explain exactly what happened when he was leaving? He told me he was heading home and emailed me a final electronic document to format and send. He said to make sure to get one of the security guards to walk me to my car and that I should come in late tomorrow. When I was reading through it, I realized he hadn't signed one of the pages. I've been trying to reach him, but like I said, he's not answering his calls or texts. Renee hesitates. Which we both know isn't like him. She concludes with a nervous laugh. Let me keep trying him. I'll call you back. The rain seems to be falling even harder, pounding down relentlessly as she stares at the tiny image of her smiling husband in the circle at the top of her phone screen. The line rings and then goes to voicemail. She sends him another text. Getting worried. Please call me ASAP. A certain kind of wife would figure her husband had simply forgotten to charge his phone. Another might assume her husband had stopped off at a bar to meet some buddies and couldn't hear the ringer over the loud music. A third might suspect her partner was with another woman. But Matthew never lets his phone battery dip below 50%. He also doesn't have a group of drinking pals. And despite Marissa's own infidelity, she does not believe Matthew would exact revenge, especially after the connection they shared at his office just this afternoon. There has to be some logical explanation, but the only one that comes to mind is even worse than the final scenario she conjured. She hurries downstairs, her phone in hand, and checks the family room in case Matthew slipped inside while she was getting ready for bed. Maybe he's slumped on the couch, decompressing after a long day. But all the lights are off and the house is still. She peers out the window, futilely searching for a glimpse of his headlights coming up the driveway. With every minute that ticks by, her worry grows. She calls Renee, who answers midway through the first ring. He's still not home. Maybe he stopped to run an errand or something. Marissa can tell from those few words that Renee is uncomfortable. She hasn't been working for Matthew long, so she can't know him well. And perhaps she has mentally run through the same scenarios as Marissa. Why don't you head home? I'm sure the document can wait. Thanks, but I'll stay a little longer. I'll let you know as soon as I hear from him. Marissa hangs up. Because she can't sit still, she flicks on some bright lights and begins to pace, doing a loop through the family room, formal living room, kitchen, and dining room. Any minute now, she tells herself, Matthew will walk in and stretch out his arms to envelop her. He'll apologize for worrying her and promise it won't ever happen again. She looks down at her screen, hoping, praying to see the 3 dots that indicate Matthew is typing a response to her calls and texts. Marissa enters Matthew's study and stands still for a moment, forcing herself to think harder. Maybe the explanation is the simplest one. Renee said Matthew had forgotten to sign a document. He probably remembered this on his way home and is driving back to the office right now. But even as Marissa considers this, she knows it can't be. Even if Matthew had driven all the way home, he would have made it back to the office long before now. Plus, she's fairly certain he could simply use DocuSign. In any case, this still doesn't explain why he's not answering his phone. Where is he? She wraps her arms around herself, suppressing a shiver. She's wearing only a camisole and pajama bottoms, and the house is so cold. She's walking through the dining room when she hears the joyful, welcome noise, a faint scraping. Matthew is turning his key in the front door lock. He must have had car trouble and taken an Uber home. That's why he isn't coming in through the garage. Perhaps he left his phone in his car. It all makes sense now. She runs to the door and reaches for the handle, her movements swift and reflexive, propelled by an enormous wave of relief. Just before she throws open the door, she realizes there was no chime on her cell phone to alert her to a presence at the door. She peers through the peephole. She steps back, shaken to her core. The stoop is empty. Did she imagine the scraping sound because she so desperately wanted to hear it? Or was it simply the wind rustling through the bushes and shaking the trees? The storm is still raging, increasing in strength. Her husband is somewhere in the dark night, amid the sheets of rain and driving wind. Marissa texts Renee and again urges her to head home. I'm sure everything is fine, Marissa types, but her hand is trembling so badly that she needs to backspace and retype the word fine. Then she begins to call hospitals. There are several in the area: Georgetown, Sibley, GW, Suburban. But no one will give her any information. All the hospitals refuse to confirm or deny whether a Matthew Bishop has been brought in. It's the law, one of the operators explains, her voice sympathetic yet firm. Marissa dials 911 and the dispatcher puts her through to the local police precinct. The officer who answers the phone is kind and tries to be reassuring, but clearly he doesn't consider this an emergency. She can't help it. She breaks down. I know, my husband. Something terrible has happened. I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's... His sentence is interrupted by the clicking of another call. She looks down at caller ID, and in block letters Marissa sees the information she has been dreading. Georgetown Hospital. She quickly accepts it, ending her call with the police.
Mrs. Bishop?
A man asks. Yes, this is she, Marissa blurts.
This is Dale Whitaker. I'm a nurse here at...
Before he can finish, Marissa blurts, What happened to my husband? Marissa's legs give out and she sinks to the hardwood floor as she listens to the efficient yet soothing voice of the ER nurse, informing her that Matthew was brought into the hospital by ambulance earlier that night. A car accident, Marissa thinks. She knew it. The rain, his speeding. Her body begins to shake uncontrollably. Matthew would have called if he could have. He must be seriously hurt. But he's alive, she tells herself. He has to be, or wouldn't the police show up at her door to relay the devastating news? Marissa wipes her eyes and braces herself for the words that will come. Whatever happened, if Matthew broke a half-dozen bones and totaled his car or crashed into another vehicle and injured its driver, they'll face it together. She's so certain she knows the origin of the incident that brought him to the ER that it takes her a moment to process the nurse's words.
Your husband was assaulted and lost consciousness. He's awake now and is going to be fine, but we're monitoring him overnight.
Assaulted? Marissa gasps. By who?
I don't have any information on that.
Marissa is racing upstairs to her bedroom to pull on jeans and a sweatshirt. She won't process the words now. She only needs to get to Matthew. I'll be there as soon as possible, Marissa says breathlessly. Can you please tell him I'm on my way? She's slipping on her sneakers before she realizes she can't leave Bennett home alone. If he woke up, he'd be petrified not to find her here. It's almost midnight. The fastest solution would be to ask a neighbor for help. She looks out the window at Louise Johnston's house across the street. The Johnstons have 2 children, and Marissa once watched their 5-year-old daughter when their son had to be rushed to the doctor because he'd shoved a marble up his nose and they couldn't get it out. But the Johnstons' home is dark, and Marissa doesn't want to wake them at this hour. The only house she can see with a light on is owned by Max Carey, or as Bennett calls him, Scary Carey. He is clearly not an option. Hallie is a junior in high school and probably asleep. She needs to be up for school in another 6 or 7 hours, but Marissa taps out a text to her anyway. There's no reply. Marissa has no one else. If only her parents lived nearby, Marissa thinks, or if she had a close friend to call for help. Matthew's father, Chris, lives just a few miles away, but Marissa knows her husband would be furious if she called him. Matthew has made it clear through the years that he never wants help from his father. She scrolls through her contacts, rapidly dismissing possibilities, until she gets to the W's. Polly. Bennett doesn't know Polly well, but he has met her. Although he'd be startled to find his mother's assistant here in the middle of the night, he wouldn't completely freak out. Plus, Polly got a stellar reference from the family she worked for as a nanny last year. With any luck, and she definitely could use some tonight, Bennett will stay asleep. I wouldn't ask unless it were an emergency. Marissa begins her text. Matthew was injured and is in the hospital. Could you come to the house and stay in case Bennett wakes up? Polly's response comes so swiftly it is as if she were staring at her phone when the text landed. On my way. Before Polly's VW comes to a stop in the driveway, Marissa is in her car, pulling the seatbelt across her body. She waves at Polly and watches to make sure Polly gets inside the front door Marissa left cracked open, then she presses down the gas pedal. As her windshield wipers swoosh fervently back and forth, her heartbeat keeps pace. Who would want to hurt Matthew? Perhaps that disgruntled employee, the one Matthew fired last year. Or maybe it was a random attack. Someone could have seen Matthew pull up at a stoplight, the engine of his expensive car idling, and decided to carjack him. If Matthew tried to resist, and knowing her husband, he might have, it could have turned violent. Between the heavy rain and her damp eyes, Marissa can barely see the road. When she approaches a stoplight on MacArthur Boulevard, just as it turns yellow, she is tempted to accelerate through it. At the last second, though, she slams on the brakes. The only thing that could make this night worse would be getting into an accident of her own. She finds a spot in the visitor's lot and hurries toward the hospital entrance, holding her coat over her head to shield her from the rain. She gives her name to the employee at the front desk and shows her driver's license, and a moment later a nurse appears and escorts Marissa to Matthew. Navigating past the curtained partitions, Marissa hears the beeping of cardiac monitors and a patient loudly calling for more ice. In all of their years together, the only time she and Matthew have been in this hospital together was when Bennett was born. How lucky they have been. The nurse parts the curtain to bed 6, revealing Matthew lying on a gurney, an IV needle buried in his forearm. He's wearing a blue hospital gown, his bare feet are sticking out from beneath the sheet that's draped around his lower body, and a white bandage is on his forehead. But his eyes are open, and he's smiling at her.
Hey, babe,
Matthew says as she steps toward him. I'll leave you two alone, the nurse says. Just press the call button if you need me. Other than the bandage and some dried blood by Matthew's hairline, he looks the same. He looks like her, Matthew. Although Marissa swore she wouldn't, she begins to cry again.
It's okay, I'm fine, just a few bruises.
She holds his hand with both of hers, soaking in the warmth of his skin. I'm just so relieved. I thought...
Shh, I just wish I could have gotten a swing at the other guy.
He mock punches with his free hand. With those motions, his torso shifts, and beneath the gaps in his gown, Marissa sees eggplant-colored marks on his ribs. She gasps. Why would someone do this to you?
No idea.
Matthew shakes his head, then grimaces.
I keep wondering the same thing. One minute I was about to get in my car, and the next I'm on the ground with some asshole kicking the shit out of me.
Marissa winces, trying to block out the image of her husband being hurt.
It's not that bad.
Matthew pulls his gown closed.
I thought I could make it home, but, well, guess I was wrong. I passed out and crashed just as I was exiting the garage.
I don't understand. Was he waiting for you in the parking garage? Did you see him?
I didn't get a look at his face. He came at me from behind.
A terrifying thought sears through Marissa's mind. Your keys! Did he take your wallet and keys? The assailant could have their address and be breaking into their house right now, sliding the key into the lock while Bennett sleeps just one floor above. She fumbles for her cell phone, but Matthew's voice stops her.
No, that's the strangest part.
Matthew looks bewildered.
He could have easily grabbed my wallet, my watch, anything. Even the car. But it's like the only thing he wanted to do was beat the crap out of me.
Chapter 25. Avery. I'm so lost in thought, it takes me a moment to register that the mailman on the sidewalk in front of my house is trying to get my attention. Ever since Marissa phoned to tell me what had happened to Matthew, I've been sitting in a chair on my porch, pen and notebook in hand, diagramming the strange events surrounding the Bishops. We're 5 sessions in, and for the first time I worry that my 10-session method might not work for these clients. "You gonna be okay if I bring this up there?" the mail carrier asks, nodding at Romeo, curled by my feet basking in a patch of sunlight. I want to reply, "He's more scared of you than you are of him," but something holds me back. I didn't get Romeo for protection, obviously, but I don't need to advertise that my big, muscular dog is as aggressive as a cannoli. "I'll come and get it," I call as I stand up. The mailman hands me a few envelopes and a catalog, which I tuck under my arm as I head back up the steps, my mind still considering and discarding potential connections. I sit down, placing the mail beside me on the side table, and reach for my notebook again. I stare at the jumble of words, my eyes flitting across the page. Coco, Polly, yellow roses, anonymous note, attack. Clearly, Polly didn't carry out the assault. She isn't strong enough to overpower Matthew. Besides, he is certain the perpetrator was a man, Marissa told me. But Polly's presence near Matthew's office just a few hours before the incident is more than strange. It's highly significant. I just don't know how yet. I stretch out my foot and absently rub it against Romeo, who rolls onto his back, his tail thwacking against the wood porch floor. The biggest question in my mind is the identity of the man who hurt Matthew. Marissa mentioned that both she and Matthew suspected the assault could have been conducted by a disgruntled employee, and they'd relayed their suspicion to the police. I imagine the parking garage has video cameras too, which could aid in identification. I rub my temples and stand up, bringing my empty coffee mug and the stack of mail into the kitchen. Maybe caffeine will help. While my coffee brews, I flip through the mail. Catalog, bill, junk, bill, and an envelope with the return address for Lifeline, the agency that handled Paul's life insurance policy. Probably just a follow-up, since they already sent Lana the generous settlement. I slide my finger under the seal and remove the letter. I scan the document quickly at first, then my eyes widen. Medical fraud, investigation, misrepresentation. My hand begins shaking and I almost drop the sheet of paper. It sounds as if the insurance company thinks I had something to do with Paul's death. I sink onto a counter stool, rereading the letter, this time more closely. Then I reach for my cell phone and call my lawyer. I expected the Bishops to cancel their session tonight. After all, Matthew was released from the hospital only this morning. I was hoping they'd reschedule. My lawyer, Sylvia McCullough, did a little digging after I scanned the letter from Lifeline and sent it to her. She scheduled a Zoom call with me for 5:00 p.m., right after I'd gone for a long hike with Romeo, hoping to simultaneously burn off some of my physical stress and shake loose some new ideas in my mind. But any relief I'd found during my walk through Rock Creek Park evaporated the moment I saw Sylvia's frowning face on my phone screen, her big green eyes further magnified by her glasses and her white curls a halo around her head. "It's not great," she'd said, foregoing pleasantries and cutting to the chase, which is one of the reasons why she keeps my business. "They're opening an investigation into Paul's death." Before I could ask why, she told me, "They received an anonymous tip that you euthanized Paul." An anonymous tip. The irony isn't lost on me. My call to the FDA whistleblower hotline was supposed to be anonymous, but it wasn't. Neither is this one to Lifeline. Acelia is demonstrating that they can swing a sledgehammer and aim it at any chinks in my life. Sylvia told me to sit tight and that she'll circle back when she has more information. "You get any more letters or calls, a cop comes to your door, anything, you phone me immediately. Don't let them in, don't say a word." After I hung up, I filed away Lifeline's letter, then popped a CBD gummy and soaked in a hot bath while I listened to Joan arbitrating on my AirPods. But I couldn't stop seeing images of Paul during his final weeks, especially this one. Me sliding into his bed and cradling him in my arms while he took his final breaths. He was so frail by that point. He barely weighed more than a child. I held him for a long time until his body was no longer warm. As the sun rose, I dialed Lana's number so she could come over and say goodbye. Then I set into motion the arrangements Paul and I had discussed: a cremation, a celebration of his life at a local pub with the music and food and drinks Paul loved best, and toasts given by Lana and his closest friends. I mingled for a few minutes, then hid in a back room. I couldn't give a toast, for the same reason why I couldn't read the sympathy cards and letters. I don't care what all those people will think if they learn the insurance company is investigating me, but I am concerned about Lana's reaction. What if she believed the claims? It would break her heart and possibly destroy our relationship. And what if I'm found guilty? I cast aside the worry for now, pulling myself out of the bath to get dressed in anticipation of Marissa and Matthew's arrival. This, our 5th session, is devastation. The point at which my clients reach rock bottom and fear they won't succeed. But in this case, I'm the one who's beginning to worry they won't succeed. The Bishop's case is outside the lines. So many unseen forces are competing with my techniques and conspiring to harm them, too. I can't repair their marriage until I uncover the truth about each of them and their motivations, as well as the complicated people in their orbit. My doorbell chimes at 7:00 p.m. sharp, and I welcome them into my office. Marissa looks pale and exhausted and seems so jittery I'm tempted to offer her a gummy from my stash. Matthew, by contrast, appears robust and intently focused. If it weren't for the bandage on his forehead, I'd never know he'd been brutally attacked less than 24 hours ago. He keeps his arm around Marissa as they sit side by side on the couch, as if he wants to protect her from whatever their future holds. I begin, "It's been quite a 24 hours, hasn't it?" They both assume I'm referring to theirs, which is my intention. "So I think Marissa filled you in on everything," Matthew says. "The only new information is that the employee I had to let go, the guy who tried to get into the building with a gun last year, had a clear alibi. And the police reviewed the footage from the garage, but the attack happened in a blind corner. They saw a guy hanging around the garage before I was hit, but they couldn't see anything else." I see. I ask for the fired employee's name, which Matthew freely gives, and I jot it down in my pad. Do either of you have any other thoughts on who would want to hurt Matthew? Marissa fixes her gaze to the floor and fiddles with her wedding band. Matthew shakes his head. "I've been thinking about that all day. Must have been a random attack. Maybe he thought he heard someone coming and didn't have time to rob me." Marissa's eyes rise, and I can read the raw fear in them. We're both wondering if the man she slept with, the one who can't let go so easily, is behind it. She shakes her head almost imperceptibly, her expression pleading. I can almost hear her thoughts. It wasn't him. He's out of town. Don't say anything. I'm not going to break the promise I made to her by letting Matthew know she slept with one of his old friends, but I am planning to pull Marissa aside after the session. I can't wait until Monday to start checking this guy out. I need a name. Marissa clears her throat and changes the subject. There's one other thing I can't stop thinking about. When I got home from the hospital, I couldn't find Polly at first. Polly? I put more emphasis on her name than I intended. Yes, my assistant at Coco. I asked her to come to the house because I couldn't leave Bennett alone. I told her he'd probably sleep through everything and that she could nap on the couch. Polly had a busy night trying to keep tabs on the Bishops, I think. I finally found her in Bennett's room. Marissa gives a little shudder, and Matthew pulls her in even closer. She was sound asleep, leaning against his big stuffed dog. Something about it made me deeply uncomfortable. I can imagine, I comment. What did you do? I woke her up and motioned for her to come into the hallway. She claimed she heard Bennett whimpering and went to check on him. He hadn't woken up, but she said she decided to stay close, just in case. She heard him whimpering from one floor below? I ask. Matthew frowns. Marissa, there's no way she could have... So what was she really doing up there? I interject. There's Bennett's room and the master bedroom and what else? Just a couple of guest rooms, Marissa replies. One I use as a little office, but I don't store a lot there. Most of my work things are at Coco. Which Polly has full access to, I think. Your bedroom. I tap my pen against my pad. Anything missing or moved in it? I haven't seen the master bedroom in the Bishop's house, but I imagine it's similar to areas on the first floor, which means it looks like a spread out of a design magazine. I'm not certain. Marissa hesitates, then frowns. I'm pretty sure our closet door was open and I always keep it closed, but I left in such a rush. We don't have anything in there but clothes and shoes, Matthew says. There's nothing of real value in the bedroom. Matthew, all my jewelry is there, and I left my watch and the necklace out on the dresser. Matthew's phone buzzes, and without looking at it, he reaches into his pocket to silence it. Sorry. I'm pleased his priorities are where they should be right now. But nothing's missing, right? Marissa shakes her head. Look, there's an old axiom that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one, Matthew continues. Bennett has nightmares now and then. It's possible that Polly came upstairs to sneak a look around and really did hear him whimpering. There's no other good reason for her falling asleep in his room. Marissa nods slowly. You're probably right. I can see her taking a peek at our bedroom. She's intrusive like that. But it's probably nothing more than her curiosity and lack of boundaries. Matthew clears his throat. There is one more thing. Polly called me yesterday, right after she closed up Coco. She said she wanted to talk. Marissa stiffens, but I speak before she can. About what? I see Matthew caressing Marissa's shoulder as if he's trying to soothe her. Their roles have shifted during our time together since the first session, I realize. At first, Matthew was enraged and Marissa seemed equal parts frightened and placating. Since then, he's displayed admirable qualities, such as forgiveness and protectiveness, while Marissa seems a little more fraught, not to mention deceptive, considering she's still lying to her husband about whom she cheated with. Matthew continues, Polly told me she was worried about you, Marissa. She said she was driving downtown and asked if I could meet her. Aha, I think. Polly's puzzling visit to Giovanni's. And you didn't tell me any of this? Marissa's tone is dangerously quiet. Matthew shakes his head quickly, I'm sorry. The question that came to my mind during my first session with the Bishops surfaces again, but this time the order of the players shuffles. Is Matthew fearful of upsetting his wife? Or is he fearful of her? I never saw Polly. I got an important work call and couldn't leave the office, so I texted her to say I'd call her on my drive home. I was going to tell you about it, but obviously I never made it out of the parking garage. Anyway, she phoned me and left a message while I was in the hospital. Matthew reaches into his pocket and pulls out his phone. He touches the screen a couple of times, then Polly's reedy voice fills the room. Hi, Matthew. So I've been waiting for you to call, but it's getting late. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you I'm really worried about Marissa. She doesn't seem like herself. I'll explain more when we talk. Okay, bye. Matthew puts his phone away again. I haven't called her back. Marissa's lips are tightly clenched. This is outrageous. I'm firing her tomorrow. Marissa, I get it. She's weird and she clearly idolizes you, Matthew replies. But look, with everything that's happened lately, I don't want you alone in that shop. Fire Polly, but can you at least wait until you hire someone new? Marissa exhales. Fine. I actually just got a few resumes from promising candidates who go to GW. Hopefully one of them will work out. Even though I'm growing ever more intrigued by the mysterious happenings churning around the Bishops, and I have my own suspicions about Polly, I can't lose focus on the reason why I was hired. We need to use our sessions together to do the internal work of repairing their marriage. If someone on the outside is trying to wrench the Bishops apart, that's for me to explore on my own time. Let's shift gears, I tell them. Marissa, when you first got the call from the hospital, how did you feel? Marissa slumps and closes her eyes briefly. It was awful. I was really worried that he... Talk to Matthew directly, Marissa. I was really worried that you... Marissa turns to face her husband. They're so close that the tips of their noses are just inches apart. Matthew, I was really worried that you wouldn't make it. She swallows hard and her voice trembles. That we wouldn't get a second chance. I've hurt you so badly, and I was terrified I lost you just when it seemed like we were finally finding each other. Even though Marissa's words sound a bit hallmarky, I believe they are sincere. She truly wants a deeper relationship with Matthew, something more than a curated Instagram marriage. If Marissa had had that connection with her husband in the first place, she would never have sought it with another man. Maybe it's the naked yearning on Marissa's face, or perhaps it's my earlier remembrance of Paul's final moments, but I feel my throat tighten, as it always does when I'm about to cry. I look down at my notepad and pretend to jot something down. Marissa, Matthew begins. Then Marissa's phone buzzes with an incoming call. She looks at her purse, then back at Matthew. Her face twists as she says, I'm so sorry. Bennett is over at his friend Charlie's house, and I need to grab this, just in case. She lifts the phone to her ear and listens for a few seconds as her expression morphs. A minute ago, she was gentle and vulnerable. Now, a kind of darkness has come into her eyes. Her moods seem to shift like a body of water on a windy day. Wait, I'm here with Matthew. Let me put you on speakerphone. Can you repeat that? She lays her phone on the coffee table and a deep voice begins. We need Matthew to come to the station. We have a suspect in custody and want Matthew to try to identify him in a lineup.
Chapter 26. Marissa. Marissa pauses at a stop sign, taking an extra moment to ensure the cross street is clear before she presses down on the gas pedal. She's so worn out that even the extra cup of coffee she gulped this morning barely made a dent in her exhaustion, and though she's cutting it close in getting Bennett to school on time, she is careful to drive under the speed limit. The last thing they need is another accident. Back at home, Matthew is still asleep. True to form for her hard-charging husband, he overdid it yesterday afternoon by going to the office for a couple of hours and retrieving his car from the garage, then meeting her at Avery's for their 5th session. Marissa had suggested postponing it, but Matthew insisted he was fine. He might have been, but the visit to the police station, even though it was brief, seemed to put him over the edge. She couldn't recall the last time Matthew had taken a sick day, but he was doing so today. Matthew couldn't identify anyone from the lineup.
I never saw his face,
he explained to the police detective. It appeared to be a random attack. Yet Marissa couldn't stop thinking about how Matthew's assailant ignored his expensive watch and wallet filled with cash and credit cards. The attack felt personal. "Mom?" Marissa looks in the rearview mirror and sees Bennett playing with his Rubik's Cube, twisting around the colorful pieces of plastic. "Can we have pizza tonight?" Bennett's timing is exquisite. Ordering out has never sounded so appealing. "You know what? Maybe not pizza again, but we can definitely get takeout. Let's check with Dad, too. He's going to rest at home today." Bennett nods. "'Kay." She tries to gauge his tone, but it's hard to decipher how he feels. Bennett knows Matthew got hurt. There was no hiding the bandage on Matthew's forehead, but they'd simply told their 8-year-old that his father had been in a minor car accident. Revealing Matthew had been assaulted would only have worried Bennett, even though Marissa is sure he would have loved to hear about Matthew's going to the police station and looking through the one-way mirror at suspects in a lineup. "I'm going to be late," Bennett frets. "No, you won't. We've got 90 seconds until the bell, and we're just about there." Marissa pulls into the loop that will take them to the south entrance, where the 3rd graders disembark and shake the hand of the lower school principal. Then she sees Natalie's familiar figure striding toward the main entrance. "Damn it," Marissa mutters, suddenly remembering the auction meeting she's supposed to attend this morning right after drop-off. Luckily, Bennett is too focused on his puzzle to mention the curse jar. "Okay, sweetie, time to get out," she nudges. "Don't forget your lunchbox." "Love you." Bennett slides out of his seat. "Love you too." She feels the truth of the words down to her bones. She drives to the visitor parking lot and finds an empty spot, then glances in the rearview mirror and swipes on some lip gloss. She looks down at her leggings and faded sweatshirt and shrugs. They'll have to do, even though they don't fit the unspoken uniform of Rolling Hills mothers. Wearing exercise clothes to a parent-run meeting is acceptable as long as it's an appropriate brand and doesn't have mysterious stains, such as the coffee dribbles Marissa sports on her right cuff. She rolls up her sleeves to hide the dark marks and fluffs her hair, wishing she had time to put on mascara and concealer. She feels so washed out. She hurries past the construction site of the new STEM building toward the lower school. Since she wasn't planning to even enter the building this morning, she has forgotten her parent ID at home. The guard gives her a temporary pass to affix to her sweatshirt, and Marissa strides down a hallway lined with photographs of Rolling Hills students dating back to its first class in 1924, toward the library's small conference room where the auction committee is meeting. Just her luck. No other members are in sight. Just before she reaches the library, her phone vibrates. She checks the screen. It's Avery. Marissa declines the call. Through the closed conference room door, she can hear the muted sound of chattering, followed by Natalie's throaty laugh. Marissa's stomach tightens as she enters, and the heads of the 9 other committee members swivel toward her. But instead of stepping into the room, Marissa makes a swift decision. She isn't going to endure an hour of discussion about the incredible items the other committee members have procured for the live auction, a private tour of the Washington Monument, dinner for 6 at the Inn at Little Washington, a chance to feed the Amur tigers at the National Zoo, while Natalie presides over it all. Morning. Marissa keeps her hand on the doorknob.
You don't have to spend anything. This audiobook is all yours. Enjoy a short break, relax with the music, and we'll be right here when you're ready. Thank you for watching.
Crazy love, and I want you near. Crazy love, it's driving me insane. Every moment with you is a hurricane. Can't is a hurricane. Can't keep calm when you're in my space. Heartbeats race in this endless chase.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know I won't be able to join you today after all. Natalie rises to her feet unhurriedly, smoothing her yellow pencil skirt. She has paired it with a patterned silk blouse and alligator print heels. Her amber-tinted sunglasses rest atop her head, pushing back her shiny dark hair. Marissa wonders if Natalie actually took the time to match the lenses with her outfit. "Are you sure?" Natalie asks. "You're already here," Dawn adds in the same judgmental tone she used during the boys' baseball game 3 days ago. Marissa forces herself to smile. "Unfortunately, there's been a bit of an emergency, and I need to get—" At the last moment, she decides to swap out the word home to my store. "Oh, can't that eager young assistant of yours cover the shop for a bit?" Natalie pushes. Marissa feels an intense surge of dislike. She doesn't need to justify her decision to anyone, and she's not even going to bother responding to Natalie's last question. "I'll see you all soon," Marissa says cheerfully, closing the door. As she drives back home, she tries to shake off her dark mood, the result of her brief encounter with Natalie. Marissa is glad she didn't give Natalie any indication the crisis involves Matthew being injured. Knowing Natalie, she'd probably swoop over with a hearty lasagna or casserole, one loaded with meat and cheeses and calories, the kind that most men can't resist, then make a point of checking up on Matthew. Marissa realizes her foot is pressing down harder on the accelerator, and she eases up. She swears she can feel her blood pressure rising. Ever since Natalie moved back to town, Marissa has tried to be a good sport. She looks the other way when Natalie places a hand on Matthew's sleeve or leans in a bit too close to talk to him. She pretends to not notice when Natalie keeps her eyes fixed on Matthew, all but ignoring Marissa. Those small aggressions have been piling up, though, and Marissa has finally reached her limit. Avery would probably tell Marissa to be direct, to cut away the veneer of false friendship and voice her frustration. The thought is oddly liberating. Marissa will relish telling Natalie off. But for now, her most important task is to get home and check on her husband. She slips into the house quietly. The kitchen is exactly as she left it, with Bennett's plate and empty orange juice glass in the sink. Marissa slides a coffee pod into the Nespresso maker and brews a cup, then carries it upstairs. Matthew is propped up in bed, checking his phone. "Hey," she walks over to kiss him. "You're supposed to be resting." She gives him the coffee. He takes a grateful sip.
I am resting. I'm still in bed. How much more relaxed could I be?
He sets his coffee on the nightstand and lifts up the covers, patting the empty spot next to him. Marissa smiles and slips in beside him. Careful to avoid his bruised ribs, she lays her head lightly on his bare chest. His arms tighten around her.
Marissa, I wanted to say this yesterday in Avery's office before we got interrupted.
His deep voice is serious. Beneath her left ear, she can feel the sure, steady beat of his heart.
I've done a lot of soul-searching these past few days. I want to be a better husband to you, and dad to Bennett. When I woke up in the ambulance, it was all I could think about. My regrets.
Marissa quashes the impulse to shush him, to tell him he's a wonderful husband and father. She remains silent because his words contain truth.
I'm going to be around more, I promise.
Matthew kisses the top of her head.
Starting now.
I would really love that. Is it possible, Marissa wonders, that all the horrible things that have happened will actually make their family stronger? She has been so achingly lonely in her marriage. If she is brutally honest with herself, as Avery has urged her to be, that feeling didn't just sprout up in the months leading up to her terrible indiscretion. It has existed throughout her relationship with Matthew, this sense that only a tenuous, gossamer tie links them, and that something as fleeting as a strong gust could blow them apart. She shivers involuntarily and snuggles closer to her husband, soaking in the warmth of his body. She can hear her phone buzzing on the nightstand, but she ignores it. If Bennett's school is trying to reach her, they have the home number.
So what's Bennett's schedule after school today?
Matthew asks.
Boy Scouts? Baseball? I was thinking I could pick him up.
Marissa doesn't correct him by saying it's Cub Scouts, not Boy Scouts, and that they always meet on Wednesday nights. Actually, he's free this afternoon.
Fantastic. I know what we can do. I'll take him to the batting cages. I can see how my little slugger is doing.
Marissa hesitates. There's something I need to tell you. Maybe this isn't the right time to mention it, but Bennett wants to quit baseball.
What?
Matthew sounds shocked.
He loves baseball. Didn't he tell us he got on base twice last week?
He was lying, Marissa says softly. He didn't want to disappoint us. Disappoint you, she silently clarifies. Matthew doesn't immediately reply. I'm sorry I brought it up, Marissa finally says. We don't have to talk about it now.
No, it's okay.
Matthew clears his throat.
You know, I've actually been thinking about my dad a lot lately.
In the pause that follows, Marissa holds perfectly still, barely breathing. She can't distract Matthew from what he may be about to say. Matthew never wants to discuss his father, whom Marissa calls by his first name, Chris, because she has never grown close enough to him to use the term dad. Even though he lives 20 minutes away, Matthew sees him only twice a year, on Christmas Eve and on Chris's birthday. Marissa and Bennett visit Chris more often, and Chris and Bennett also spend time together alone on occasion, going to a movie or bowling. Although Chris can be brusque to the point of rudeness around Matthew, he is unfailingly gentle with Bennett. Still, her husband would clearly be happier if he and his dad had no relationship at all. Marissa has long since given up trying to get Matthew to talk about it.
It is what it is. You know I don't like all that processing BS.
He would say whenever she tried in the past.
I did so many things I thought would impress him.
Matthew says now.
And it was never enough. I got good grades. I played sports. I married you.
He concludes with a little half-laugh. Marissa has witnessed this subtle dynamic over the years. It's almost as if Matthew's father disdains Matthew for being Matthew, classically good-looking, savvy, a natural athlete, and born with the proverbial silver spoon. Marissa has always sensed that Chris somehow doesn't respect Matthew's innate gifts, as if he wanted his son to have to work harder, to struggle more, as he had. Marissa waits for Matthew to keep talking, but he seems lost in thought. Finally, she says carefully, I wonder if the way he grew up affected his relationships. Matthew's father was the oldest of four in a blue-collar family and worked part-time throughout high school to help his parents pay the bills. Chris didn't have time to play on sports teams or join the SGA or hang out at the diner with the other students. He didn't attend school dances because he didn't own a suit and figured no girl would want to go with a guy in a shabby blazer. When his father fell ill, Chris got his GED and began working full-time as a delivery boy for a DC lobbying firm, ferrying important documents all over town on his old 3-speed bike, but managed to earn his college degree by taking night classes. By the time Chris turned 32, he owned his own lobbying firm, and plenty of women were clamoring to be by his side, even though he still favored sturdy, well-worn clothes. He chose Matthew's mother, a Mount Vernon college graduate from a well-heeled family. He and the blue-blood debutante were obviously an abysmal match.
He hated the way my mother spent.
Matthew says now.
The clothes, the trips to the salons, our summer place. He would have bought a little fishing cottage, but she insisted on that big house.
Marissa's hand strokes slow circles on Matthew's arm, an echo of the movement she makes on Bennett's back when their little boy is upset.
Don't most parents want their kids to have a better life than they did?
Heat fills Matthew's tone.
I work my ass off. I deserve a nice house, a good car.
Of course you do. Even though Matthew got a huge running start in life, The best schools, his college tuition fully paid for, and a pedigree that guaranteed doors would open to him in business, she could understand his anger. Marissa thinks back to the first and only time Chris visited them in their new home. Dinner had gone fairly well. Marissa made sure to have Chris's brand of scotch, Clooney, on hand, and she served steak and baked potatoes, which was his favorite meal. The conversation never flowed easily, though. Then Chris went out to his car. Although by then he could have bought a fleet of fancy foreign models, he drove an old Buick LeSabre. It refused to start. The engine repeatedly sputtered but wouldn't catch in the cold night air. Matthew went inside to call AAA, and when he came back out, Chris had the hood up and had gotten a toolbox out of his trunk. He was so focused on tinkering with the carburetor, he merely grunted, "No," when Matthew asked if Chris wanted Marissa to make him some hot tea. After standing around for a few minutes, Matthew went back inside. By the time the tow truck had arrived, Chris had fixed the problem.
"You can't outsource everything in life,"
Chris had said.
"Though I guess you're used to having other people clean up after your messes."
He'd picked up his toolbox and closed the hood. The slam seemed to echo through the night. Matthew had never again invited his father over.
"Bennett's not going to feel the way I did,"
Matthew says now, his voice fierce.
"If he doesn't want to play baseball, he doesn't have to play baseball. We'll do whatever he wants this afternoon."
Marissa lifts herself up and kisses Matthew. "I love you," she whispers. He kisses her back, deeply, as he pulls her closer.
Chapter 27. Avery. I thrum my fingertips against my steering wheel, keeping watch out my window while I speculate about the man who hurt Matthew. When the Bishops rushed out in the middle of our session to go to the police station last night, Matthew promised to fill me in on what happened. I got a text from him a few hours later, letting me know he couldn't identify anyone in the lineup and that the police didn't seem to have a real suspect. As of now, it appears to be a random attack. Still, I've decided not to wait until Monday to learn about the man Marissa slept with. I reach for my cell phone and dial Marissa's number. It rings a few times, as it did when I called earlier this morning, then goes to voicemail again. Last time I didn't leave a message. Now I do, asking her to phone me back as soon as possible with the name of the person we discussed at the Chevy Chase Circle. Enough is enough. I need to check him out. The front door of the house I'm watching opens, but the person who steps out isn't the one I'm waiting for. It's a tall, gangly-looking guy with longish hair. He shifts his backpack higher up onto his shoulders and walks past me, never even looking in my direction. I shift in my seat and exhale, then glance at the dashboard clock. It's 9:15. I should have pushed Marissa to tell me more that day about her infidelity when we stood in the middle of the traffic circle, but she seemed so broken and afraid that I merely told her not to worry and that I'd handle everything. I regret this tactic now. I'm beginning to wonder if Marissa emotionally seduced me the way she probably seduced the man she slept with, and the way she must have seduced Matthew too all those years ago. Not overtly through her sexuality, as Natalie would, but with a subtle vulnerability. Marissa is gorgeous and fragile with her soft voice, delicate frame, and long-lashed cornflower blue eyes. Her magnetism is quiet, but undeniable. Even Polly fell under her spell. What if there never was another guy? Perhaps she's been stalling because there is no name to offer up. Marissa has already created one major fabrication, saying she slept with a near stranger from her gym, and it's entirely possible her lies didn't end there. But what would be her motivation? From early on, I've sensed the Bishops are more complex than my typical clients, and I'm still not convinced Marissa is the only one hiding something. Matthew's swift acceptance of me and my methods seems almost too compliant. Plus, there was that phone call outside Mon Ami Gabi and the revelation that he told Natalie, not his wife, about the lost business account. Like his wife, Matthew seems almost too perfect. If either or both of them is playing a game, I'm several moves behind and I desperately need to catch up. My day is jam-packed, with appointments stacked up, a meeting with my accountant to answer his many questions about my taxes, a visit from the mobile vet to give Romeo his Bordetella vaccine, and sessions with 3 clients, including a brand new one. But one way or another, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. There's just one thing I need to attend to first. As if on cue, the front door of the group house opens and Polly steps out, blinking in the bright morning sunlight. As she walks toward her VW Rabbit parked at the end of her walkway, she scans her phone. She is so absorbed that she doesn't even notice me until I am nearly by her side. "Hey, Polly," I say casually. "Got a minute?" She starts, then looks from side to side, as if seeking an escape route. "I have to get to work." "You have some time. I'll be quick." Discomfort spreads across her face. She's clearly trying to come up with a reason to say no, but she must not be able to think of one. It's chilly, and the wind feels fierce. Polly is wearing the same lightweight turquoise jacket she had on the other night. As she shoves her hands into her pockets, I notice her nose is already beginning to redden. "You're cold. Why don't we sit in my car and talk? Or yours, if you'd rather." I'm hoping she'll choose her car because you can learn a lot about someone by checking out their personal spaces when they don't have advance warning. She hesitates, then as another gust of wind hits us, she uses her key fob to unlock the doors to her vehicle. The passenger seat is clear, unlike in my car, and everything is well organized, just like her purse. A blue hair scrunchie is wrapped around the gear shift. A stainless steel water bottle is tucked in the cup holder, and a pack of disinfecting wipes is in the console. Polly starts the engine and a Britney Spears song blares. She quickly reaches for a knob and turns off the radio. I wait for her to begin the conversation. A moment later, she does. "What did you want to talk to me about?" "I know strange things have been happening around Coco, like the creepy note you found. I need you to tell me what else is going on." I speak with authority, hoping Polly will succumb to it, as she did when I searched Coco. But maybe she learned from that experience. "I'm sorry, but I'm not really sure I can tell you anything. I mean, not without permission." "Marissa's permission? Polly, she is in danger. Matthew told me you called him to say you were worried about her. Do you really think I'd be here if the Bishops didn't want my help?" "He told you that?" Polly looks surprised. "Yes, he also told me you drove all the way down to Giovanni's restaurant to try to see him." "Okay," Polly shifts in her seat. "So I didn't think it was a big deal at first, but twice in the past week a guy has called and asked for Marissa. When I asked who it was, Marissa taught me to do that before handing the phone to her. He hung up." "Any idea who it could have been?" "No, I didn't recognize his voice. And there have been a few hang-ups, too, like someone keeps calling because they hope she'll answer instead of me." I play the devil's advocate. "Could be a telemarketer." "I don't think so." Polly is practically bristling. She has a lot invested in her role in Marissa's life, and Polly doesn't like me downplaying the drama she feels she's a central part of. "Is that all?" I keep my tone a little bored. Polly takes the bait. "There's actually video footage from the store that night when someone put that note under the door." "There is?" I can't believe I didn't think to ask the Bishops about this, or that they hadn't mentioned it. "Yes, and here's the thing. I asked Marissa about it, and she told me she checked the footage, but the camera angle was off and it was too blurry to see anything." I reflexively glance at the purse on Polly's lap, wondering if the note is still tucked inside. "But..." Polly's voice drops and she leans closer to me. I suddenly have an image of her as a young girl in a school classroom, whispering into the ears of other children, spreading rumors and sowing discord before smiling innocently up at the teacher and offering to wipe down the cafeteria tables after lunch. "I checked the video, too. I called the company and asked them to email us a copy of the recording from that night. They sent it over to the store's account, which of course I check every day. Anyway, I thought maybe I'd see something Marissa missed. And I did. I saw the guy who left the note. Did you recognize him? I ask urgently. Polly nods proudly. At first I couldn't place him, but then I realized who he was. Get to the point, Polly, I want to scream. He's this homeless man, Ray, who usually sits on a bench down the street from our shop. He always has these funny signs. Do you think he's the one who is obsessed with Marissa? I know she buys sandwiches for him sometimes. I blink hard, trying to sort and categorize what I've just learned. If I trust the information Polly has given me, and it should be easy enough to verify, I've just learned something crucial. Matthew and I aren't the only people Marissa has lied to. She blatantly deceived Polly about the contents of the video camera. Marissa must have known for days who put the note under the door. Anger sweeps through me. She conned me. Again. The theory I've been playing around with, that Marissa never actually had an affair, could be bolstered by this new information. Perhaps Marissa asked the homeless man to leave the note. Maybe she is arranging for the calls Polly has been answering at Coco. Marissa could even have sent herself flowers, timing their arrival so that Matthew and I would be there to witness it. If Marissa created this elaborate scenario to try to cast herself as a victim and get attention from her husband, or for some other more sinister reason, she has succeeded, I think, remembering how Matthew held his arm around her protectively during our last session. 1% of the population is composed of psychopaths, and most of them aren't the homicidal criminals we envision. We've all encountered them. People who seem charming and charismatic, but who lie without remorse and manipulate and deceive. And female psychopaths can be particularly adept at manipulation. I think back to the moment the Bishops first entered my home, looking like the couple who had everything. I've spent the past few weeks trying to get to know them intimately, yet they still feel like strangers. Then I look over at Polly. Have you told Marissa you saw the footage? Polly shakes her head. But you drove all the way downtown to tell Matthew? He's worried about her, like really worried. I just felt like I should tell him. Polly is studying my face, nakedly eager for our conversation to continue now. Is that all? Isn't that enough? She cries. Actually, there is one more thing. How did you enjoy working at Anthropology? Polly has a terrible poker face. Her flush extends to include her ears. Or maybe she's a brilliant actress. Look, I didn't really have a job there, okay? Please don't tell Marissa. The truth is, I had stopped working as a nanny and I was temping when I walked into Coco and I never wanted to leave. It's sophisticated and elegant and everything. Polly looks down at her lap and her final words come out as a whisper. Everything I'm not. I breathe in deeply, wondering if she's talking about Coco or the woman who owns the boutique. I'll let you get to work now. I open the car door, but before I step out, I decide to toss her a bone. Polly could be useful in the future. It was very smart of you to check the camera. She smiles, and I straighten up, shutting the door and watching her drive away. I learned a lot about Marissa during the past couple of minutes. She has plenty to answer for, and I deliberately didn't tell Polly I am also heading to Coco, because I don't want Marissa to have any warning of my impending arrival. But I learned something about Polly, too. Every time I inhaled, I smelled a delicate floral perfume. Subtle, but distinctive enough that I recognized it. It's the scent Marissa wears.
Chapter 28. Marissa. Marissa doesn't arrive at Coco until almost 11, and even Polly's usual barrage of questions or the news that Avery stopped by unexpectedly right after the store opened, hoping to catch Marissa, can't erase Marissa's smile. Her chin is slightly red from rubbing against Matthew's unshaven stubble, and throughout the day she finds her hand rising to touch the tender skin, as if to seal in the memory. Lovemaking with Matthew felt different this morning. Powerful, raw, fierce. Marissa can't put her finger on the exact word to describe it, but those come close. Matthew's eyes had been closed. He'd seemed to lose himself completely in the physical act, not even feeling the pain of his injuries. At the very end, he'd opened his eyes and stared into hers.
"You're mine,"
he'd whispered. Polly touches Marissa's shoulder. "Marissa?" Marissa pulls herself away from the reverie. "Yes, what is it?" "I was just saying a few gift certificates came in for your school benefit." "Great, put them in the back room along with the rest of the auction items. I need to get them to..." Her voice trails off before she completes the final word in her sentence. "Natalie." Marissa frowns, watching as Polly picks up the gift certificates. Polly is asking if Marissa wants her to order more tissue paper inserts for the shopping bags since they're down to a few hundred sheets. Marissa nods, but it's a different question, one that was asked by Natalie earlier this morning that Marissa is focused on. "Oh, can't that eager young assistant of yours mind the shop?" As far as Marissa knows, Natalie has been to Coco exactly once, and it was more than a year ago. She was in the neighborhood, Natalie had explained, as she'd greeted Marissa with a kiss on the cheek that left a smudge of coral lipstick. Natalie wandered through the store, taking it all in with an appraising eye, and left without purchasing a thing. At the time, Marissa's assistant was a woman in her mid-50s, a mother of twins who'd decided to return to the workforce after her children left for college. Natalie would never refer to her as young. She must have been talking about Marissa's current assistant. But how does Natalie know such specific details about Polly? Marissa's breath catches as she recalls Polly's roommate asking if she, Marissa, was Polly's boss at the real estate company. Natalie is a real estate agent. Could Polly have temped at the same company where Natalie works? Do they actually know each other? The skin on Marissa's arms prickles as she watches Polly open the store's laptop, using the password Marissa provided her, and begin updating the spreadsheet containing customers' contact information. Polly seems to feel Marissa's gaze and looks up. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, Janice Henderson called yesterday and asked me to let her know when we get in more size 8 swimsuits. I was just making a note of it." "Great." Marissa casually walks into the back room but keeps Polly in her peripheral vision. Polly has access to most of Coco's business information. She knows every inch of the shop. She has even slept here. She has slept in Marissa's home, too. Marissa's heart is pounding. She forces herself to draw in a few even, slow breaths as she thinks back to the circumstances of Polly's hiring. Polly had wandered into the shop a month or so ago, all fresh-faced and sweet-seeming. It was a slow Monday morning, and Polly had knowledgeably discussed a few items Marissa sold, favorably comparing Coco's hand-blown glass vases to the brand carried by Anthropology. As Marissa was bringing up the picture frame Polly selected, Polly had said almost wistfully, "It would be a dream to work in a place like this. You don't happen to need any help, do you?" A few days later, Polly showed up for her first day at Coco. Marissa had verified the first job on Polly's resume, a nanny position, but the manager at Anthropology didn't return Marissa's call, so she let it go. "Marissa?" Marissa flinches at the sound of Polly's voice. Polly pokes her head into the back room, and Marissa studies her carefully. Polly is wearing her hair pulled back into a twist today, a style Marissa occasionally favors, and has on an ivory sweater sold by Coco, which Marissa gifted to Polly because a customer got a lipstick stain on the inside collar while trying it on. "Oh, there you are," Polly continues. "I was just wondering if there's anything special you need me to do now, or..." You can rearrange the shelves by the standing mirror. Marissa conjures this up to keep Polly tucked away in a far corner of the shop. The sundry t-shirts are selling well, so make sure they can be easily seen. Polly nods, and as she heads off to tackle the task, Marissa's composure returns. It strains credulity to think that Natalie would send Polly to work at the shop and keep tabs on Marissa. What would be the purpose? If Natalie has her sights set on Matthew, there are far less complex ways to try to entice him. Still, something about Polly is fishy. Marissa has arranged to interview on Monday morning the best candidate from the resumes she has received. She'll tell Polly to run a few made-up errands to get her out of the way. If the applicant is as promising as she seems, Marissa will give Polly her official notice on Monday afternoon. Maybe Marissa will do it right after her meeting at the coffee shop, so that Monday will feel like a day of clearing away the tainted, stressful pieces of her life and beginning anew. Marissa checks her watch at a little after 3:30 p.m. Matthew would have picked up Bennett by now, and they're probably on their way to whatever it is they decided to do. Maybe they'll get ice cream or go to the zoo again. Even though Marissa came in late, she's tempted to leave early. She can order something yummy from DoorDash for dinner and set out Monopoly or Scattergories so everything is waiting for her two guys when they walk through the door. It would mean giving Polly free reign of cocoa, but by now Polly has surely seen every square inch of the shop. Still, Marissa plans to take the store's laptop with her. She finishes tracking down a special order and checking out a new handbag company based out of Austin, then begins packing up just as her cell phone rings. She expects it to be Avery since they've been playing phone tag today, but Matthew's photo flashes on the screen.
Hey, babe,
he says when she answers. Marissa can tell she's on speakerphone. She hears Bennett giggling in the background.
We've got a little surprise for you.
Oh, really? Marissa's voice sounds tight and strained, so she makes an effort to lighten it. What are you two cooking up? You're going to the spa, Bennett shouts. The spa? Marissa echoes.
We booked you a massage at the Red Door,
Matthew confirms.
Can you get there in 30 minutes?
Marissa can't disappoint them, not when they're so clearly excited. Oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. Dad just bought me that Blaster Faster rocket, the one that goes up 75 feet. Bennett's voice is pure joy. We're going to Candy Cane City to launch it. Take a video? Marissa asks. I'd love to see.
Yep, and let's just order in dinner when you come home,
Matthew tells her.
Make it a lazy night.
Love you both, Marissa cries, but she can't tell if they hear her before Matthew disconnects the call. Marissa tucks her cell phone into her bag and reaches for her light spring coat. She knows it's ridiculous to complain about getting a massage, but she feels a deep tug toward her family right now. She only wants to be with Matthew and Bennett. It's a longing that is imbued with urgency. So much has happened lately. It's natural that she is nervous and jittery, she tells herself. But it's more than that. She's scared. Marissa closes her eyes and conjures an image of Bennett's smiling face. His wide blue eyes, the freckles that dance across his nose, his gap-toothed smile. Her son isn't in danger. He's going to a public park on a sunny afternoon where there will doubtless be other kids and parents and nannies. Besides, Matthew would never let anything happen to Bennett, Marissa tells herself. With that thought, she finally exhales.
Chapter 29. Avery. By the time the sun begins to set, I still haven't reached Marissa. She didn't show up at Coco this morning. I didn't even get a glimpse of Ray, which made going there a complete waste of time. Yeah, she texted me to say she was coming in late. You should have told me you were planning to come by. I could have saved you the trip, Polly had said with a bit of an edge, as if she was happy I'd been inconvenienced. When Marissa did call me back, I had my hands full, literally, consoling Romeo while the vet administered his shot, and I couldn't pick up, so she left a message simply saying she was sorry we'd missed each other. But she didn't provide the name I'd requested. Then I received an urgent text from a client who'd had an altercation with his new boss, and I spent the next hour talking him down. When I finally got the chance to phone Marissa back, her voicemail came on, and a moment later she texted, "With a customer, sorry." I can understand why Marissa would rather not text or email the name of the guy to me. A paper trail could come back to haunt her if Matthew has access to her accounts. But there's no reason why she couldn't have left the information on my voicemail, as I specifically instructed. But she hasn't. Now it's early evening, and I've got a few minutes before my last appointment of the day. A new client who told me she is grappling with an enormous betrayal, which is likely another case of infidelity. I reach for my phone again. My call goes straight to voicemail, as if Marissa has turned off her cell. It feels a little too convenient that her mysterious lover has been out of town all week, and suddenly Marissa seems to be avoiding me. I wonder again if she is playing me. I want to throw the coffee cup I'm holding against the floor and watch it shatter. As soon as my final session is over, I'm heading over to the Bishops. I'm going to corner Marissa tonight. Romeo pads into my office and looks at me, his expression concerned, as if he has intuited my irritation. He nudges his cold nose beneath my palm, and I stroke his head, which is finally free of the cone, since the vet told me I could remove it. I stand up, and Romeo follows me as I enter my living room. I open the back door to let him out into the fenced yard, tossing his favorite squeaky toy hot dog onto the lawn. He bounds off to get it, but refuses to drop it at my feet, so we have a little rough-and-tumble game of tug-of-war that I probably need more than he does. When my new client, Rose DeMarco, rings my doorbell at 6:00 p.m. sharp for her first session, Romeo is upstairs in his crate, and I'm ready for her. I peer out the peephole, noticing she looks better than the photo on her driver's license. Then again, most of us do. I never used to ask clients to send me identification in advance of our first session, but thanks to Acelia, I can no longer afford to let anyone in my house that I haven't checked out. I open the door and welcome Rose inside, showing her to my office and indicating the coat rack where she hangs her navy blue belted jacket. I take my usual chair, and Rose settles herself on the middle cushion of the couch across from me. "So, what brings you here today?" I begin. I know already from verifying the information on the driver's license she scanned and sent to me that Rose is 27 and lives in Adams Morgan. Through my own digging, I discovered she works as a history teacher at a private girls' school in Bethesda, which makes it surprising that she can cover my fee, but perhaps she comes from family money. Rose crosses her legs at the ankle. She's wearing a below-the-knee skirt and flats, and her permed, shoulder-length hair and shapeless patterned sweater aren't doing her any favors. "I've experienced a terrible betrayal, but I have a feeling you can help me find the solution." That's what I do best. What usually comes at this point is a long pause. When clients first meet me, they need to take a minute to compose their swirling thoughts and lay out their confession in a succinct way. Trying to summarize the problem that has likely consumed many of their waking hours for weeks, months, or even years can be a big challenge. But Rose doesn't hesitate. "Someone discovered my very private information and shared it with the worst possible person." I wait for Rose to elaborate, but she doesn't. "Was it a boyfriend who betrayed you?" I imagine compromising photos posted on the internet. "No." "A friend? A family member?" Rose shakes her head twice. "We could save a lot of time if you just tell me who did it." "A colleague," Rose says evenly. It's not what she says that makes me put my notebook down in my lap, freeing my hands. It's the way she says it. The room is perfectly still. Romeo is upstairs in his crate. There's no audible ticking of a clock or faint waft of music or distant honking from rush hour traffic. It's as if Rose and I are suspended together in a glass globe. I choose my next words carefully. "What makes you think I can help you?" "I have a strong hunch." A bead of sweat rolls down the side of Rose's face, but she doesn't make a move to wipe it away. In fact, I think you're the only one who can help me. I casually place my hands on my chair's armrests, fighting my body's instinct to clench. I need to appear relaxed and unconcerned. The only thing I was wondering about is your fee. I mentally begin compiling facts. Her skin is pale, and she has no birthmarks or scars or freckles on her face, unless she has covered them up. Her eyes are hazel, but those could be colored contacts. It's impossible to tell her body shape beneath her clothes. I play along for the moment. My fee is non-negotiable. If we decide to work together, I'll need to be paid up front. That won't be a problem. I already know I want to work with you. And I've already decided we aren't going to work together, I think, mentally willing myself to memorize the precise sound of her voice. But if you do help me the way I think you will, I'm going to be so grateful I'll want to pay you a lot more. I shift again in my chair, casually moving my left hand an inch lower on the armrest. I don't allow secrets in this room, Rose. Tell me why you're here or this session is over. My index finger finds the smooth button on the underside of my chair's armrest, but I don't push it. Not yet. Rose's clothing doesn't contain any visible pockets, and her hands are clasped on her lap. Her purse is down by her feet. Her posture is unthreatening. Still, I don't take my eyes off her for an instant. Despite the thermostat in my home being set at 70 degrees, another bead of perspiration rolls down her cheek, leaving a faint, glistening trail. I wonder what her real hair color is, beneath the wig that is making her head sweat. If I passed her on the street, I wouldn't give her a second glance. She blends in. Medium height, medium weight, there's nothing striking about her, which is probably exactly why she was chosen to come see me. I didn't come here under false pretenses. I'm being straight with you. Rose's eyes stay fixed on mine. Like I told you, I experienced a huge betrayal by a colleague. This person has caused a lot of trouble for me and my company. You know who it is. So how about it, Avery? Can we work together? Her words are so deliberate. To an outsider, they'd probably appear strange but innocuous. I force myself to smile. I don't think my methods are a good fit for you, Rose. Why don't you see yourself out? This is it, the moment when everything could shift. But Rose merely gets to her feet, reaching for her coat and slinging her purse over her shoulder. If you change your mind, you've got my number and email address, which are connected to a burner phone and untraceable electronic address, I'm certain. I don't reply. She cocks her head and gazes at me. You've got such a pretty face. She looks around my office. And such a nice house. Sometimes we don't realize how grateful we should be until we lose everything. She smiles and slips on her coat. Despite her implicit threat, I'm certain Rose came here not to harm me, but to try to strike a deal. Money in exchange for the name of who gave me the information. Still, it's difficult to remain seated while she disappears into the hallway. A moment later, I hear the sound of my front door shutting and her footsteps going down the outside stairs. Only then do I take my finger off the panic button that alerts police and my alarm company I'm in danger. I walk to the window and watch Rose disappear down the sidewalk, blending into the dark shadows. I wonder what she really looks like beneath her plain disguise. She must resemble the real Rose DeMarco, who probably has no idea that her identity was borrowed for tonight. Acelia must have searched for an innocuous-seeming local woman who wouldn't raise any suspicion in me, creating a copy of her driver's license and sending a fake client who looked enough like Rose that I'd open my door. But as with everything else Acelia has done, no real harm resulted, and the details are murky enough that I can't report this incident to the police without appearing paranoid. What I can do is to implement a new policy. I'll only meet new clients in public places. I walk into my hallway and activate my alarm system, staring at the logo on the code box. It's the same logo Derek had on his work shirts. Derek protected me well, I think. It was he who suggested installing the panic button on my work chair. I'm gripped with the urge to call him, but even as I'm pulling out my phone, I realize how unfair that would be. Derek would provide me with comfort. I'd repay him with pain. I slide my phone back into my pocket and go upstairs to let...
This is your moment. This audiobook costs nothing, just your time and attention. Let's take a peaceful pause with music before we continue. Thank you for being here.
Last thing that I do. Honey, make me become true. Honey, make me come to you. If it's the last I do, I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're free. I feel alive in your arms. Though it feels like a dream, I'll be wherever you are.
Romeo out of his crate.
Chapter 30. Marissa. Marissa lies on the massage table, willing herself to relax, while a woman with salt and pepper hair pulled back in a bun works on the knots in Marissa's lower back. Beneath the notes of the classical music through the salon's speakers, she hears the incessant thudding of her heart. The padded cushion against her face makes it hard to breathe. "How is the pressure?" the masseuse asks. "Fine," Marissa manages to whisper. But surely her rigid body tells a different story. What is she doing here? She should have trusted her instincts and skipped the treatment and gone home. Or better yet, driven straight to Candy Cane City to meet Matthew and Bennett. She berates herself for letting down her guard. Someone is trying to hurt them. Matthew has already been hurt. They aren't safe. "I'm sorry." Marissa abruptly twists onto her side, pulling the sheet around her as she sits up. "I suddenly don't feel well. I need to go." The masseuse begins to apologize. "It isn't anything you did," Marissa assures her hastily. Finally, the woman exits, and Marissa puts on the terry cloth robe and slippers the spa provides its clients. When Marissa first entered the room, the last of the day's sunshine was creeping through the slanted blinds, a fractured bit of brightness. Now there's only darkness. She feels lightheaded and disoriented. Marissa pushes out the door into the hallway. She hurries into the locker room to retrieve her purse, her cell phone, and other belongings. A woman is putting her things in the locker immediately above Marissa's, blocking the way, so Marissa waits, her stomach coiling tighter with each passing second. Finally, the woman steps aside, and Marissa moves forward, tapping in her usual 4-digit code. The locker door swings open, and Marissa immediately pulls her phone out of her purse. There's nothing except another missed call from Avery. She knows Avery wants the name of the man she slept with, but there is no way Marissa is leaving that information on voicemail. A sign on the wall announces the use of cell phones in the locker room is prohibited, and an attendant is nearby, setting out fresh towels, but Marissa can't stop herself. She curves her body to block the view of the attendant and calls Matthew's cell phone. It rings several times, then goes to voicemail. She instantly tries again, but Matthew doesn't pick up. He's probably playing a video game or watching TV with Bennett, she tells herself. The phone is vibrating right next to him on the end table by the couch. He just can't hear it. She knows she isn't behaving rationally, but her premonition is so strong she can't help herself. "Call me ASAP," she texts. She waits, her body frozen, but there's no response from her husband. Just as on the night he was attacked. Marissa yanks on her clothes, then pulls on her boots and coat, leaving her hair twisted up in the terry cloth scrunchie the masseuse offered her. She doesn't even glance in the mirror. Her movements are quick and jerky, fueled by the certainty she needs to get home. She flies out the door of the spa and takes the stairs down 2 flights rather than waiting for the elevator. She hurries to the parking lot and slips behind the wheel of her car, barely waiting for the attendant to accept her ticket and raise the electronic gate before she races through it. At the first stoplight, she calls their home phone, even though all the ringers are turned off downstairs so they aren't bothered by telemarketers. No one answers. When the light turns, she swerves into the lane to her left, then back to her original one, trying to jockey ahead in the traffic-filled streets a few inches at a time, just like the drivers she normally complains about. Matthew and Bennett are safe at home, she tells herself, repeating it like a mantra. She'll walk through the door and Matthew will look up at her and smile while Bennett chatters excitedly about his new rocket. They'll devour the tacos and guacamole and chips Matthew picked up for dinner, then they'll all snuggle on the couch and watch a movie. It will be a perfect night. That's an Instagram photo, she hears Avery's voice chide. But it won't be, she assures herself, because she and Matthew are changing, because their marriage finally feels as if it is becoming the union she used to only pretend it was. Matthew and Bennett are safe at home, she repeats aloud. She's so close to them. In another few blocks, she'll turn off the main artery into their neighborhood. She continues winding her way north, passing the treacherous circle that divides D.C. and Maryland, then turning down a quieter road. Everything is as it should be on her street, she realizes. There are no sirens, no flashing blue and red lights from police cars or ambulances, no cluster of gaping neighbors in front of their home. Her body finally unclenches a bit when she sees Matthew's car in the garage. He must have left the door open for her, but she leaves her car parked on the driveway apron, not taking the time to fit it into the enclosed space. Marissa grabs her purse from the passenger seat and slams the car door, then begins to hurry toward the house. She can't fully relax, not until she lays eyes on her family. A loud honk sounds behind her, and she whirls around. Bright headlights shine in her eyes, and she instinctively raises her hand to shield them. Then she hears her name being called. Marissa!
Chapter 31. Avery. When new clients come to me with a confession, it's often camouflage for their actual issue, which exists below the surface of their conscious lives. It lurks in a place that feels too hazy and perilous for them to enter alone, if their mind allows them to be aware of it at all. I reach for my phone and replay the message Marissa left me this afternoon. Hi, Avery. I'm sorry we keep playing phone tag. I know you are eager to catch up, and I'll be... Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm sure we'll talk soon. Her message wasn't entirely directed at me. She briefly spoke to someone else midway through it, probably pulling her phone away reflexively for a moment. I closed my eyes. Marissa was walking down a busy street, probably Connecticut Avenue, near Cocoa, judging by the background noises. Her aside was a bit muffled, but I play the message again, focusing intently on the words she spoke between "I'll be" and "sorry about that," to confirm I've heard them correctly. Oh, hi, Ray. The name isn't terribly common, but I heard it just this morning when I went to visit Polly. He's the homeless man Polly recognized on the video, the one who pushed the note under Coco's door late at night. He wasn't near the store when I stopped by earlier, but he must have returned by the time Marissa left me a message. Something has always bothered me about that letter, as it has about the delivery of those roses. Both acts were supposedly anonymous, yet both seemed designed to engender witnesses. If the man who seems obsessed with Marissa wanted to leave her a note, why didn't he simply put it in an envelope with her name on it, ensuring her privacy? Or, for that matter, send her a text or an email, rather than print out a single line on a sheet of white paper and arrange for it to be delivered to Coco. I stand up from my desk and walk across the room, Romeo trailing at my heels. I'd let him out of his crate as soon as the fake Rose DeMarco left, and although I refuse to be shaken by her visit, I can't pretend that my dog's presence isn't comforting. We head to the kitchen, where I give Romeo a rawhide bone and check to make sure he has fresh water. Marissa should be home for the night by now. And one thing I've learned in my work, which was proven again only this morning with Polly, is that people tend to be more forthcoming when you catch them off guard. I leave on plenty of lights for Romeo and double-check that the house alarm is set while he's busy gnawing on his treat. "Back soon," I call to him as I head out my door, toward the Bishop's house and our 6th session. Traffic is in full force, but I'm not in any rush. I stay in the middle lane of Connecticut Avenue, thinking about what I know of the Bishops. If I were my own patient, I might accuse myself of avoiding my lurking issue, the escalating threat posed to me by Acelia. Avoidance, suppression, denial, a lot of clinical terms could be applied to my actions, since I'm heading to the Bishops right now instead of trying to process the intrusion I just experienced. I'm not going to allow Acelia to take up any more of my mental real estate, though. That monstrous company wants me to be cowering at home, fearing what it might do to me next. But even though I'm confident they've researched me thoroughly, they must not know this about me. I've never liked bullies. I pass through the circle that straddles the D.C. to Maryland line, braking hard to avoid a pickup truck that doesn't seem to understand the concept of yielding. I honk, and when the driver gives me the finger, I fire one right back at him. I reach Marissa and Matthew's street a few minutes later. It's like turning into a different world. Only blocks away is a city filled with noise and bustle. I drove over 3 potholes on my way to get here and passed a bus shelter that held a half-dozen weary-looking people. Here, graceful 3-story homes are set back from the road, buffered by well-tended yards and expensive cars. It's quieter, and the roads are perfectly paved. As I pull up in front of Marissa's house, I spot her getting out of her Audi in the driveway. I honk, and my headlights pass over her. She turns around and lifts her hands to shield her eyes. "Marissa," I call. "Oh, Avery!" She puts her hand to her heart. "You startled me." "Good timing." I pull in behind her car. "I'm glad I caught you alone. Mind if I park here? I'll be quick." She glances at her house, then back at me. "What is it?" Nervous energy is radiating from her. I can tell she's distracted. "I was hoping we could talk." Remembering my conversation with Polly, I suggest, "How about we sit in your car for a few minutes?" Marissa shakes her head, almost imperceptibly. "I'm sorry, no, I need to go inside first." It's the first time I've ever spoken with her that her words have emerged choppy and unpolished. Marissa's hair is piled up in a scrunchie, and a smear of mascara is under her left eye. One of her pant legs is caught inside her high-heeled leather boot, and the other one hangs free. My poised, glamorous, perfect client seems to be falling apart. This will be our 6th session, confrontation. For Cameron, it meant finally standing up to his wife, Skylar. For Kimberly, whose parents minimized her rape, it meant writing them a letter detailing how they'd failed her. It's not lost on me that I literally had to confront Marissa to arrange this meeting. I'm the architect of my method, but the contents of the confrontation session, more than that of any others, tend to surprise me. "I'll come inside with you." I begin walking up the steps toward the front door. I expect her to protest, but her expression fills with gratitude. She seems so distraught that I have to quash the instinct to offer her my arm to hold on to. "Did something happen today?" I ask just before we reach the door. My question seems to take her by surprise. "No, not that I know of." She slides her key into the lock and pushes the heavy wooden door open and rushes inside. I hear a Dave Matthews song playing, and over it, Matthews' loud, animated voice. He seems to be in the middle of telling a story. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Matthew! Bennett!" Marissa calls sharply, ignoring my question. She doesn't even take off her coat or slide her purse off her shoulder. She hurries down the hallway toward the sound of Matthew's voice. I'm right behind her. Hey, sweetie. Matthew comes out of the kitchen holding a glass of red wine. He's in khakis and a black crew-necked sweater with a fresh-looking small white bandage on his forehead. Avery, he adds when he spots me a second later. This must be the night for surprise guests. Like Marissa, he seems startled but not displeased by my unexpected arrival. Matthew walks over to Marissa, who seems frozen in place, and plants a quick kiss on her lips. Bennett's upstairs playing Minecraft on the Xbox. Come on in, ladies. Before we can move, however, another man emerges from the kitchen, also holding a glass of wine. Unlike Matthew, he's dressed more casually in faded jeans, a hoodie sweater, and Nike running shoes. I glimpse his face, and my stomach plummets. Dizziness engulfs me. The scene unfolding in front of me is surreal. Different parts of my life are colliding and merging like the shards of a kaleidoscope in a way that makes absolutely no sense. The bishop's other guest greets Marissa first, bending down to kiss her cheek, giving me a desperately needed moment to try to collect myself. Then he straightens up and his eyes meet mine. I know those eyes well. I also know the feel of those lips on mine. Avery, this is one of our closest friends, Matthew says. Meet Skip. Part 3. Chapter 32. Avery. There's no way Marissa and Matthew just happen to know Skip. His presence can't be a simple coincidence. A bigger, more ominous force has brought us together tonight. I want to freeze this moment and study all the players. I want to pull out my yellow legal pad and scrutinize my notes. I want to take these people aside one by one and interrogate them. But I can't do any of that. I have a hunch it would not be in my best interests. I smile and choose my words carefully. Hi, Skip. As his big hand closes around mine, I notice his fingers feel cold, and before his eyes skitter away from mine, I glimpse concern. Or is he merely wary? My simple, ambiguous greeting has supplied him with a choice. He can pretend it's our first meeting, or he can acknowledge we already know each other. Nice to meet you, Avery. So this is how he wants to play it. A dozen questions erupt in my mind. Before I can decide which one to ask, Marissa heads for the staircase, her coat on and purse still slung over her shoulder. I'll be right back. I want to check on Bennett. We all turn to look at her as she practically runs up the steps. There's a moment of silence after her abrupt, awkward departure. Matthew breaks it. How about a glass of wine, Avery? Come on, we've got a bottle in the kitchen. One thing I know for sure, Matthew is the only one of us who seems at ease. Matthew didn't explain to Skip how I'm connected to him and Marissa, even though he was forthcoming with the information to Polly. Perhaps Skip already knows that the Bishops have hired me. Either of the Bishops could have ignored my advice and mentioned it to him. The metropolitan D.C. area can be a small town in some ways, and it isn't inconceivable that I would know someone in the Bishop's circle. But if Skip doesn't have something to hide, why would he keep it a secret that we'd been on a few dates? And why does he look so deeply uneasy? Skip stands aside to let me follow Matthew, then falls into step behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck rise. I don't like not being able to see Skip. I am not walking into a trap, I remind myself. I didn't tell anyone I was coming here. I didn't even know it myself until a little while ago, so there's no way Skip could have engineered this meeting. Matthew and Marissa couldn't have either. I exhale and enter the kitchen. It's as gorgeous as I remembered, with its built-in appliances and glass-fronted cabinets. A bowl of mixed nuts is on the island, next to a half-full bottle of Malbec and a red, white, and blue plastic rocket. Matthew pours a generous amount of the ruby-colored wine into a balloon glass and hands it to me. Had some quality father-son time with Bennett this afternoon. Matthew gestures to the toy. That thing is a lot better than the bottle rockets I had growing up. Nice. I take a sip of wine, feeling its warmth ease down my throat, then turn to Skip. I decide to take control of the conversation. Do you live in the neighborhood, Skip? I already know he lives in the Palisades. At least, that's what he told me when we met at Matisse. I want to see if that information fits what the Bishops know about him. Not too far away. I've got a place in D.C., Skip replies, avoiding my eyes. I'm trying to read his energy, but I can't decipher it. He seemed so straightforward and solid when I first met him. Then, when I caught him coming out of my home office, he seemed a little jittery and off. Now he's acting guarded and cagey. But I detect nothing in his affect that feels threatening. Skip's house is fantastic, Matthew adds helpfully. He just finished renovating it. Matthew seems oblivious of the prickly undercurrent linking Skip and me. So far, Skip's biographical data aligns. Yet I feel as if the more time I spend in Skip's presence, the less I know about him. He is the missing link in a chain I never knew existed, an invisible stitch affixing me to the Bishops. I swiftly review the timeline in my mind as Matthew tops off Skip's drink, then his own. I called in my supposedly anonymous tip to the FDA, then I met Skip. Several weeks later, Marissa reached out to me. In between my encounters with Skip and the Bishops, Acelia began unleashing their intimidation tactics. All of these events seemed independent at first. Now I wonder if hidden connections exist, like the sticky threads of a nearly invisible spiderweb. Do you live nearby? Skip turns my question around on me. Cleveland Park, I tell him, as if he weren't eating Thai food at my kitchen table just last week. I look back and forth between him and Matthew. So, how do you guys know each other? As Matthew opens his mouth to answer, Marissa enters the room. The smudge of mascara is gone from beneath her eye, and she has smoothed her hair. But one pant leg is still tucked inside her boot, and she looks wrung out, even worse than when she exited her car a few minutes ago. How was your massage? Matthew leans over to give her another quick kiss. Amazing. But Marissa doesn't seem like a woman who has just spent a blissful hour getting her body kneaded with lavender oil. A massage? I wonder if this is why I couldn't reach her. Marissa's been under so much stress lately, I thought she deserved a break. Matthew lifts up the bottle of wine. Pour you a glass, babe? Marissa stares at the bottle for a beat, then shakes her head. I'm going to stick with water and rehydrate. That makes sense, Matthew says as Marissa takes a glass out of the cabinet and fills it with water. It's only because I'm watching Skip so intently that I realize he is staring at Marissa with an equal intensity. She tilts back her head, exposing her long, graceful neck as she takes a long sip of water. She must feel Skip's eyes on her because she turns to him. How are the new townhouses coming along? She glances at me. Skip is a real estate developer. I nod, pretending it's new information. This, too, fits with what Skip has told me. Really well, Skip says. You still thinking about letting Natalie handle some of the sales? Matthew asks. Natalie again? I think. Skip nods, a little curtly. I can't read Marissa's face because at the mention of Natalie's name, she turns around again and opens the refrigerator door. Then she closes it without removing any items. Shall we move this party to the living room? Matthew says easily. Matthew lifts up the wine bottle and his glass in one hand and the bowl of mixed nuts in the other. We all trail Matthew into the room where I held my second session with the Bishops. Something is different about this space. At first, I'm not sure what it is. Then I realize the sectional couch is darker and smaller than the one that used to be here. As before, Matthew claims a chair facing the couch, and since I'm right behind him, I get to pick next. I choose the only other chair in the room, the same place I sat last time. That leaves the gray sectional for Marissa and Skip. They sit a few feet apart, like strangers who enter the same elevator together and immediately put a healthy distance between them. I make sure I'm the first one to speak. I need this question answered. So, you were about to tell me how you guys all know each other.
Marissa and Skip were friends first.
Matthew leans back and perches his right ankle and foot atop his left thigh.
They actually grew up in the same town.
He names an area on the eastern shore. I've heard it's lovely. I've never been, but Paul had friends who owned a vacation home there and often traveled from D.C. for the weekend.
My parents bought a summer place there when I was 15, Matthew continues. Skip was quite the entrepreneur even then. He had a little fishing boat and ran a charter business. My dad still talks about the snapper he caught with Skip before dawn on Saturday mornings while the rest of us were sleeping.
Hey, some of us had to work during the summers, Skip chimes in. Right, Marissa? She nods and smiles weakly.
But we all had fun together at night, Matthew says.
That's true. Those beach bonfires. Man, I miss them. Skip looks only at Marissa when he replies. It sounds idyllic. I wonder, though, if, like everything else in the Bishop's life, the pretty memories are layered over something murky. Skip's dynamic with Matthew seems to hold hints of one-upmanship. Maybe that began when they were young. So when did you two become close friends? I ask. Something passes between Skip and Matthew. Their eyes briefly meet, then flicker apart. Marissa's empty glass of water clinks loudly against the stone coaster as she sets it down.
When I was 16. Skip's much older than me. He was 17.
Matthew winks, apparently ribbing his friend. Then Matthew smiles at his wife.
The same summer I fell in love with Marissa.
Before anyone can reminisce further, Marissa quickly stands up, smoothing the front of her pants. Would anyone like some water? I'm going to get another glass.
Why don't you fill up the pitcher? Matthew suggests.
She nods and exits the room quickly. I'll go help. Skip shoots a look at Matthew as he rises. It almost feels like a rebuke, as if carrying in a pitcher of water and a few glasses is too much for Marissa. You've kept in touch since you were teenagers? Now that the shock of seeing Skip has passed, my adrenaline has dipped back down to a normal level. I need to maximize every second I get alone with Matthew by pulling as much information out of him as I can.
Yep.
I glance at the bookshelf to my left, the one that holds the photo of Matthew and Marissa with their wedding party. I have a copy of it on my phone and make a mental note to study it later in case Skip was a groomsman. What about Skip's wife? I lob. Are you and Marissa close with her too?
Skip isn't married. I guess he hasn't found the perfect woman yet.
Unlike you. Matthew smiles, a proud, proprietorial smile.
Yeah, unlike me.
He leans forward.
You know, it's a shame he hasn't dated anyone seriously in a while. He's the one I set up with Natalie, but they didn't click. He's a great guy. And I know he really wants kids.
I cast back in my memory for what Marissa had said about the setup. That Natalie wasn't interested in Skip because she wanted Matthew. What a strange gathering that must have been. Marissa returns with a stack of 3 glasses, followed closely by Skip, who holds a cobalt blue water pitcher. Instead of letting Marissa fill up a glass and give it to her husband, Skip does so. Marissa sits back down, a little farther from Skip than before and closer to me, and crosses her arms around her waist.
Thanks, buddy.
Matthew is still the picture of ease.
How are things going at Coco?
Skip asks, turning toward Marissa. While she answers, I look at Matthew. If he is at all bothered by the way Skip is attending to his wife, he doesn't show it. For the next 20 minutes or so, the conversation ranges from the killer arm of the new pitcher of the Nationals baseball team to the weather to the top executive at Howard University who is considering a run for Congress. I join in enough to make it seem as if I were a full participant, nodding at the correct moments and laughing along with everyone else when Matthew cracks a joke about politicians. All the while, I'm cataloging clues being revealed in body language, word choices, and vocal tones. Earlier tonight, all I wanted was to get Marissa alone, but I no longer need the information I came here to retrieve. Marissa's sudden intake of breath causes my head to twist. She's staring at a stack of children's games on the coffee table. They look brand new in their plastic packaging. "Bennett talked me into buying those when we were at Child's Play," Matthew comments. "We thought we'd have family game night." Marissa nods, but the motion seems mechanical. If she was anxious before, now she seems completely spooked. I look at the games. Pictionary, Scattergories, and a kid's version of Truth or Dare cards. What could possibly have triggered that reaction in her? Marissa lifts a shaking hand to her mouth to conceal a yawn. The gesture seems fake. She's clearly trying to end the evening, but is it because of her discomfort with Skip or something else? Every single person here is concealing something, I realize. The velvety, expensive wine, attractive decor, and friendly conversation can't mask the truth. Ugly, explosive secrets are swirling around inside this room. Still, I pretend to take the hint. It's time to break up this little party. I want to talk to Skip alone. "I'm always wiped out after a massage, too," I tell Marissa. "And I must be keeping you all from your dinner. Thanks for the drink." I stand up, assuming Skip will do the same, especially since Matthew indicated earlier that Skip was a surprise guest, too. Skip remains on the couch, sipping his wine, the red wine he'd supposedly developed a recent allergy to. "Nice to meet you, Avery." Marissa looks at me, and I can see anguish in her eyes. I need to decide if I'm going to save her from this situation or leave her to flounder. The last thing Marissa wants is to be left alone with her husband and his old friend. The one I'm now certain she betrayed Matthew with.
Chapter 33. Marissa. Marissa feels as if she is struggling through a swamp. The air around her is heavy and oppressive, and her limbs are leaden. She knew something horrible would happen tonight, and it has. First, Avery confronted her outside her home, demanding to talk. And then, when she pulled open the door, there stood Skip. Skip, whom she wasn't supposed to see until Monday, when Avery would provide her with the magical elixir to fix everything. Skip's presence in her house, beside her on the couch, close enough for her to smell his aftershave, is almost too much for her to bear. Does Matthew suspect? She steals a glance at her husband, who is telling a joke about politicians, gesturing with both hands and smiling broadly. This is their home. They created it together, not only with bricks and mortar, but by building layers of memories. They chart Bennett's growth on the door of his closet in different colored markers every year. They play board games, assemble puzzles, and watch movies in this very room. They've shared tears and hurt feelings and hugs. All the work they have done to create and repair not just their marriage, but their family, will be shattered in an instant if Matthew knows. She feels the heat of Skip's gaze on her again. He's acting so strangely. Why did he follow her into the kitchen and insist on carrying out the pitcher? Matthew had said Skip was a surprise guest. Why in the world would he pop by without an invitation?
I know I shouldn't say this, but I can't stop thinking about our night.
She blinks hard, and the image of those printed words disappears, only to be replaced by these.
I'm not letting you go so easily.
She tries to track the relaxed banter, but her mind is churning. She takes a sip of water as Matthew tells the punchline, and Avery and Skip laugh. Marissa has missed another beat. She watches Matthew lift his glass of wine and drink from it. Skip must have brought the same Argentinian Malbec over as he had the night she slept with him. She recognized the label when Matthew offered it to her. Why won't Skip just leave them alone? Her gaze drifts to the coffee table, where 3 children's games are stacked up: Pictionary, Scattergories, and a card game. Truth or Dare for kids, reads the description on the box. Pretend to be a dog. Do you believe in ghosts? Do a crazy dance. Marissa's body is trembling. She can't be here for another minute. She has to get Skip and Avery out of her house now. At last, there is a break in the conversation, and she fakes a yawn. It's unlike her husband to miss a cue such as this. Normally, Matthew would find a way to gracefully end the evening, but he merely leans forward and grabs another handful of nuts. Avery takes the bait and stands. She looks from Matthew to Skip and then to Marissa. She hesitates for a moment. Marissa's throat thickens. She swallows back the surge of nausea. "Don't leave me alone with them," she wants to cry out. Matthew begins to rise. He is a chivalrous host. Of course he will show Avery out, and Marissa will be left alone with Skip. But before Matthew can get to his feet, Avery says, "Actually, Marissa, can we chat for a second?" Marissa nods and follows Avery into the entryway. She has no idea what Avery wants from her. Why did she drop by tonight uninvited? Before Marissa can say a word, Avery begins. "When I leave, tell Matthew and Skip you don't feel well, that you are having some sort of reaction to the oil the masseuse used, that you need to excuse yourself, and to then go directly upstairs." "But what about Bennett? What about dinner?" "Marissa, your husband is a capable man. He'll figure it out. Besides, once Skip leaves, you will have a miraculous recovery and can recapture your family night." Marissa nods. "Okay." Avery leans in closer, her voice a whisper. "I know he's the guy." Marissa rears back. "Is it that obvious?" Avery looks directly into Marissa's eyes, seeming to take measure of her. Does Avery suspect what else Marissa is hiding? "I'll need to see you tomorrow for another session." Marissa swallows hard and nods. "Of course, I can make myself available whenever you'd like." Avery nods crisply, as if that were a given. Marissa feels a rush of relief. Avery not only showed up at the best possible moment, almost as if she intuited how desperately she would be needed, but she has also provided Marissa with an out tonight. Avery points toward the family room, where the 2 men await. "Now go." Marissa leans her head back against the hard porcelain tub, wishing the hot water would melt the coldness inside her. Downstairs, Matthew and Skip are probably still chatting, and she has no idea what Skip's agenda is in showing up here tonight. He'd said he would be in LA until Friday evening, so he must have come straight here from the airport. Regardless, they had an agreement to see each other on Monday at the coffee shop. Why would he change that plan without telling her? Matthew had said he'd put a frozen pizza in the oven for Bennett for dinner, which means he'll need to leave the living room to heat up the oven and pop in the pie, then again to take it out and call Bennett down to dinner. Those interruptions to his conversation with Skip might finally prompt Skip to leave. Marissa uses her toes to turn the tap down to a trickle and sinks lower into the water. The anonymous bouquet, the ominous note, Skip's uninvited appearance tonight. None of it seems true to character. These actions taken together and under the circumstances feel almost malicious, designed to inflict distress. While Skip would never be called a saint, in all the years she has known him, since she was 7 and Skip was 9, she can't think of a single time he acted deliberately cruelly. The only hurtful instance she can recall occurred when he seemingly rejected her after their kiss, during the summer that seemed to be on all of their minds tonight. Now that Avery knows the truth about Skip, Marissa can finally tell her the full story about the summer she kissed Skip but ended up as Matthew's girl. Marissa closes her eyes, getting the narrative straight in her head. The details remain so vivid that the scenes spring forward, fully formed. The rhythms of that season had shifted. Her parents deemed her old enough to close up Connors, so several nights a week Marissa ate dinner early at the kitchen table, then went to relieve her father. After she locked up the store, she would sometimes wander down to the shore to meet up with the other teens. The night she saw Skip with new eyes began as just another warm, languid evening. The moon was tucked behind clouds, so she used the small flashlight on her keychain to make her way down to the water, her flip-flops squeaking slightly with every step. Once she got closer to the beach, the light of the bonfire helped guide her, and she could hear the red-hot chili peppers blaring from a boombox. There was often alcohol, pilfered from parents' liquor cabinets or bought from the board clerk at the Stop and Save, and sometimes a little pot, too. Marissa occasionally sipped a wine cooler, but never drank more than one.
"Hey, Marissa!"
Tina called out.
"Come here, we're about to start Truth or Dare."
Tina's speech was slurred, the way it always got when she was buzzed, something she'd been doing a lot more of that summer.
"Seems like the party started early tonight,"
Marissa called back, but by then Tina's attention was on twisting another can of Bud Light out of the plastic six-pack ring. Marissa and Tina had been best friends through 8th grade, sharing clothes and makeup, stickers and secrets. But right before high school began, Tina's father moved away, and Tina's mom seemed to completely check out of parenting. Tina appeared to grow up overnight. Instead of wanting to be with Marissa, Tina started cutting classes, partying, and hanging out with some of the older kids. She already had a reputation, although no one knew how true the rumors were. As Marissa drew closer, she saw Skip standing there, a smile curling the edges of his mouth, holding firewood logs. His arms were flexed under the weight, and she could see the outline of his biceps beneath his old t-shirt. His face, being partly in the golden firelight and partly in shadows, made him look both familiar and somehow brand new. She smiled back, feeling a strange flutter in her stomach. Skip lifted up a log and tossed it on the fire, sending up a shower of sparks, then used a big stick to pull apart 2 pieces of wood, allowing more air to mix with the flames. Out of the corner of her eye, Marissa watched him work, struck by his physicality, his strong shoulders and biceps flexing as he lifted and pulled. Then he turned and smiled at her with a boyish grin that let her know he'd caught her watching. When she claimed a seat, she felt another flutter when Skip came to sit beside her.
"I'll go first,"
Tina cried, jumping to her feet.
"Someone give me a dare."
The game progressed predictably. Kids usually accepted dares, running into the surf fully clothed, shotgunning beers, but a few selected truths. Then it was Marissa's turn. Usually Marissa picked truth, partly because she didn't have any big secrets, and partly because the dares got edgier as the game wore on. But tonight, something pushed her to say, "Dare."
"Kiss one of the guys next to you,"
a girl giggled. Marissa pretended to hesitate as if she were considering which boy to choose. She took another sip of her wine cooler for courage, then turned toward Skip. She leaned forward and closed her eyes. His lips were soft, and he smelled like suntan lotion and the wintergreen lifesavers he always carried in his pocket. The whole interaction lasted less than 5 seconds, but for Marissa, it changed everything. As the game continued, she was acutely aware of Skip. Skip, the boy she'd known forever, just inches away. She swore she felt his awareness of her, too. Tina also seemed to sense it. Marissa detected the heat of Tina's glare. Marissa had a hunch Tina liked Skip, but Tina seemed to like lots of guys. Skip wasn't hers to claim. Besides, the sting of Tina's abrupt withdrawal from Marissa's life hadn't abated. Tina abruptly stood up, even though it wasn't her turn.
"I dare myself to take off my shirt."
Guys hooted and cheered as Tina slowly lifted her top, first revealing her pale, soft stomach and then her bright pink bra. Marissa could barely fill out an A cup, and for a moment she was as awestruck as the boys by Tina's lush body. It hadn't been that long ago that Tina and she had stuffed socks in their training bras, giggling as they admired themselves in Marissa's bedroom mirror. A few of the kids clapped as Tina did a little shimmy. She stumbled briefly before catching her balance again.
Dare you to take off your bra, shouted Jimmy Parsons, one of the rough boys, who was a year ahead of Marissa. Instead of laughing and sitting back down, Tina slowly reached back with both hands, but she wasn't looking at Jimmy. Her eyes, outlined in a bright turquoise, were staring straight at Skip. Marissa heard the quick intake of breath of the guy on the other side of her. The tenor of the evening changed instantly, as if the darkness just beyond them had seeped into their circle of firelight. Do it, Jimmy chanted. Do it! Several other guys joined in. The boy's energy was palpable. It felt to Marissa as if a pack of wolves had picked up the scent of a rabbit. Tina was too impaired and too desperate for attention, even the wrong kind of attention. Marissa jumped up. Hey, Tina, why don't you have some water? Maybe it's time to go home. Who are you, the Hall Shark?
One of the guys yelled, bringing up the nickname of the school monitor who kept tabs on the students.
Come on, man.
Skip reached over and gave him a gentle punch on the shoulder.
We've all seen her tits anyway,
Jimmy said, leering.
It takes 1 beer to kiss her, 2 beers to touch her, 3 beers to undress her, and 4 beers to fuck her.
More hooting and hollering came from the other boys, and Marissa watched as Tina crumpled, as if the words were stones raining down on her.
Screw you!
Tears streaked down Tina's face. She grabbed her shirt and began to run. They all watched her go, then Jimmy said,
I didn't even get to what she does after 5 drinks,
which made everyone laugh except Marissa and Skip. The laughter must have carried to Tina. As Marissa watched Tina slip as she struggled to run in the soft sand, Marissa found herself thinking about how before Tina's parents divorced and the 2 girls would have sleepovers, Tina used to fall asleep snuggling a stuffed monkey. How utterly alone she must feel, Marissa thought. One of us should get her home, Marissa whispered to Skip. Make sure she's all right. Skip looked at her in surprise.
Yeah?
Marissa nodded. The thing swelling between her and Skip. It could wait.
Do you want to go, or should I?
Let's both go, Marissa decided. But that had been the wrong call. Of all the things Marissa regretted in life, this topped the list. She should have chased after Tina alone and hugged her and invited her to stay over again. Maybe then Tina would have been safe. Seeing Skip and Marissa together had only upset Tina more. She'd lashed out at them, then run away again. By the time Marissa unlocked her front door later that night, her parents were sound asleep. She slipped upstairs quietly, put her clothes in the hamper, and brushed her teeth. She lay awake for a long time, though. The next morning, she awoke much later than usual and headed into the kitchen. Both her mother and her father sat huddled at the small table whispering, which made no sense because who was manning the store? They lifted their heads and stared at her. She'd only seen them look that way, so pale and stricken, once before when her maternal grandmother had suddenly died of a heart attack. "What is it?" Marissa had gasped. "Sweetheart," her mother's voice caught. "We have some terrible news. Tina—" Her mother didn't continue. Maybe she couldn't, and Marissa felt her heart pound. Dread infused her.
Tina was found dead,
Marissa's father finally said.
The police think she was murdered.
Marissa's legs buckled. Everything changed again, seemingly in an instant. The whole town went on high alert. No kids were allowed out alone, even in the daytime. Marissa's father closed up the store in the evenings while she stayed home with her mother and Luke. Details and rumors seeped out. Tina had been beaten to death. No, she'd been suffocated. Her body was found on a pile of rocks near the water. She'd been raped, or maybe she'd had consensual sex. She'd been discovered by an early morning fisherman, but had likely been killed around 10 the previous evening, shortly after she'd left the bonfire. The police questioned all the kids who'd been at the beach that night, including Marissa, who told them about Truth or Dare, Tina's drinking, and how she and Skip had gone after Tina and tried to console her, but she'd resisted, calling Marissa a bitch and physically lashing out at Skip and scratching his forearm, so they gave up. "Skip walked me home afterwards," Marissa had said. The detective nodded and jotted something down in his notebook. "So we were the last ones to see her alive?" Marissa had whispered. Marissa's father had placed a hand on her shoulder. He'd told the police there was no way they were going to talk to his teenaged daughter without him being present. The police detective had regarded her, expressionless.
Other than the killer.
The phone rang all the time, bringing news from friends and neighbors, and Marissa's father carried home more information from the store's customers. A timeline emerged. Most of the kids stayed at the bonfire, continuing the games and drinking. After he walked Marissa home, Skip had apparently gone to Matthew's house, which seemed odd to Marissa since he and Matthew weren't close, and Skip had watched a movie with Matthew. Matthew's mother verified this, saying she'd brought the boys a bowl of popcorn and cans of soda. Everyone had an alibi, and besides, no one thought one of the teenagers was a murderer. A suspect emerged quickly, the English teacher at the high school, who'd always seemed a little creepy. 4 days later, everyone in town breathed a collective sigh of relief when the teacher was arrested for Tina's murder after he gave a full confession. The police found pictures of Tina and some of the other cheerleaders, taken surreptitiously at their practice, on his camera. A memorial service was held for Tina, but after the tears and the high school choir's rendition of Amazing Grace, it seemed as if she was quickly forgotten, as if the tide that had erased the traces of her footprints that night had also washed away memories of Tina herself. The beach bonfires resumed, though no one ever suggested playing Truth or Dare. By August, the paralyzing fog around Marissa finally yielded to a more manageable grief. She'd barely left the house, other than to lay flowers on Tina's grave, pink and purple bouquets, because those were Tina's favorite colors. But now Marissa began to venture out again, and to resume working at the family store. Skip seemed different, though. Marissa hoped he'd seek out her company. More than that, she'd counted on it. But he never did. When she bumped into him, he was both friendly and remote. She told herself she'd imagined the spark between them. She had kissed him, not the other way around. Then, in mid-August, Matthew came into Connor's to buy his mother coffee beans. Now, Marissa looks down at the wedding band on her finger, then plunges her head down into the warm water. Seeing those words on the card game, Truth or Dare, brought back so many memories, including the one of that first kiss. The spark she'd felt for Skip had never gone away. It had merely laid dormant until Skip's second kiss reignited it a few weeks ago. But she loves her husband. She made a choice long ago to commit to Matthew. Marissa's head breaks the surface just as Matthew knocks on the door.
"Sweetie, you okay in there?"
"Yes, thanks."
"Skip just left."
Marissa mentally wills a message to Avery. "Thank you. I'll be down in a minute. I'm feeling better now."
Chapter 34. Avery. Gabe's Deli is a Washington, D.C. institution. Nestled between a copy shop and an upscale sneaker store, it's a hole in the wall, but the food is anything but ordinary. Gabe, the owner, has reimagined classic comfort dishes, mac and cheese, meatloaf, and chicken noodle soup, with a healthy twist. The ingredients are farm-fresh, organic, and wholesome. The cashier by the front door, who doubles as a hostess, tells me there's a waiting list for a booth, but a few counter stools are open. I glance around the restaurant and thank her. The counter will do just fine. "Guess that bowl of nuts didn't fill you up either," I comment to Skip, who is tapping a message into his phone on the next stool over. He looks startled, but recovers quickly. He must realize I followed him here when he left the Bishops. Maybe he even expected it on some level. "Hey, Avery." I thank the waiter who slides a glass of water in front of me, and since I feel that I have to order something, I tell him I'll have a grilled cheese. "I guess you've got a few questions for me." Skip swivels on his stool to face me. I take measure of him. Like Marissa, Skip seems a little ragged. He still needs that haircut, and the bright overhead lighting reveals a few lines in his face that I don't remember seeing before. Let's start with this one. What the hell is going on? Skip glances at his phone, then tucks it away. Fair enough. I'll just lay it out. I'm the one who sent Marissa to see you. I ran through a lot of outlandish premises in my mind on the drive here, but this isn't one I considered. That article about you in the Post magazine. I emailed it to Marissa and suggested she make an appointment. A friend forwarded it to me a while back. It's the reason I sought you out, Marissa had told me in our second session. So Marissa, who seemed so innocent at first, had lured her husband to the counselor her lover had suggested. For a woman who claims she has no more secrets, she sure conceals a lot. When? About a month ago, maybe a little longer. So right after you two slept together. I stare straight into his eyes as I deliver the words. She told you about us? I cut him off. I'm the one asking questions now. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but this doesn't make sense. Why in the world would you want the Bishops to come see me and try to fix their marriage when you're obviously in love with Marissa? Skip's eyes look hollow. I didn't expect Marissa would bring Matthew. I figured she'd go to the sessions alone. It still isn't computing. And then what would happen? You'd make her realize she needs to leave Matthew. I want to laugh, but Skip's expression is so bleak I don't. Skip, Marissa loves Matthew. She wants to repair things with him. I can't make her realize anything she doesn't believe. That's not how this works. Skip opens his mouth, but before he can reply, the waiter moves to our end of the counter and tells Skip his order will be ready soon. Sorry for the delay, the kitchen's really backed up tonight. When the waiter moves away, Skip leans closer to me. Look, you were asking about the summer when Matthew said he fell in love with Marissa, but I loved her first. I was her first kiss. Did she ever tell you that? I shake my head. I'm beginning to feel sorry for him. There's always been something between me and Marissa. That makes me sit up straighter. So that wasn't the first time you slept together? No, it was, just that once. I meant that you've always loved her. Skip, the man who has never married and may have difficulties with intimacy, given that I don't know of any long-term relationships he has had. He only went out with Natalie once, and even though I felt a connection to him and thought it might turn into something more, it was fleeting. I just want what's best for her, and Matthew isn't it. You need to let this go, Skip. Don't send Marissa flowers or call her again. And for God's sake, don't leave her anonymous notes. Skip cuts himself off as the waiter comes over again, this time holding 4 to-go bowls. He sets them on the counter in front of Skip, then begins stacking them in a paper bag with Gabe's logo on the front. Want saltines? Skip thinks for a second, then nods. Please. The waiter sticks several little packets into the bag. Actually, do you have any extra? Sure. The waiter adds another handful. Anything else? That'll do it, thanks. Careful, the soup's pretty hot. I look at the bag. 4 bowls of soup? Skip nods. Yeah, Marissa doesn't feel well. I'm bringing them back for her. The roses, the note, the phone calls, and now this? Skip isn't in love. He's obsessed. He glances at the bill the waiter has left on the counter and pulls out 2 20s, leaving them beneath his water glass. Skip, don't you think Matthew is capable of taking care of his wife? He doesn't need you to be the delivery boy. Skip flinches. He doesn't react with anger, though. He looks at me levelly. Didn't you notice how tired Marissa looked? Matthew didn't even care that she was going to carry that heavy water pitcher or go upstairs without dinner. She can't skip meals like that. His demeanor is at odds with his words. Skip is acting as if it were perfectly natural for him to be the primary person looking out for Marissa's well-being. Skip reaches for the handle of the bag. When Marissa was pregnant with Bennett, The only thing she could keep down was Gabe's chicken noodle soup. It's such a specific detail. How many other nuances of Marissa's life has he cataloged through the years? Now that Skip has Marissa's dinner in hand, I'm going to lose him. He's like a missile being guided straight back to her. I wonder if he'll leave the soup on the doorstep or ring the bell and try to go inside again. How long until Matthew catches on, I wonder. My plan for the Monday meeting at the coffee shop won't work now. There isn't anything Marissa will be able to say to convince Skip to let this go. He wants Marissa for himself. By his own admission, he has wanted her for 25 years, and based on his actions tonight, he isn't going to stop. I'm so caught up in my thoughts that it takes me a moment to process the layered meaning of Skip's words. When Marissa was pregnant with Bennett. Skip, you don't think Marissa is pregnant? Yes, I do. He stands up, his expression resolute. And I'm almost positive it's my baby.
Chapter 35. Marissa. Marissa scans the group gathered at North Chevy Chase Park, searching for a familiar face. Matthew would hate this, Marissa thinks, as one of the boys in Bennett's Cub Scout troop, wielding a stick like a spear, runs past her through a muddy puddle, screaming, "Kaya!" Or at least the old Matthew would have. Maybe the new one, who'd played scattergories with her and Bennett for 2 hours last night, and woke up early to make Bennett daddy pancakes, substituting M&Ms for Marissa's usual berries and chia seeds, wouldn't have minded at all. After Skip finally left their home and Marissa rejoined her family, it was as if the world tipped back onto its correct axis. Though Marissa still felt unmoored and shaky, Matthew and Bennett were filled with stories about their rocket launches, including Bennett's excited description of Matthew hoisting Bennett 20 feet high into a tree to retrieve the toy when it got stuck. By the time they'd all gathered around the game, Marissa had felt calm enough to nibble a slice of pizza and join in the laughter. The only off note came when Skip sent a group text to Matthew and Marissa to let them know he'd left some chicken soup on their doorstep for Marissa. The gesture seemed completely over the top, but Matthew merely read the message, then looked at Marissa and shrugged.
That's nice of him. Guess he was worried you were really sick.
Then he'd wrapped an arm around Marissa and pulled her closer. This morning, Matthew had seemed genuinely disappointed to miss the prep for the Great Outdoors event, but a crisis had erupted at the office and he needed to go in for a couple of hours. That wasn't unusual. Matthew often worked on weekends. What was different was his promise to make it up to them.
I'm all yours as soon as I get back,
he'd said as he shrugged on his coat. She'd glanced at Bennett, then followed Matthew into the garage, hesitating as she carefully chose her next words. Would it be okay with you if I invited Chris to the Cub Scout thing? The event, with its focus on tent building and wood whittling, would be the perfect bonding opportunity for her handy father-in-law and his grandson. Plus, it would be nice for Bennett to have a male relative there, since so many boys came with their fathers. Bennett hasn't seen him since they went to see that last Spider-Man movie, she'd continued. Matthew didn't look up as he opened his car door. She held her breath, hoping she hadn't shattered their new equanimity, as he seemed to come to a decision.
Sure,
he'd said quietly. He met her eyes over the roof of his car.
You know, I've been thinking maybe we could invite my dad over for dinner again sometime. Not for a special occasion or anything.
Was it possible that Matthew was changing the tenor of all the significant relationships in his life? She'd read about it in books and seen it in movies. A character who had a medical scare or near-death experience completely reevaluates his or her life. It was fairly common. She just never thought it would happen to Matthew. My infidelity with Skip might actually have saved my husband, Marissa had thought in wonder. Now Marissa watches Chris supervise Bennett as her son lays out tent stakes and poles and shakes out a bright blue tarp.
Lay it shiny side up, buddy,
Chris instructs Bennett. If it weren't for the way Chris treated Matthew, Marissa might actually like her father-in-law. As it is, her feelings toward him are mixed. Okay, Gramps, Bennett replies. So the shiny side should face the shiny sun.
That's right. Now find the big pole that's going to hold up the tent. No, not that one. It's the one to the left.
Bennett lifts up both of his hands to see which index finger and thumb form the letter L, a trick he learned from a teacher. Out of the corner of her eye, Marissa spots a familiar figure approaching the park. She stiffens. "I need to get something from my car," Marissa tells Chris. "Would you mind watching Bennett for a bit?" Chris waves her off, and Marissa hurries to intercept the new arrival. Chris's presence today serves a dual purpose, bonding with Bennett and affording her the chance to slip off unnoticed. The voices of the group fade as Marissa walks farther away toward the wooded area by the playground equipment. A few parents are pushing kids on swings or soaking in the sun on benches, but no one takes any notice of Marissa as she passes by to where Avery waits. "Thanks for meeting me," Marissa begins. Seeing Avery here brings the tumult of last night rushing back, and Marissa's stomach twitches. "We've got a lot to cover, so talk fast." Avery folds her arms. "What happened after I left?" Marissa fills Avery in on everything. Her soak in the tub and the memories of that summer, the games and the soup delivery. From her position in the park, Marissa can't see Bennett or Chris. She is gripped with the same irrational fear she felt right after her massage, the one that compelled her to rush to Bennett's side. "He's fine," she tells herself. "He's with Chris, and Chris knows how to handle himself." At 70, he has the strength of many men half his age. Chris doesn't go to a gym or play golf or tennis, but whenever there's manual labor to be done, 50-pound bags of mulch to spread around his yard or a dead tree that needs to be cut down, he works unceasingly until the job is complete. Because Avery doesn't react when Marissa tells her about the soup delivery, Marissa keeps talking nervously. "I know I shouldn't have lied to you about Skip, but I never thought he'd become such a big problem." Marissa realizes she is wringing her hands together, and she forces herself to stop. "What is it? No more secrets." Marissa clears her throat. "The note that was slipped under Coco's door. I reviewed the security camera footage and recognized the person who delivered it." Marissa can't see Avery's eyes beneath Avery's dark sunglasses. It's impossible to know how she is feeling. Avery fired her as a client once before. Now that she knows Marissa has been keeping more information concealed, will she walk away again? Marissa is in too deep. She has to keep going. No more secrets. "It was a man named Ray. He's homeless, and he often sits on a bench down the street from my store. I talked to him, and he told me someone had paid him to do it." "Who?" "Ray didn't get a name." "And?" Avery snaps. "And in addition to paying Ray, he gave Ray his gloves. I recognized them because they're the same gloves I bought Skip for Christmas." "How do you know they're the same pair?" "They're blue leather. They're very distinctive." Avery is silent for a moment. "Did you ever doubt it was Skip who left that note?" Marissa shakes her head. "No. The moment I saw it, I knew." Marissa wishes Avery would remove her glasses so she could gauge her expression. "I'm going to ask you something really personal now," Avery finally says. Marissa nods. She resists the urge to look back and crane her head to try to glimpse Bennett through the trees. "Are you pregnant?" "What?" Marissa gasps. "No, why would you think such a thing?" "You're sure?" "I'm positive." Marissa is not going to explain the details of her cycle to Avery, but she can say with 100% certainty this is true. Marissa's cell phone vibrates in her pocket, but she ignores it. "Well, I have a feeling someone suspects you are." "Who?" Marissa begins to ask, but the word dies on her lips. The image of the opaque CVS bag, the one that contained her pregnancy test, bursts into her mind. "Polly! Did she tell you I was?" "Why would Polly think that?" "After Skip and I knew the odds were very slim given my fertility issues, but I had to make sure, so I picked up a test and used it at work. The result was negative, but then Polly started acting strangely. She wouldn't even let me pick up a pillow. I finally got it out of her that she saw the kit in the trash can." By the time Marissa is finished recounting the story, Avery is shaking her head. "So you explained to your overly solicitous assistant that you aren't pregnant?" "Yes, and she appeared to believe me. Did she tell you otherwise?" Marissa's heart is pounding. She is so angry that if Polly were here, she'd not only fire her on the spot, she'd have trouble restraining herself from slapping Polly across the face. Have Polly and Skip ever met? Polly and Skip? Marissa feels dizzy under the onslaught of questions. She doesn't want to be here, trying to untangle the horrible mess she's created. She should be with her son, watching him pitch a tent for the first time. If only she hadn't answered her phone that night when Skip had called, saying he was in the neighborhood. If only she'd said she was tired instead of telling him to stop by, that Matthew was out of town, but she'd love to catch up. If only she hadn't drank half the bottle of wine he'd brought. Marissa forces herself to consider Avery's question. Marissa needs to make sure the information she gives is true. No, Polly hasn't worked for me long. Skip has never been to the store during that time, at least that I know about. The sun dips behind a cloud. The young-looking father sitting on the bench stands up and collects his children, leaving only a woman pushing a baby in a stroller back and forth. The baby is crying, a tired, drawn-out sound that borders on a whine. His noises are drowning out the faint voices of the Cub Scouts, and Marissa quashes the urgent desire to run back to Bennett. Avery shifts topics. Polly said someone has been calling the store and hanging up when she answers. It's pretty obvious who the mystery caller is. Is it possible that he didn't hang up once? That he and Polly spoke? Marissa shrugs. I have no idea, truly. She feels her cell phone vibrate in her pocket again. Sorry. She pulls it out and stares down at the notification. Another missed call. There's no name for the contact. Marissa erased it weeks ago, but she recognizes the number as Skip's. Marissa's chest tightens. It's him again. Don't answer. Until I figure out how to handle Skip, I don't want you to talk to him. Marissa turns the screen so Avery can see it. Along with the missed call is a text. Just checking in to see how you're feeling. Why is he so worried about... Marissa's hand flies to her mouth. Oh my God, she whispers as the realization hits her. Avery's personal question, Skip's over-attentiveness, Gabe's chicken soup. Skip thinks I'm... A child's shriek cuts through the air. Just as Marissa could pick Bennett from a lineup based on scent, she can recognize his cry even from this distance. Bennett, I've got to go. She races back toward the makeshift campground. In the time she's been gone, how long could it have been? 7 minutes? 10 tops, she assures herself. A medley of tents have been constructed, and the scouts, in their identical uniforms, are swarming around. Where's her son? She thinks frantically. Finally, she spots the back of Chris's hunter green jacket. He is huddled with a few other adults, including the troop leader. Bennett is in the center of the group. Bennett! He turns around. He is pressing a handkerchief to his thumb.
I don't think he needs stitches, do you?
She can hear the leader asking as he opens a first aid kit. Marissa's pulse slows. Bennett isn't badly hurt. He isn't even crying. What happened, sweetie? Did you cut yourself whittling?
This is going to sting just for a second, okay?
The troop leader, peeling back the handkerchief, tells Bennett. Marissa leans over and puts her hand on Bennett's shoulder. She wants to take him in her arms, but the other children are watching, and she knows Bennett is trying to keep his composure. The leader pours a bit of iodine on the cut, then begins to bandage it up.
Next time you'll use a regulation pocket knife, right?
The troop leader winks at Bennett. I don't understand. Bennett has a regulation knife. Chris clears his throat.
He was using mine.
Marissa sees the pocket knife on the grass. Its blade is longer and likely much sharper than the one used by the scouts. Chris reaches over and picks it up, using the palm of his hand to fold the blade back in. She quashes a surge of irritation. Naturally, Chris would give Bennett a bigger knife and expect him to know how to use it. It's the sort of thing Chris did to Matthew all the time growing up. Matthew had once told her that while he was still in elementary school, his father expected him to take over mowing the vast lawn of their home.
Luckily, my mom hired a mowing service to come once a week while my dad was at work,
Matthew had said, laughing. He never knew. Now, Marissa straightens up and the other parents begin to drift away. That's when Marissa sees Avery has joined them. She has finally removed her sunglasses and appears to be taking everything in. Why don't we skip whittling for today? Marissa suggests to Bennett. You can make up the lesson when your thumb feels better.
He's fine,
Chris interjects.
Better to get back on that horse.
Bennett picks up the stick and winces. Marissa's jaw clenches, but her tone remains cordial. I think we should call it a day. Why don't we take Bennett out for some ice cream? Ice cream? Bennett's face lights up. Chris shakes his head.
Can't believe his dad didn't teach him how to at least open a pocket knife.
In the frozen moment that follows Chris's harsh words, Marissa witnesses the troop leader avert his eyes and Bennett's face turn crestfallen. Avery, as always, seems to catalog every detail. Anger swells inside Marissa. The old Marissa would have swallowed her ire. She would have glossed over the moment, pretending it had never happened, to save face in front of the troop leader and other parents. Her need for pleasing appearances would have trumped her need for authenticity. No more, she thinks as she glares at Chris. Matthew isn't the only one who is changing the tenor of all of his relationships. When Marissa speaks, her voice is lower than usual. Don't you ever talk that way about Matthew again. Surprise briefly flashes across Chris's face. Come on, Bennett. You can show me how to take down the tent. Marissa deliberately excludes Chris, shifting her body so that her back is to him. As they walk away, she thinks, my infidelity with Skip might actually have saved me, too.
Chapter 36. Avery. I'm unlocking my car door when footsteps crunch against the ground behind me. I spin around to see Marissa's father-in-law, nearly close enough to touch. Chris is built like a wrestler, broad and compact. His thick white hair is buzzed short, his skin is weathered, and he wears a hunter green windbreaker and well-worn khakis. Aside from his light blue eyes, he looks nothing like his tall, polished son. Chris smiles tightly. I feel instantaneous dislike, and not just because of the way he insulted Matthew a few minutes ago. He extends his hand, and after a moment I take it and feel the rough calluses on his palm. I'm Chris Bishop. What was your name again? Again. A strange choice of words. It's as if in his mind we've already been introduced. The moment almost feels like a mirror image of last night when Skip pretended we'd never met. Avery. I decide not to offer my last name, although I'm not exactly sure why. He nods, his eyes intent. You're friends with my daughter-in-law? I'd said goodbye to Marissa, but since she was busy with Bennett, I hadn't lingered. Chris must have been watching her closely to have observed our brief interaction. Friend of a friend. It's my default answer when I see a client in public. I pull my hand away from Chris's and open my car door. Nice to meet you. I experience a brief flash of déjà vu. Those were the exact words Skip uttered to me last night, even though he and I were far from strangers. Although I've done a little research on Chris as part of my work with the Bishops, I know the name of his lobbying company and where he lives, I haven't considered him worthy of much attention. Now I wonder if I should take a closer look at him. The mother-daughter dynamic gets a lot of coverage, but the father-son relationship is equally complicated. In my years as a therapist and now as a consultant, I've learned that if a son has a strained relationship in his present life, it's not unusual for it to be traced to a past dysfunction with his father. I watch as Chris climbs into a LeSabre parked across the lot from me. I wait a few minutes, wanting him to drive off first. But even though I see clouds of exhaust coming out of his tailpipe, indicating the engine is on, the vehicle doesn't move. Perhaps Chris is making a phone call. I decide to make one too. Marissa had said Matthew was at his office, but I dial Matthew's cell number anyway, thinking that it's still probably the most efficient way to reach him. It rings 3 times, and I wonder if he really had a work emergency or, and this could be me projecting, if it was merely an acceptable excuse to avoid the rambunctious Cub Scout event. Then he picks up, sounding a bit out of breath. Hey, I'm glad I caught you. I watch Chris's car out of my rearview mirror as I speak. It still isn't moving. I know you're at the office, but I was hoping we could chat. I'm really crazed, Avery. Can this wait? It won't take long. It's about something that came up last night. Matthew hesitates. I'm actually downtown already, I fib. How about we meet at Giovanni's for a quick coffee? I name Matthew's regular takeout place, the restaurant where I saw Polly. When he doesn't immediately reply, I say firmly, "It's important." Matthew gives a little laugh. "Okay, you caught me. I lied to Marissa. I'm not actually at work." You've got to be kidding me, I think. I'm at the wharf. If you really need to talk now, come here. Typically, in the cases I take on, I act as a funnel for clients. Their problems seem overwhelming and chaotic at first, but as we chip away at their situation, their issues distill into manageable entities. With the Bishops, it's the opposite. For our 7th session, Exposure, I'm splitting the time between Marissa and Matthew. The wharf is set on the Potomac River, and in the summer it's usually full of tourists and residents alike. There's everything from restaurants to shops to a Ferris wheel. Today, some people are milling around, but it's too early in the year for the crowds. The area Matthew directed me to is quiet. A dozen vessels ranging from catamarans to big sailboats line both sides of a long wooden pier. Most of the boats are winterized, covered up to protect them from the elements until warmer days arrive. A few men are working on the edge of the dock, and another is tinkering with something on his sleek-looking cigarette boat. I stand at the spot Matthew directed me to, an outdoor bar called the Watering Hole, which is closed now, and see him waiting for me by the end of the pier, standing with his back to the Potomac. I walk toward him. He looks boyish, with his wind-ruffled hair and wide-open smile. It's as if a weight he has been carrying around is finally slipping off his back. "Surprise," he says, then does something that truly takes me off guard. He opens his arms and envelops me in a brief, hard hug. When he releases me, he turns and gestures to the boat behind him. It's beautiful, with its glossy wood detail against the gleaming white fiberglass hull. "You bought this?" Matthew shakes his head. He can't seem to stop grinning. "But it's mine for the weekend. Tomorrow is our anniversary, 12 years. Marissa thinks we're going to some fancy restaurant, but I'm bringing her down here for a catered dinner and moonlight sail. Want to take a look?" He motions for me to kick off my shoes and step aboard. "Picture a table for two right here, with poached lobster and champagne from the year we were married." He gestures. "I've got a playlist on my phone, songs that mean something to us, blankets in case it gets cold, and I've arranged for Bennett to spend the night with his friend Charlie. She's going to love it, right?" I would imagine so. But I'm beginning to wonder if this is what Marissa truly desires. "Let me show you the rest." We climb down 6 steep, narrow steps into the cabin, where there's a bedroom, bathroom, and living room. The spaces are tiny, but everything is beautifully appointed. "Can I get you anything? Marissa loves these grapefruit seltzers, or there's orange juice. I just stocked the fridge." "No, thanks." I take a seat on the curved banquette. Matthew sits opposite me. "So, I'm seeing you twice in 2 days. Last night was fun, right?" I wouldn't categorize the evening as fun exactly, but I nod. "I'm glad you had a chance to meet Skip. He's been an important part of our lives forever. He knows a lot about boats, and he's actually helping me arrange all this." Matthew sweeps out his arm. I think back to the yellow roses ordered through the anonymous Venmo account at Pier1234. I need to tread carefully as I peel back the protective layers in Matthew's mind, the ones that keep him from recognizing the truth about his good friend and his wife. Exposure is a delicate process. "So you and Skip are close?" Matthew shrugs. "Yeah, I mean, he and Marissa are like brother and sister. Their parents have been friends forever, so I guess I inherited him." Matthew's tone is affectionate. Does he truly not see that Skip is in love with his wife? I don't want to lead him to the conclusion I've already formed. It'll be more powerful if Matthew recognizes it for himself. I've been working with Marissa about acknowledging the ugly underbelly of the different situations and relationships she navigates. Matthew has been complicit in creating a beautiful but vacant picture of their life together. His anniversary dinner is the equivalent of a dieter buying a treadmill, a splashy statement that will do absolutely no good unless the gesture turns into a routine. What I'm about to learn is whether Matthew is ready for some fundamental changes. I can tell Skip really cares about Marissa. The tiniest off note is in my tone, but it's up to Matthew to choose whether he wants to hear it. He nods and begins to speak. Then he cuts himself off and turns to face me. You sound like there's something else you want to say. His buoyancy is vanishing. The smile has dropped from his face. I can't bring up the supposed pregnancy or the soup because then Matthew will know I've talked to Marissa or Skip. But I don't have to because Matthew didn't really think there was something else I wanted to say. He meant there was something he wanted to talk about. I let the silence stretch out until he breaks it. Okay, here's the truth about Skip. I hear a creaking sound, as if the boat is rubbing against a piling, but I don't take my eyes off Matthew. Last night, after you guys left, he texted that he'd brought Marissa some soup. At first I thought, that's nice. You know, good old Skip, always looking out for his friends. Baby waves rock the boat, making a gentle slapping sound each time they hit. In the distance, what sounds like a jet ski cruises by, the roar of the motor swelling and then fading. Matthew's gaze grows unfocused. It's almost as if he were talking to himself now. I didn't get the soup off the porch right away. We'd already eaten and Marissa was feeling better. I went out there when Marissa was putting Bennett to bed. As I picture Matthew treading onto his front porch in the darkness and spotting the carrier with Gabe's logo, I hear something. It sounds as if it's coming from the deck where Matthew plans to serve his romantic dinner. A footstep? I glance up toward the mouth of the stairs, but don't see anyone. Sound travels over water, I remind myself. Maybe the noise is coming from farther away. Still, I shift my body to have a clear view of the stairs. Matthew is so lost in the memory of last night that he doesn't even seem to notice. The bag was heavy, and when I looked inside, there was a hell of a lot of soup. After I put it all away and went upstairs, Marissa was already asleep. I guess the massage really conked her out. Normally, I'm out when my head hits the pillow, but last night I lay awake. I kept thinking about something Natalie once said. Matthew's leg begins to jiggle, then he stills it. After I set her up with Skip and we all went to dinner, she told me it was obvious Skip had a crush on Marissa. I figured Natalie was jealous. She's always been jealous of Marissa. I wait for more. I know there's more. But Skip went all the way to this restaurant in Silver Spring and bought her 4 bowls of chicken noodle soup. Matthew shakes his head. Who does that? Someone who really cares about my wife. Matthew finishes the sentence, echoing the words I lobbed earlier with a heavy emphasis on the word really. Matthew is easing his toes into icy water. He's not ready to fully plunge in yet. Matthew twists to look directly at me. So what should I do? Our boat rocks again. Through the small windows above the banquette, I see the cigarette boat putter by. I watch as it glides out into the open water and accelerates, sending up a spray of water. When you've been married a while, it can feel nice to know you're attractive to someone other than your spouse, I tell Matthew. I'm not blaming Marissa for the way Skip feels. I'm not talking about Marissa. I'm talking about you. He blinks. Natalie has feelings for you. Skip has feelings for Marissa. And neither of them has any place in your marriage. Matthew nods slowly. I get it. I stand up, feeling a little claustrophobic in the tight space. I keep my feet apart for balance as another, slightly bigger wave rocks the boat. We could dig deeper, but I'm overcome with the desire to end our talk. I want to get off this boat. But Matthew isn't done. For a guy who was furious at his wife for tricking him into coming to see me, he sure has embraced the process wholeheartedly. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Skip was Marissa's first kiss. It was right before she and I started dating. Marissa has already told me this, but I feign surprise. Matthew looks down at his hands and clears his throat. It's the most vulnerable I've ever seen him. Last night, the main thing that kept me awake was thinking about that summer. I've never told this to anyone, but sometimes I wonder if all that drama hadn't happened, maybe Skip and Marissa would be together instead of us.
Drama?
One of Marissa's friends was killed. I don't give away that I already know this information. Tina was murdered more than 20 years ago. So why does her death keep coming up?
Why would you think that? I ask.
I'm pretty sure Skip liked Marissa even back then. But after the murder, well, to hear Marissa tell it, Skip started acting strangely. I guess it really threw him that this girl he'd known for his whole life had been killed by one of their teachers.
I want to sit down again to encourage Matthew to continue to be open, but a deep-seated instinct is keeping me on my feet instead of trapped behind the banquette. What about you? Were you upset?
Honestly, a little. I guess mostly because of the realization that something like that could happen. We all hung out at the beach, but I never got to really know her. She wasn't my type. She could be a little wild.
Matthew hesitates. Again, I wait.
Tina actually had a thing for Skip. That's what Marissa says. The night she died...
Matthew cuts himself off. What happened the night she died?
Matthew shrugs. Look, I'm not really sure. You know how people are. Everyone had crazy theories about what happened to Tina. But the truth came out, and Marissa and I ended up together, so...
He spreads out his hands, as if it were the end of the story. It isn't, for me, though. I'm about to dig for more when I spot a blur of motion out of the corner of my eye. Matthew, is someone else on the boat?
Huh? No, not that I know of.
By the time he's finished answering, I'm at the stairs. I scramble up the first two, then my foot slips on the third narrow wedge of wood, and I have to grab the railings hard to keep from falling. I climb the rest of the way a little more slowly and land on the deck, blinking as direct sunlight hits my eyes. I spin around, trying to look in all directions, but for a few moments I'm blinded. When my vision returns, I scan my surroundings, but all the bobbing boats obscure clear sightlines. I glance at the vessels on either side of us, thinking that someone might have hopped into one, but they appear to be empty. Then I see a man jogging off the end of the pier and heading toward Pearl Street. He's moving at a good clip, and his back is to me. Matthew comes up to join me.
Look, no one else is here.
Someone was, though. I strain to catalog details about the man, but he's too far away. The wharf is even quieter now. The men who were working must be taking a lunch break. If someone was creeping around our boat, it must have been him. I point. Did you see that guy when you first got here? I turn to Matthew. He is watching me with a concerned expression. Behind him is a vast, open expanse of water.
I don't see anyone.
I turn back again and realize the man must have already turned the corner or disappeared into one of the few open restaurants. I slip on my shoes and reach into my purse for my sunglasses. I've got to go. How much longer are you planning to stay?
I'm actually about to go too. I just need to take care of a quick thing here, and then I'm going to pick up a few more items for tomorrow night and head home.
One more question. Do the police have any more leads on who might have attacked you?
Matthew shakes his head.
His bandage is gone now. The only evidence of his assault is a faint bruise near his hairline.
Not that I know of. Since I couldn't identify anyone out of the lineup, they weren't able to make an arrest.
I say goodbye and walk down the pier, taking in deep breaths of the cold, fresh air. As I head up the ramp and pass over the retaining wall, I think about various scenarios. Someone could have followed me here.
I already know, thanks to the man who came after me in the garage and the fake client who entered my home, that Acelia employs far-reaching ways to get to me. Or maybe Matthew was the target. Someone could have crept onto the boat hoping to find him alone. I'm still not convinced that random attack against Matthew was purely random. Anyone can be hired to do just about anything to us. Even Ray, the homeless guy who hangs out near Marissa's store, was paid to deliver a threatening note. I take a final look behind me. Matthew is still standing there, watching me go. Or maybe he's just taking in the air, too. I'm passing by the watering hole when I spot a small white object in the path the jogger just traced. It's probably nothing. Still, I veer left and pick it up. It's a slip of paper, folded in half. It's a bit crumpled, but it looks too pristine to have been here for longer than a few minutes. When I unfold it, I see the name and address of a restaurant called the Whistler Bar and Grill printed on top. It's in D.C. on 16th Street. Lower down, in the middle of the receipt, 2 charges are listed. Clooney and soda, $6.99. Then again, Clooney and soda, $6.99. It's the brand of cheap scotch that Matthew said his father drinks.
Chapter 37. Marissa. Now go wash that chocolate mustache off your face before it becomes permanent, Marissa teases Bennett as she unlocks the door leading from the garage to the kitchen.
You're home,
Matthew calls out, getting up from a stool at the granite island where he has been reading the newspaper. He's wearing jeans and an old sweatshirt, and his cheeks look a little ruddy. He seems relaxed and happy. Marissa supposes he solved the work crisis.
How was the Cub Scout thing?
Matthew ruffles Bennett's hair. Before Bennett can answer, Matthew spots the gauze wrapped around Bennett's finger.
What happened to your hand?
Bennett glances over at Marissa, then down at his sneakers and shrugs.
What happened?
Matthew repeats, this time asking Marissa. Marissa walks around to the other side of the island and sets down her purse on the stool next to the one Matthew just vacated, so she can avoid her husband's eyes. Just a little cut. The last thing she wants to do is to explain to Matthew that his father had given their 8-year-old an adult-sized pocket knife. Not when it seems as if Matthew's icy feelings toward Chris are just beginning to thaw. Plus, she knows this admission will inevitably lead to questions about how Marissa, who should have been by their son's side, but was instead a couple 100 yards away talking to Avery, allowed it to happen. "It's not a big deal. I didn't even cry," Bennett chimes in. Marissa looks at Bennett's sweet face and feels bile rise in her throat. She and Bennett have formed an unspoken alliance. They're complicit in a lie. Kids are perceptive. They model what their parents do, not what they say. What is she teaching her son? She isn't being a good role model for him at all, especially not today, when she's seething with anger toward Polly and trying to put on a happy face for her family. Marissa promises herself she will clean this up later and explain the full story to Matthew, but in the moment she merely nods. He's okay. All she can think about is getting to Coco and confronting her big-mouthed, interfering, infuriating assistant. She can't be drawn into a long discussion now, or she'll crack under the pressure of her mood.
So what's on the agenda for this afternoon?
Matthew asks. Look, do you guys mind if I run out for a bit? Marissa gives Matthew a wink. I want to pick up something from the store to wear tomorrow night.
No problem.
Matthew turns to Bennett.
So, should we start your dinosaur diorama or finish Star Wars?
Star Wars! Bennett shouts. I'll be back before Princess Leia and Han Solo get trapped in the trash compactor. Matthew waves her off as Bennett runs into the family room and grabs the remote control.
I got this.
Marissa smiles as Matthew settles down next to Bennett, slinging an arm over the back of the couch. She picks up her purse and heads out through the kitchen door into the garage. The smile immediately vanishes from her face. She drives directly to Coco, not hitting a single red light, making it to the store in near record time and instantly finding a parking spot, as if the fates are on her side, propelling her forward. She yanks open the door to Coco and spots Polly by the sunglass display with a customer. Polly gives Marissa a little wave, as if everything is business as usual. It takes every ounce of her self-control for Marissa not to storm over. Your face is a soft oval shape, so you can get away with oversized frames. The aviators would also look really good on you. Let me get you a hand mirror, Polly offers as the customer picks up a few pairs. Marissa waits, fuming, but her hot wash of fury is finally cooling. It isn't that she is considering forgiving Polly for everything. If Polly really did tell Skip she thought Marissa could be pregnant, as Avery had seemed to insinuate, and who else would have given Skip that idea, then simply firing Polly won't be enough. The anger that made Marissa feel out of control is morphing into something more powerful, more dangerous, an icy, finely honed rage. I love both pairs on you, Polly enthuses to the customer. Oh, do you want to try these Gucci ones too? They're iconic. Marissa's senses feel heightened. She is acutely aware of Nora Jones's smooth, rich voice playing over Coco's speakers and the tangy apricot scent of the lit candle on the nearby table. Yet Marissa's focus has never felt more acute. It's as if she has tunnel vision. All she can see is Polly with her shiny rose-colored lip gloss and tucked in the front shirt, chattering with the customer and occasionally shooting Marissa a quick look, seemingly delighted by her boss's attention. I want to erase you from my life, Marissa thinks. Would you like to step outside to see what you prefer in the natural light? Polly suggests. Marissa smooths her hair and walks over to the customer. I personally would go with these polarized ones. They're perfect on you, and I think you'll find you can see everything more clearly. Marissa locks eyes with Polly as she speaks. The obsequious grin falls away from Polly's face, and her expression turns to confusion. Finally, the customer selects the pair Marissa suggested, and as Polly rings her up, Marissa glances around to make sure no other customers are present. She glimpses herself in a full-length mirror, still in the cropped camo pants she wore to Bennett's Cub Scout event. They're a little baggy on her now, and with a smear of mud on the side of one of her old sneakers. A few weeks ago, she would never have considered coming to her store dressed like this. Today, she simply doesn't care. I hope you love them, Polly calls as the customer exits, setting the bell over the door jingling merrily. Marissa walks over to face Polly and jabs a finger at her, stopping just an inch or two away from Polly's chest as she unleashes her first question. Why are you gossiping about me? Polly's face crumples. What are you talking about? Come on, Polly, drop the act. You told my friend Skip. A familiar voice coming from the rear of the store interrupts her. How is Skip? Marissa spins around, feeling disoriented. Coco was empty, save for her and Polly. Marissa is certain of it. Even the curtain of the dressing room was drawn open. The only place someone could have been in is the back area, which is off-limits to customers. Natalie is strolling toward her, holding 2 large shopping bags with Coco's logo. Hello, Marissa. Marissa blinks a few times, feeling a little dizzy. Natalie is acting as if she has every right to be here. She sauntered out of the back room and greeted Marissa as if she were the owner of Coco, and Marissa were someone who'd just wandered in off the street. What are you doing here? Marissa's voice is shaking. I came to pick up the auction items. Natalie lifts up the bags. We were all supposed to drop them off at the school yesterday, remember? Marissa finds her backbone. Obviously I didn't remember, or else I would have done it. Natalie smiles, seemingly pleased she provoked a rise in Marissa. Look, it's okay. Her tone is sugary sweet and a touch condescending. You seem like you've been under a lot of stress lately, so I decided I would just come get them myself. No biggie. Marissa watches as Natalie sets down the bags and runs her hand over a faux fur throw draped over the back of an accent chair. The gesture seems oddly proprietary. Marissa whirls back around to face Polly. What is wrong with you? You let a stranger into the back of my store? Before Polly can answer, Natalie, her full lips curving up into a smile, steps closer to Marissa. Marissa, I don't know why you're getting so bent out of shape. I'm not a stranger to Polly. Natalie smiles at Polly, who gives her a tentative smile back. Marissa feels as if her head is going to explode. Natalie and Polly know each other? In fact, I'm the reason Polly is working here. Marissa's legs feel wobbly. This can't be true. She vividly recalls the first time she met Polly. Polly wandered into Coco, gushing about how much she loved the store. Polly knowledgeably discussed the hand-stitched detail on the decorative pillows and the thread count of the luxurious bedsheets. She asked if Marissa had ever considered hiring an assistant. Marissa's former employee had just left for another job, a higher-paying one at Saks. Polly's timing was impeccable. "You two are friends?" Marissa's head swivels between the women. But even before she finishes asking the question, she knows Natalie is telling the truth. Natalie had offered up a clue. Why did Marissa never follow up on it? "I wouldn't have let just anyone in the back, but I knew you had all the auction stuff there, and I was with that customer when Natalie showed up," Polly explains. "I've got to run." Natalie scoops up her bags and heads toward the door. "See you soon." Marissa watches her go, then twists back to look at Polly. Polly appears on the verge of tears. "I'm sorry," she blurts. Marissa isn't swayed by Polly's meek act, if it is an act. Marissa's phone vibrates in the side pocket of her camo pants, but she ignores it. There is no one she wants to talk to at this moment other than Polly. "Natalie suggested you work here?" "No, that's not how it happened. I was temping for the real estate agency where she worked before I started here." Polly's words come out in a rush. "My dad's old college roommate is a bigwig there. He hired me. I was a receptionist, and it was only for a couple weeks. They really didn't need me. He was just doing my dad a favor." That would be a plausible reason for leaving it off her resume, Marissa concedes. "But I didn't know Natalie well at all. She was mostly out showing houses. I just saw her a few times when she stopped by the office. I figured it was a total coincidence when she showed up today." Marissa's phone buzzes again, just once, tickling her thigh. She folds her arms across her chest. "Go on." "But Natalie acted like she expected to see me here. She gave me a hug as if we were friends and said her daughter went to the same school as Bennett. She told me she'd come to pick up the auction items. I thought you knew she was dropping by." Marissa almost believes Polly. Almost. But there's a giant hole in her assistant's story. If you and Natalie barely knew each other, why would she tell you about the job opening here? "She didn't. That's the strange thing." Polly looks bewildered. "My dad's friend, I think he's Natalie's boss. Anyway, he's the one who told me to apply here. I had no idea you and Natalie knew each other." Marissa sinks into the accent chair, her mind whirling. Natalie must have told her boss that Polly could be a good fit for Coco. It's possible she knew Marissa's old assistant had moved on. Marissa had asked a few other moms at the school if they knew anyone who might be interested in working at Coco, and perhaps word had spread to Natalie. But why wouldn't Natalie have ever mentioned this connection to Marissa? Polly clears her throat. "Are you mad I let her take the auction stuff?" Marissa bites back a harsh laugh. Polly's query is so off the mark, it's ridiculous. "Let's go back to the question our mutual friend Natalie interrupted. Why have you been gossiping about me to Skip?" Polly spreads out her hands. "I don't know anyone named Skip, I swear it, Marissa." Liar or cunning actress, Marissa thinks again. Natalie could be the link between Skip and Polly. Hadn't Skip just said last night that Natalie might be involved with the sales of his townhomes? "I could never do anything to hurt you, Marissa. The truth is, I haven't just been looking after the store. I've been trying to look after you." Marissa wants to scream. "I don't need you to look after me." Polly wipes her eyes. "Please don't be mad at me. It isn't my fault." Marissa grits her teeth. The promising candidate from GW is coming in on Monday, she reminds herself. Marissa will hire her even if she's less than ideal. Anyone would be better than Polly. The store phone rings. "I'll get it," and Polly turns. "No," the word comes out harshly. "Polly, we're not done talking." Marissa rises and walks to the checkout desk, thinking, if Skip is the one who kept trying my cell and is now calling the store, I will completely lose it. The number on caller ID flashes. It's her home line. She snatches up the receiver. "Matthew?"
"Hey, I tried you on your cell, but you didn't pick up. Were you in my home office earlier?"
"No, why?"
"The cleaning woman wasn't here, was she?"
"No, she never comes on Saturdays. What's wrong?"
"Did you leave the window behind my desk open?"
"Of course not." Marissa rarely goes into Matthew's first-floor office. The last time she did, it was just before their date at Mon Ami Gabi, and she would certainly never leave the window open. One of Matthew's prized possessions is a small original Picasso sketch that his mother gifted to him when he graduated from law school. It hangs between the 2 windows in the room. If moisture got through to it, the artwork could be damaged.
I just went in there to grab my laptop because Bennett wanted to look up dinosaur pictures for his diorama. The window was open a couple inches.
Oh my God, did someone break in while we were all out?
My laptop was on my desk and everything else seemed the same. Hang on, let me check upstairs.
Marissa holds her breath as she hears Matthew's quick footsteps thudding.
Nothing looks different in the bedroom. Your jewelry is still in the drawer. I'll check the rest of the house, just in case.
I'm coming home. Polly is staring at Marissa, clearly riveted by the half of the conversation she can overhear. Marissa slams down the receiver to the store phone and doesn't bother bidding Polly goodbye. Marissa runs straight out the door. She dials Matthew from her car. Matthew, that guy who assaulted you, could it be him?
No way,
Matthew says firmly. Marissa slams on the brakes as she approaches a red light. She's driving too fast. She needs to get herself under control. Why? Why couldn't it be him?
Come on, Marissa. The police said it was probably a random attack. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Marissa's breathing sounds ragged even to her own ears. But he didn't mug you, and whoever broke in didn't take anything. Someone is obviously after something.
We're safe, babe. No one messes with me or my family.
The steel of his voice grounds her. Matthew is a fighter, she reminds herself. Where's Bennett?
He's in the kitchen. He's fine.
Marissa blinks hard against the tears spilling down her cheeks. Almost there, she whispers. Marissa holds on to the vision of Matthew and Bennett together, looking at pictures of dinosaurs for the rest of her short drive. She hurries into the house and finds them together at the kitchen island, just as she'd imagined.
Mom's home,
Matthew shouts, his voice surprisingly joyful. He must be trying to normalize things for Bennett. Marissa gives them each a quick, hard hug, then bends down to get a closer look at the image Bennett is considering on the laptop. It's a coelophysis, he explains. They were in the Triassic. He looks fierce. Bennett nods. He's a carnivore. The kitchen seems exactly as she left it. Surely if someone had broken in, she'd be able to sense an intrusion. But maybe she's giving herself too much credit. She misjudges people all the time. She underestimated Natalie's animosity toward her, and she still can't get a handle on Polly. And she never thought Skip would become so... She shies away from the word, but it's the correct one. Obsessive. Bennett is looking up at Marissa with a solemn expression. Her intuitive son probably senses her stress. Even though Matthew assured her nothing was taken, Marissa wants to see for herself. I'm just going to run upstairs for a second. Be right back. She checks the bedroom first, then her office and the guest rooms. Bennett's room is last. Everything is as it should be. One of his dresser drawers is open. Bennett never remembers to shut them, and his blue comforter is stretched neatly across his race car bed. At the far end of the room, the closet door is shut. Marissa stares at it, feeling goosebumps rise on her arms. Surely, when Matthew made sure nothing had been taken, he also ensured no one was still inside the house. He said he'd check. He must have looked in all the closets. A thought enters her mind. It's irrational, yet she can't ignore it. What if Matthew somehow overlooked this one? She's tempted to call downstairs to ask him, but their home is solidly built and noise doesn't travel easily between the floors. Plus, her mouth is now so dry it feels as if it would be difficult to form words. She could run downstairs and ask Matthew to check with her, but that seems like an overreaction. She steps farther into the room, her feet sinking into the thick carpeting. She reaches the door and puts her hand on the knob, but she can't bring herself to turn it. So many horrible, jarring things have happened to them lately. She can't help but think she set this all in motion. Their lives were so simple before she cheated on Matthew with Skip.
No one messes with me or my family,
Matthew had vowed. Marissa is certain he meant those words with everything he had. The thought gives her the strength to fling open the door. The sudden motion makes a few of Bennett's shirts flutter on their hangers, but otherwise everything is exactly as it should be. The rush of relief she feels is so intense that Marissa wants to sink to the floor, but she forces herself to head back downstairs. Bennett and Matthew are just as she left them, their two blonde heads side by side, now considering different dinosaurs from the Jurassic era.
Come on, nothing beats the king, Matthew is saying. The T-Rex could crush a car in its jaws.
I still like the Brachiosaurus the best. Bennett's voice is small. Which one is the Brachiosaurus? Bennett turns the screen so Marissa can view it. His neck is really long, like a giraffe's. It was tough for them because they're so big, but they were herbivores. They probably had to spend almost all of their time finding food, and they couldn't defend themselves well. Of course, her sensitive boy would tilt toward an equally gentle creature.
Marissa, we've got a few cardboard boxes in the basement, right?
Matthew pushes back his stool.
I'll go grab one for your diorama base.
Marissa takes a glass from a cabinet and fills it with water, then gulps it down. When she turns around, Bennett is back to studying the computer screen, chewing on the inside of his cheek as he always does when he is concentrating. Then he sticks his left hand, the one without the bandage, into the pocket of his jeans. He pops a small object into his mouth. Marissa looks more closely at her son. Bennett isn't chewing on the inside of his cheek. What are you eating, sweetie? He ducks his head. Come on, silly, I saw you. Marissa sticks out her tongue. Bennett laughs and does the same. A round white candy is on his little tongue. Bennett already had ice cream today. He knows a second sugary treat is against the rules. Plus, where would he even get candy? As if to answer her unspoken question, he pulls a roll of lifesavers out of his pocket. Wintergreen lifesavers. The kind Skip has carried around ever since she's known him. Marissa stares at it for a beat. Did Uncle Skip give those to you last night? It's exactly the kind of thing Skip would do. He's always been kind to Bennett. And people without kids don't always think about the effects of sugar on young children. Bennett shakes his head. I found them. Bennett! Marissa stretches out her hand, and Bennett puts the half-eaten roll in her palm. Where? At the park? No, Dad's office. Matthew comes into the kitchen, holding a big cardboard box.
What's going on?
Bennett found these. Marissa holds up the candy. Matthew shrugs.
Guess Skip dropped them last night.
Marissa forces a smile, even though the sound of Skip's name makes her stomach clench. So, can I have them? Bennett asks. No, Marissa and Matthew say in unison.
Maybe a few after dinner.
Matthew concedes.
But only if you eat something green, like a pile of broccoli taller than a tree.
Matthew tickles Bennett, who laughs and squirms away. Marissa's fingers close around the hard roll. A thought comes to her. It's so insane she almost doesn't ask the question. Then she does. Were you and Skip in your office last night? Matthew pauses in flattening out the box.
Huh? No, we just hung out in the living room and kitchen.
He looks at her quizzically, then appears to grasp the reason for her question.
Oh, maybe Skip wandered in there for some reason when I ran upstairs to tell Bennett his pizza was ready. Maybe he had to make a private call or something.
Marissa nods. That must be it. As Matthew reaches for a ruler and he and Bennett begin discussing how big to make the cardboard base, Marissa glances in the direction of Matthew's office. If someone wanted to break into the house, the office, which faces the leafy side yard, would seem like the easiest entry point. Enough, Marissa tells herself sharply. She isn't thinking straight. Her mind isn't reliable right now. Skip has no connection to the open window in Matthew's study. Skip was a guest in their home last night, not an intruder this morning. If he wandered into the office last night and dropped the roll of candy, it was because he bent over to tie his shoe or something, not because he was wrestling with one of the windows. Matthew reaches over and begins to massage Marissa's neck. She can feel the tightness of the cords under his strong fingers.
You okay, babe?
I didn't sleep well. It isn't a fib. Although she fell asleep shortly after climbing into bed, she awoke in the middle of the night and tossed and turned until she finally rose at a little after 5 a.m.
Why don't you take a nap? Bennett and I will tackle the dinosaurs.
She doesn't want to leave her little family. She yearns to be here in the cocoon of the kitchen, shaping warm clay in her hands as the three of them create an imaginary world.
We can't have you stressed and tired for tomorrow night, and I can't wait to see you in whatever you picked up from the store.
Matthew's voice drops to a low whisper.
And get you out of it.
Marissa briefly squeezes her eyes shut. She doesn't have any outfits Matthew has never seen. She could tell Matthew a partial truth about why she rushed off to Coco, filling him in on the disturbing Natalie-Polly connection. But she is not going to spend her anniversary talking about Natalie. She'll have to come up with a plausible-sounding reason for wearing something she already owns to their special dinner, she thinks. An excuse, a fib, smoothing things over for the sake of appearances. I should just call it what it is, she thinks. I'm lying to my husband. Something I've learned to do well.
Chapter 38. Avery. I'm in luck. The Whistler Bar and Grill opens at noon on Saturdays. I need to confirm what I strongly suspect, that Chris Bishop, Matthew's father, was sneaking around the dock while Matthew and I spoke. The question is, did Chris go to see his son, whom he's supposedly estranged from, or was he following me? I've already determined that the Whistler is 4 blocks from Chris's office on 16th Street in Northwest D.C. If the axiom is true, like father, like son, it's possible Chris also stops in at a regular place after work for a meal or a couple of his favorite drinks. And men talk to bartenders the way women talk to hairdressers. I know I can't simply barge in and act all nosy about one of their customers. That's why I ran a few errands first. Now I sit in my car, parked at a street meter outside the bar, assembling my props. I pull out the flimsy fake leather wallet I just purchased at CVS. It seems like something Chris might actually own, given his predilection for cheap options, and remove all the cash I have in my own billfold, a grand total of $24, tucking the money inside. The wallet looks a little pathetic, even if it's one I'm claiming to have found in a nearby parking lot. So I contribute an old Metro card of mine, a business card I picked up the other day for a new nail salon in my neighborhood, and a few random receipts I grabbed out of a trash can at CVS. I just have to hope whomever I hand it off to won't examine the contents too closely. Which leads me to the final items, ones I hope the bartender will take a good look at. What sort of grandfather would Chris be without a few family photos? It was easy to buy a USB cord at CVS and use it to attach my phone to the photo printing machine at the back of the store. I made prints of photographs I already have, the ones I surreptitiously snapped with my phone when I was standing in front of the Bishop's bookshelf during our second session. It took a bit of cropping and filtering, but I ended up with reasonable facsimiles of the black and white wedding shot of Marissa and Matthew surrounded by their wedding party, as well as an image of Chris, Matthew, and Bennett, 3 generations of Bishop men, standing in front of a Christmas tree. I maneuver the prints into the clear plastic inserts in the wallet, then check my appearance in my rearview mirror. I'm still in the jeans and black jacket I wore to meet Marissa in the park and Matthew on his boat, but I've tied my hair back in a knot and I'm wearing glasses with non-prescription lenses and cherry red frames, which I also purchased at the drugstore for $14.99. If someone were to describe the way I look right now, the glasses would be the main thing they'd remember. I step out of my car and walk toward the restaurant, bending the wallet back and forth in my hands so that it seems more worn. It's still a little too new-looking, so just before I reach the door of the Whistler, I drop it on the sidewalk and grind my heel into it. I scoop it back up, pull open the door, and blink as my eyes adjust to the dimly lit restaurant. It's a dive, old dark wood furniture, dust motes swirling through the few beams of sunshine streaming in through a dirty window, with the smell of old beer spills and even older cooking grease. A half dozen or so customers are at tables and booths. 2 servers stand behind the long wood bar, talking. One is a youngish-looking man with a mustache, and the other a middle-aged woman with bleached blonde hair. Women typically have better memories for faces than men, so I claim an empty bar stool closer to the female server. "Get you something, hon?" she asks. As long as I'm here, I'd love a Michelob, but I actually came by for another reason. She flips off the cap and puts the bottle in front of me, then narrows her eyes. "I'm trying to figure out if you're the type who wants a glass." By way of answer, I tilt up my beer and sip from the bottle. "So what's the other reason?" The bartender with the mustache is listening to us, but I don't blame him. Not much else is happening in this rundown place. I lay the wallet next to my beer. I found this in the parking lot of a CVS. I wanted to return it, but there's no ID. The only thing I could find was a receipt from here. I pull out the receipt and hand it to her. Let me see. She pulls up the reading glasses on a chain around her neck and peers through them. Yeah, that's us. 2 Clooney and sodas. There's a few family photos, too. Maybe you'll recognize him or her, the owner of the wallet. I tap on the wallet, indicating the plastic sleeve with the photos. Fancy, she mutters as she looks at the wedding portrait. Then she flips to the one in front of the Christmas tree. Son of a gun. That's Chris Bishop. Now don't we look all festive? I take another sip of beer, trying to strike the right affect. Interested, but not overly. So you know him? Oh yeah, he comes in here pretty often. I've probably served him hundreds of Clooneys over the years. So it was him. I bet Chris followed me from the parking lot of the park to the boat. I left immediately after my phone call to Matthew, and Chris's LeSabre was still in the lot. I was so intent on moving forward toward Matthew's surprising destination, I never looked back. Maybe Chris was tracking me before that, too. From the Cub Scout gathering on the grass to my car. He acted strangely when he introduced himself. If he recognized me from the Post article or other interviews I've done, why wouldn't he simply ask? Perhaps his curiosity was piqued when he saw me interacting with Marissa. He could rightly assume she's one of my clients. But there's no universe in which a normal reaction to that discovery would result in his following me. Why not simply ask his daughter-in-law? Thanks for dropping this off. I'll get it back to him. The server flips back to the wedding photo, then notices the cash. I should pocket this to make up for all the $1 tips he's left over the years. Keep her talking, I think to myself. Oh, one of those, I say, grateful I've got an emergency 20 in my makeup bag so I can leave a generous tip when I get my bill. The last thing I want to do is pay with a credit card and leave a clue for Chris. He's all right. Bit of a loner. The other server, who has inched closer to us, interjects. Not last time he was in, Darlene. I'm actually the one who served him those Clooneys. Chris met someone here. Really? She frowns. I let my gaze drift away. Their conversation will be more uninhibited if I appear to disengage. Yeah, I think it might have been his son. I didn't even know he had kids till I saw those pictures. He never mentioned his son. Before I came here, I cross-referenced the date on the receipt. It was the same night I had my second session with the Bishops, the one we arranged for at 9 p.m. in their home because Matthew said he had a work event. But the time on the receipt was 8:17, so Matthew could easily have had a drink with his father first. And when Matthew opened the front door for me, I smelled alcohol on his breath. Want to see a menu, hun? Darlene offers. This conversational topic has played itself out. I can tell she's ready to move on. But I'm not. I point to Matthew standing beside his father in the wedding photo and look at the male server. Was he here with this guy? Could have been, he shrugs. I flip to the more recent photo of Matthew with his dad and son. Him? Darlene shoots me a strange look. No, definitely not that one. Goosebumps appear on my skin. It's as if my body knows what is coming before my brain recognizes it. One person has been woven through every single one of my sessions with the Bishops. Sometimes he's invisible, sometimes he surfaces at unexpected moments. He's linked to both Matthew and Marissa, to Natalie, possibly Marissa's assistant, Polly, and to me. He isn't just the stitch connecting me to the Bishops. He's the whole damn spool of thread. I slowly flip over the photograph again, aware that Darlene is staring at me with sharp eyes. Him. The male server looks down at the wedding picture, tracking to where my index finger is pointing. I've singled out another tall, smiling, light-haired man in a tuxedo. Not the one next to the beautiful bride, but one on the periphery of the image. Electricity shoots through my body. I'm getting closer to the axis of the mystery. I can sense it. Darlene clears her throat. Maybe I ought to find Chris's phone number and tell him about the Good Samaritan who came here to drop off his wallet. I ignore her and keep my eyes on the mail server, barely breathing. Yeah, he finally says. I think that's him. My finger is pointing to Skip.
Chapter 39. Marissa. Marissa has experienced the sensation of absolute dread and fear only a few times before. It happened during 2 of her pregnancies when her doctor's face fell while administering her sonograms, and another time when she momentarily took her eyes off Bennett at a county fair and he was swallowed up by the crowd until she located him 15 minutes later at the petting zoo. This afternoon, when Matthew suggested she take a nap, her mind had been too fractured to quiet. Instead, she'd reached for her laptop resting on the nightstand. The Natalie-Polly connection was haunting her, and she needed to get to the bottom of it. She'd plugged Polly's name into the search engine, along with Natalie's, but nothing had come up, so she'd added the name of the real estate company where Natalie worked. Still nothing. She'd stared at the computer screen for another minute and had been about to shut the lid, but then her fingers had begun moving again, trembling as they'd typed in the name of another woman who has been haunting her old best friend, Tina Lennox. She wasn't sure what she was looking for exactly. What new information could there be to see? No baby announcement or employee of the month recognition. There would be no wedding photograph, not even a mention of a high school graduation. Tina's life ended before it could really begin. The first few items that appeared were familiar to Marissa, a couple of old Associated Press stories and a few longer ones by the Baltimore Sun. Marissa had clicked on Tina's yearbook photo, the one all the newspapers ran, and stared at it for a long time. For the photo, Tina had worn the yellow sweater that she and Marissa had decided was the prettiest one Tina owned, and her hair was curled. Then Marissa noticed a few new mentions of Tina had appeared. At least, they were new to Marissa. Local man recants admission of murder of Tina Lennox. Former high school English teacher Marvin Miller claims police coerced a false confession. That article was from 4 years ago. In another one, dated 9 months earlier, on the anniversary of Tina's death, Miller repeated his claims of innocence. "I've spent half my life sitting in a cell while the real killer walks free," he was quoted as saying. Marissa had stared at the screen, her hand over her mouth, feeling nausea rise in her throat. If their English teacher hadn't killed Tina, then who had? It had been a struggle to get through dinner and Bennett's bedtime routine, knowing this reckoning was finally coming. She'd tried to act normally, but more than once she'd caught Matthew studying her with a puzzled expression. Now Marissa stands looking through the double-glass doors leading from their family room to the backyard, to where Matthew stands by the fire in the stone hearth. It's a cool, starlit evening, and Matthew has brought out a blanket and bottle of good wine. Bennett is sound asleep in his race car bed, his thumb covered with a fresh bandage and his dinosaur diorama nearly finished. The scene is set for a quiet, romantic night, until Marissa throws a grenade into it. She slides open the door and steps onto the patio. Her husband is tending the flames, using a poker to arrange the logs. The firelight playing across his face conjures an image of another long-ago evening by a bonfire. Not that she needs the reminder.
There you are.
Matthew puts aside the iron poker and sits down, patting the cushion next to him on the settee. Marissa walks toward him as he reaches for the white burgundy and twists the corkscrew before pulling it out with his strong fingers. He pours them each a glass.
Cheers.
Cheers. She takes a tiny sip. She notices that on the eve of their anniversary, he has selected their wedding crystal. She's so cold again, despite her fleece leggings and top and the heat of the fire. She feels as if she hasn't been able to get warm since this all began. Matthew reaches for the blanket, tucking it over her legs.
You okay?
Marissa makes a non-committal noise. Can I ask you something? Matthew looks calm. He has no idea what's coming.
Of course.
She takes a deep breath and speaks the question that has the potential to unravel everything. Why did you lie for Skip all those years ago? Matthew sets down his glass and turns to face her, as if he recognizes the importance of this moment.
Because it looked bad for him, and I knew he didn't kill Tina.
Matthew finally answers.
You and I know Skip sometimes went to work on his boat at night, when he was taking clients fishing early the next morning. But if the police knew he was out there alone, near the spot where Tina was killed, they might not have believed him. He was about to go to college on a scholarship. Even if he was cleared later, that cloud of suspicion could have cost him everything.
Marissa nods, remembering the scratch Tina had inflicted on Skip's arm. You were such a good friend to him, she whispers. The false alibi had seemed harmless when Marissa first heard about it from Matthew shortly after they started dating.
Skip was scared. The police were questioning everyone. He came to my house to ask my dad for advice, but my dad was in the city. I knew he hadn't done it, so I told him to just say he'd been with me at home watching a movie that night. My mom covered for him, too. She trusted me when I told her Skip wouldn't hurt anyone.
The lie stopped seeming harmless when Marissa learned about that open window in Matthew's office and about the English teacher recanting his confession. The fire makes a loud popping sound and Marissa flinches, but Matthew doesn't even glance at it. He's staring intently at her.
Why are you bringing this up now?
Marissa's mouth is so dry she needs another sip of wine. I Googled the case this afternoon. Did you know our English teacher claimed the police leaned on him so hard he gave a false confession? Matthew reaches for her hand and begins to massage it.
Sweetheart, ask any man in prison if he's innocent. They're all going to say yes.
How well do we really know Skip anymore? We've only seen him a few dozen times over the past 20 years. He lived across the country until last summer. Matthew's fingers stop moving.
What are you saying?
Marissa begins to shiver. This reminds her of her first confession in Avery's office, when she sat shaking from a combination of chill and fear. Then Matthew hadn't responded to her discomfort. Now he wraps an arm around her. She leans into his warm, hard body and inhales his woodsy scent, trying not to think about how it could be for the last time. Then she pulls back to face him. I have to tell Matthew the truth, she reminds herself, and not only because we can't have a real marriage without honesty. Her simple lie has spread and morphed, like an invisible virus that sickens everyone it touches. And like a virus, the lie could turn lethal. It would be one thing if Skip's behavior had affected only Marissa. She could have thrown away the roses and note and soup and lived with the pressure and guilt as a kind of penance. But if Skip is the one behind the vicious attack on Matthew and the apparent break-in this morning, she hates to think like this, but who else could it be? Then his escalation is downright terrifying. She recalls a line she once read. You can never truly know what is inside another person's heart or head. Perhaps Avery has been guiding me toward this moment all along, Marissa thinks. This could be the ultimate test. If Marissa tells Matthew the truth and he forgives her, they really could start to heal. And if he doesn't, well, it is far more important to protect Matthew and Bennett than to protect her marriage. Skip has been acting so strangely lately, she begins.
Yeah, it was kind of weird that he stopped by uninvited last night and then dropped off all that soup.
Matthew shrugs. It's more than that. This is so hard for me to say. But I think Skip could be behind the other things that have been happening lately. Can Matthew feel her leg trembling against his? She swears she can perceive the shift in his energy. He must sense the grenade is in her hand.
Why would you think that, Marissa?
Matthew's tone is even and measured, the way it sounds when he's conducting a difficult talk with a concerned client. Those roses. I called the florist the next day. The Venmo account was at Pier 1234. There's that long pier near where Skip and I grew up. He used to love fishing off it. And the note you and Polly found? Ray, the homeless man who hangs out by Coco, told me someone paid him to deliver it. The same man also gave Ray a pair of gloves. Gloves I know belonged to Skip. Matthew stands up and reaches for the poker. He jabs at the fire. A thick wave of smoke drifts toward Marissa, making her feel briefly dizzy as she inhales it. Matthew, she takes another sip of wine for courage. I lied to you. I didn't sleep with the guy from the gym. It was Skip. Matthew is perfectly still for an endless moment. Then he slowly turns to face her, the poker still gripped in his hand. Half of his face is in the darkness, the other half illuminated by the flickering firelight, making him appear both familiar and like a stranger. Just like Skip looked on the night she first kissed him. Matthew doesn't speak. He stares at her as if he is peering deep into her soul.
The first time I kissed you, it was like glimpsing the ocean for the first time. All these years later, I still feel the same way.
Her husband will never feel that way about her again. Tears spill down her cheeks. Matthew, please say something. I'm so sorry. Matthew sets down the poker. He sinks back into his seat and stares straight ahead as if he's in shock.
You and Skip,
he whispers.
Are you kidding me? How long has it been going on?
It only happened once, I swear.
You've been lying to me this whole time.
Matthew's voice is preternaturally calm and soft. To Marissa, it has the feel of the trembles that precede an earthquake. I didn't know what to do. I thought if I told you, you'd leave me, and I couldn't bear that. But I should have. You deserved to know.
I can't get my mind around this. Skip was in our house last night, Marissa. We all sat around talking about old times, and all the while, you and he...
Matthew reaches for his glass and drains the wine.
Does Avery know about all this?
Marissa hesitates. Will it make it better or worse for Matthew when he hears the answer? She does, yes. With a swift, powerful motion, he hurls the empty crystal against the stone fireplace. She flinches as it shatters into a dozen pieces, shards cascading everywhere.
Everybody was in on it but me. You all think I'm a fucking fool.
Marissa shakes her head. No, I'm the fool, Matthew. I ruined everything. You're the only one I want.
Yet the evidence doesn't support that.
Matthew is back in control, his sharp legal mind countering whatever she says. I told Skip it won't ever happen again. I begged him to leave us alone, but...
But Skip won't accept that?
Matthew is looking straight ahead as if he can't bear the sight of her. It seems that way, Marissa whispers. In a way, she's grateful she can't see the fury and disgust that must be filling Matthew's eyes. I'll do anything to... He abruptly stands up. Without a word, he begins heading toward the house. She knows exactly what will happen next. He'll pack a suitcase and stay at a hotel. There will be no anniversary celebration tomorrow. There will be no more anniversaries at all. She watches as he reaches the glass doors. But instead of pulling them open, he turns around and walks back to her. She is prepared for him to yell or tell her to move out. But when he gets closer, she can see his eyes are wet. She has only seen her husband cry once when his mother died. Marissa feels as if something is breaking inside of her, too.
Are there any more secrets?
Of all the hundreds of questions Matthew has asked her throughout their lifetime together, this is the most important one, the one she must get right. She shakes her head. That was the last one. Matthew nods, and in that moment, Marissa feels time shudder to a stop. Matthew looks at the house again, as if weighing his options. Then he looks back at her. She waits, afraid to even breathe.
I thought it was over.
Matthew finally says.
But I can't let go of you.
Chapter 40. Avery. I settle into a comfortable rhythm as I jog along Rock Creek Drive. Beside me, Romeo easily keeps pace. It's our first real run since his stitches dissolved, and he seems to crave the exercise as much as I do. It's not merely a physical release I'm seeking. Something about the steady, repetitive motion of my feet along a familiar path tends to free up my mind, and right now I desperately need clarity. Marissa phoned me earlier this morning while I was drinking coffee and reading the Sunday papers, letting me know she'd finally told Matthew the truth about Skip. He still wants to try. Her voice was filled with wonder. He says he can't let me go. It's not that simple, I'd told her. We've got a lot of work to do. Of course. We'll be there tomorrow night. Session 8, I'd thought to myself. The test. I have one in mind, but I may change it up based on what I learned today. I'd asked to speak to Matthew, but she'd told me he was in the shower and would phone later. It has been 2 hours, and I'm still waiting for that call. Just as I think this, I'm nearly jerked off my feet. Romeo, no! I pull on his leash to draw him back. The squirrel that caught his attention scampers across our path and climbs a tree. I wince and rub my shoulder with my free hand, then resume running, passing a pair of women who are walking together along the path. Usually by this point in my process, I've identified my client's issues and have a treatment plan well underway. I think back to the notes I jotted on my yellow pad, beneath Matthew's and Marissa's names during our first session. Marissa's confession, infidelity. Probable root cause, emotional distance. If my progress was being judged solely by the quality of the bishop's relationship, I could view this case as an emerging success. Their marriage appears healthier now than it did when they first walked through my door. Appearances. I'd also written down that word during our initial visit and underlined it twice. Now I mentally add to it, appearances lie. Nothing about the bishops or the people around them is straightforward. The dirt trail veers sharply uphill. My legs begin to burn and my lungs feel tight, but I force myself to maintain my pace, knowing I'll reach the crest and the downhill soon. Beside me, Romeo is still running easily, looking at me every now and then as if to make sure I'm keeping up. I reach the halfway point of my run, which is marked by a fallen tree, its intricate root system exposed. I've warmed up, so I stop to unzip my fleece jacket and adjust one of my earbuds, which keeps slipping out. I've seen a half-dozen people on this trail, but no one is around right now. A breeze rustles the trees, and I inhale crisp air. Ready to head back? Romeo seems agreeable, so we turn and begin to retrace our route. A minute later, my phone buzzes in the side pocket of my leggings. I slow down to see who it is, then hit the button to accept the call. Hey, Matthew. I stop again and try to catch my breath. How are you? How am I? It sounds as if I'm on speakerphone. Perhaps he's phoning me from his car. I wait for him to continue. I want to hear Matthew's version of the evening. Completely pissed off, like I've been sucker punched. It's a terrible betrayal. Even if on some level Matthew suspected it was Skip, to have it confirmed must be devastating. And I apologize for being complicit in it. You're the one I'm the least pissed off at. Matthew exhales loudly. Marissa obviously fucked up royally. She shouldn't ever have let Skip in that night. It's going to take me a while to get over that. But these past few weeks I've done a lot of soul searching, and one thing I know for sure is that I want to stay married to Marissa. I can't help it. I love my wife. How do you plan to deal with Skip? I want to beat the crap out of him, but I'm just going to call him and tell him I know, and not to come near me or my wife again, or I'll kill him. I get it. I lean forward to stretch one of my calves, which is tightening up. I told Marissa I didn't want to know a single detail about what happened that night. I don't want that picture in my head. Matthew hesitates. Honestly, I think she's relieved Skip will be out of our lives. I think she's a little scared of him now. All the stuff he's done, he could be violent. Behind me, I hear the crack of a stick breaking. I spin around. The trail is empty. We can look into a restraining order if he does anything else, I tell Matthew. But I hope it doesn't come to that. I'm still taking Marissa out on the boat later today. Skip's not going to ruin that for us. It's not going to be the anniversary celebration I wanted, but I don't know, maybe it can be a new beginning. It can be anything you want it to be. Okay. I guess we'll see you tomorrow night. Maybe you should have that tequila ready. I laugh and promise I will. When we hang up, I adjust my earbuds again and resume running. I seem to be alone in the woods, but I'm prepared. I've got mace on my keychain and I can hear anyone coming. Because appearances lie, I'm not a carefree jogger listening to a playlist. There's never been any music playing through my earphones. Romeo begins to bark and tug on his leash again, pulling me forward. We round a corner and I spot a woman power walking ahead of me. Romeo and I pass her, and then a few minutes later, 2 bicyclists whip by me. The woods that briefly felt menacing seem safe again. Romeo and I reach the end of the trail and exit. My car is parked where it always is when I do these Sunday runs, along a stretch of Western Avenue. A man is leaning against it, clearly waiting for me. It's a terrible spot for an ambush. Not only is this a busy road, but plenty of people are around. Still, I reach for my mace, ready to fight to protect myself and my dog. I'm sick of being threatened and followed. If it's one of Acelia's henchmen, I'm going to blast him with mace, kick him between the legs, and call the cops. But it isn't. It's Skip. I take a few more steps toward him, ready to tell him off. Then I look down at Skip's hands and gasp. It's cold out, and he's wearing gloves. Blue leather gloves.
Chapter 41. Marissa. The traditional anniversary gift for 12 years is silk or linen. Marissa hadn't been able to find anything inspiring along those lines, so her present to Matthew is a vintage Rolex. She'd ordered it weeks ago and had thought about having it engraved with the message, "Every minute I love you more." However, getting it inscribed proved more challenging than she'd expected, so she planned to give it to him unadorned. She'd intended to wrap it earlier today, but hasn't had a moment alone. Even though Matthew slept in the elephant room again, he woke early and showered in their bathroom. By the time Bennett padded downstairs in his PJs, Marissa and Matthew were in the kitchen drinking coffee. Things weren't right between them yet, but Matthew had agreed to try, and that felt like the best anniversary gift he could have given her. He seemed to have something else up his sleeve, though. After they'd eaten lunch, Matthew helped Bennett pack an overnight bag and was currently taking their son for an unprecedented school night sleepover at Charlie's. Marissa had felt a sharp pang when Bennett hugged her goodbye. She was gripped again by the yearning to be near her son, keeping her eyes on him at all times. But she didn't let on. Bennett had only been on 2 sleepovers in his life, and even though both were at Charlie's house, Bennett was still a little nervous. "Don't forget to feed Sam," he'd said, chewing on a thumbnail. "I won't." She'd smiled brightly at Bennett. "I'll pick you up after school tomorrow." By then, she'd hopefully have hired a new assistant and given Polly notice, and Skip would be out of their lives. Instead of being filled with a sense of peace, her unease intensifies when Matthew and Bennett leave. She keeps busy tidying the kitchen and loading the dishwasher with their plates from lunch, then removing the watch from her hiding place in the garage and bringing it into the kitchen to wrap. She's folding down the last corner of the package when the Scotch tape in the dispenser runs out. There's more tape in her makeshift office upstairs, but a closer roll is likely in Matthew's study. She leaves her gift on the kitchen island and walks into the room, the hardwood floors cool against her bare feet. Across the room, the window by Matthew's cherished Picasso sketch is firmly shut. She averts her gaze. She won't let thoughts of Skip intrude today. There's a letter opener, Matthew's laptop, and a pencil holder on his desk, along with a silver-framed family photo, but no tape. Marissa walks around behind the desk and pulls open the top drawer. Like everything in Matthew's office, it's well organized, with scissors, envelopes, paper clips, and a stapler in neat sections. The tape is toward the back. She pulls the drawer out a little farther and sees another object next to the tape. A woven white rope. She stares at it in confusion, even though she knows exactly what it is. Bennett's missing Cub Scout rope. What's it doing hidden away here? She pulls it out and stares at it. It's tied in an intricate knot that resembles a figure 8. It's called a sailor's knot. She knows because she grew up on the water, and even though she never learned to make them, she's seen them 100 times. Bennett wasn't practicing sailor's knots, though. He doesn't even know how to form them. He was working on square knots. Her skin prickles. She hears the sound of Matthew's car pulling into the driveway and quickly pulls off a piece of tape, putting back the roll along with the rope and shutting the drawer. She hurries into the kitchen and finishes wrapping the gift, sliding it into her handbag by the time Matthew has unlocked the door. He steps into the kitchen. He's wearing a black jacket and dark jeans, and his expression is grim. Then he sees her and smiles.
It's just the two of us now.
For some reason, her stomach clenches. It's because of everything that happened last night, she tells herself. I should get changed so we can go. She desperately needs a minute alone.
There's no rush.
Matthew walks around the island to stand next to her, taking off his jacket. He's wearing a light blue Oxford, one that Marissa bought him because it complements the color of his eyes.
Come, sit down. There's something I need to tell you about.
She doesn't want to sit, but she acquiesces. Matthew, however, remains standing, setting his jacket down on the stool next to Marissa's. He's close to her. She feels penned in.
I just spoke to Skip. I told him I know what happened between the two of you and that he needs to stay away from us.
How did he take it? She manages to ask.
He apologized. He seemed to understand. But he's been acting so unhinged lately, I don't think we can count on this being the end of it.
An image of Skip flashes into Marissa's mind. Skip at 17, gently cleaning away the blood on the back of Marissa's hand from the oyster shell cut.
I'm not hurting you, am I?
He'd asked. She would never see Skip again, never hear his voice. A deep sense of loss sweeps through her. Matthew is staring at her.
Everything okay?
She nods because it should be, but it isn't. Matthew is so close she feels as if she is inhaling the breath he exhales. Her lungs are growing tight. An almost overpowering sense of claustrophobia grips her as Matthew reaches out and strokes her hair. Oh, I just remembered. Marissa's voice sounds strangled. She clears her throat. I need to call Charlie's mom to make sure Bennett turns in the permission slip tomorrow for his field trip. Matthew's hand dips down lower and he begins to massage her back, his fingers digging into a painful knot in her right shoulder.
I already told her.
Matthew's fingers are too strong. It hurts. She winces and pulls away. What Matthew said makes no sense. She's the one who filled out the permission slip and tucked it in the pocket of Bennett's backpack. She wasn't even aware that Matthew knew about the field trip. You did? Matthew responds with a question of his own.
Why are you so tense, sweetie?
She can't stop seeing that white rope in his desk drawer. If Matthew would just back off, she could try to make sense of the puzzle. Then he finally does move away, and she gulps in air. He walks around to the other side of the island and pulls out a bottle from their wine rack.
I thought we could have a drink before we leave.
Sounds nice. I'll get the glasses. Marissa starts to get up, but Matthew waves her away. He's already taking them out of a cabinet. Before she can do anything, he's back beside her, pressing in even closer than before, his legs against hers. He pours them each a glass. She reaches for hers with a trembling hand. The last thing she wants right now is alcohol. She has to keep a clear head. Matthew clinks his glass against hers.
To my beautiful wife.
His words sound false, as if he's reciting lines. He stares at her as if trying to gauge her reactions to his toast. She feels an overwhelming desire to push Matthew away so she can finally get off this bar stool. She takes a small sip. Matthew is still standing. She has to crane her neck to look up at him. He's smiling broadly. Given the news she delivered last night, something seems off. He's too happy, too carefree, too perfect.
I almost forgot.
He moves away from her again, and she sucks in another gulp of fresh air. Why is it hard for her to breathe when her husband is near? She doesn't know how she's going to get through the rest of the afternoon and evening with him. That white length of rope. She last saw it in Skip's hands on the night they slept together. He was absently toying with it while they spoke. Then he set it down on the end table, right before he leaned in to kiss her. After Skip left, Marissa had hand-washed and dried the wine glasses they'd used, returning them to the cabinet. She'd buried the empty bottle of Malbec Skip had brought deep in the recycling bin. She'd tossed out the uneaten nuts from the little serving bowl, rinsed the bowl, and put the tin of mixed nuts back in the pantry. She'd fluffed all the cushions on the couch. She'd erased the evidence. Had she left the little white rope on the side table? Possibly. It had seemed so innocuous. Her pulse is pounding in her ears, making it difficult to think. She sets down her wine glass. Matthew has gotten something out of the pantry and is back by her side. He's holding a tin of mixed nuts. He pulls off the top and selects a Brazil nut, offering it to her. She shakes her head. She fears she'll choke on it. He pops it in his own mouth.
Mmm.
The kitchen is so quiet she can hear him crunching. He leans in and brushes a strand of hair off her face. She instinctively flinches.
How's your wine?
It's good. She forces herself to take another small sip. Then another idea seizes her and she blurts out, "If we start drinking this early, tomorrow might be a little rough. Let me quickly call Polly and let her know I might be late." Inquisitive Polly will pick up on something in Marissa's voice. Marissa can stay on the phone with her for a few minutes, coming up with some fabricated tasks she needs Polly to take care of in the morning. Marissa would just feel better if she could speak to someone right now and let the person know she's in the kitchen of her house with her husband, alone. But Matthew's next words drain every ounce of hope from her body.
I already told Polly you'd come in a little late. I called her right after I dropped off Bennett. You need to relax, Marissa. I've taken care of everything.
You called Polly? This makes no sense. Matthew has only met her new assistant twice, maybe 3 times tops. She doesn't even think Matthew knows Polly's last name. So how does he have Polly's cell phone number? Matthew smiles.
Polly knows how worried I've been about you. And she's been worried too. All those hang-ups, that crazy note.
He reaches into the back pocket of his jeans and brings out a white piece of paper folded into quarters. As he smooths it out, Marissa sees it's been taped back together, like a completed jigsaw puzzle. She releases a small, high sound. The last time she saw that note, it was in pieces in the trash can at Coco. She'd assumed it was gone forever. Polly must have fished it out of the garbage and reassembled it before giving it to Matthew. Have her assistant and her husband been meeting in secret?
I asked Polly to look after you,
Matthew murmurs.
Kind of be my eyes and ears when I'm not around, to help me keep you protected. She took my request very seriously. You know Polly, she's nothing if not overly conscientious. I suggested she keep a log of all the hang-ups and other incidents, since someone is clearly obsessed with you, just in case.
Marissa begins to tremble. The kitchen has 2 exits, the door to the garage and the opening that leads to the hallway and front door. A knife is in the block by the sink. Her car keys are in her purse, which is sitting on the end of the island a few feet away. Her cell phone is upstairs in the charger on her nightstand. She catalogs all of this information instinctually. The wine bottle is within reach on the island. The glass looks thick and substantial, and the bottle is nearly full. Her hand creeps out toward it while her eyes remain fixed on Matthew.
I'll get that.
He scoops it up.
I made sure to buy a case of your new favorite.
Matthew picks up the bottle and begins to slowly turn it around to display the label. She doesn't need to see it. She already knows it is the same wine Skip brought over. Her husband no longer looks merely joyful. He seems filled with a triumphant glee. You can never truly know what is inside another person's heart or head, Marissa thinks wildly. What was Matthew's first clue? Maybe the rope. Matthew is highly attuned to details. If Skip left it in this nautical knot and Matthew saw it when he got home from his trip, his mind would have begun to whirl. She'd buried the empty bottle of Malbec in the recycling bin, but Matthew had been the one to take the bin out to the curb. He'd know she would never drink an entire bottle of wine alone. And those mixed nuts that Matthew just offered her. Marissa never ate them because they were so salty, and Bennett didn't like nuts, but Matthew loved them. He often snacked on a handful or two at night. Would he have noticed the tin had been nearly emptied on an evening when he'd been out of town? Yes, he would have. Dread fills her. How long have you known? She whispers.
Forever. Skip has always had a piece of your heart.
Matthew's lip curls.
But in terms of you fucking him, I confirmed it the following night when you went into the shower and left your cell phone in your purse. You were clever enough to delete any text exchanges between the two of you, but you didn't think to erase the record of Skip's incoming call. He phoned you at 8:20 p.m. on the night I was out of town, and you two talked for 47 seconds. Not long enough for a proper catch-up with an old friend, but more than enough time to invite one over.
Matthew suddenly lifts his head, as if a noise has caught his attention. Then he looks back at Marissa and says, in a tone so conversational it's chilling,
You didn't think I was really going to take you away for an anniversary celebration, did you? It was so much fun to tell Skip about all my romantic plans for an overnight boat trip, though.
Marissa begins to tremble. Matthew has been creating fictional scene after fictional scene, and she believed every one of them. He was never the unaware, wronged husband. That was an illusion, a gifted con artist's sleight of hand. Blackness crowds her field of vision, and she grows lightheaded. She is on the verge of passing out. She fights the sensation with everything she has, grabbing the counter to steady herself. If you knew all along, why did you pretend? She manages to ask.
I've always been good at the long game, especially when it comes to Skip. He thinks you're pregnant, by the way. I told him so when I invited him over the other night for a drink. The look on your face when he dropped off all that chicken soup.
Matthew laughs and takes a deep sip of his wine. Bile rises in Marissa's throat. She knew she and her husband had drifted apart, but she never suspected he'd been a stranger to her all along. Marissa's eyes dart to the note on the kitchen island. The threat has been staring her in the face in black and white. But the words belong to Matthew, not Skip. You wrote this. Matthew smiles.
Clever, huh?
She's reeling from the layers of deception. Why would Matthew want to make it appear as if Skip wrote that message? Matthew picks up the note and folds it again before tucking it into his back pocket.
I even made sure to buy a pair of those blue gloves for Ray. I figured you'd see them sooner or later. I also picked up a new pair of gloves for myself.
He pulls a pair of thin, black leather gloves from his jacket pocket and slips them on. This action makes no sense, yet it fills her with a bone-chilling terror. The kitchen is warm. Why would Matthew need gloves? Her head is swimming. She struggles to think, to make sense of things. She leans back in her chair as far away from Matthew as possible. Matthew counters her move, leaning in closer. He seems to be relishing her fear and confusion.
Can I give you a bit of constructive criticism, babe? You're a terrible actress. The look on your face when you thought Skip had broken in here and dropped those lifesavers.
Matthew runs a finger down the side of her cheek. The cool leather of his glove against her skin makes her shudder.
Tell me the truth,
he whispers.
Did you wonder if Skip hired someone to attack me? You did, didn't you? But anyone can inflict bruises. You can even do it to yourself. All you need is determination and a brick. You can even pretend to pass out to make it seem like your injuries are more serious.
She can't breathe. How easily she'd been fooled by all the fake evidence Matthew had planted. She believed Skip was a threat, but the threat lives inside her home. An explosive noise erupts from the front of the house. It's the sound of fists pounding against the front door.
Marissa!
Skip's yell is muffled, but it's unmistakably him. The doorbell rings several times in furious succession, then the pounding resumes. Skip has come to save her. She twists her head to look in the direction of the door. Matthew is still penning her in, but if she kicks out, she might be able to get past him. She can run to the door and fling it open. Matthew reaches for his jacket, fumbling with it for a moment, and when she glances at him again, her heart stutters. He's holding a gun. She tries to scream, but her vocal cords seize up. There is utter silence for a moment. Then, on the side of the house where Matthew's office is located, Marissa hears a window shattering. Matthew cocks his head toward the sound. He looks perplexed.
Seems like your obsessive lover has resorted to breaking in. Skip must be really panicked to forget I gave him the code to the back door a while ago. Our little reunion was supposed to happen right here, but that's okay. We can move it to another room.
What is her husband saying? Before she can try to make sense of it, he makes a movement with his thumb, and she realizes he has taken off the safety. His index finger is curled around the trigger of the shiny black weapon. They don't keep a gun in the house. Matthew must have been planning this for some time. Matthew lifts the pistol a bit higher so that Marissa is at eye level with the little round tunnel the bullet will fly through. All she can see is that tiny circle. It's as if the whole world has narrowed to its circumference.
I could call the police, or I suppose I could try and stop him.
But instead of heading toward the noise, Matthew continues pointing the gun at Marissa.
No one would blame me for shooting the man who killed my wife.
Marissa's eyes widen. It's far too late, but she sees everything clearly now. He's going to kill her, frame Skip, then murder Skip, claiming it was self-defense. Her husband is a master illusionist. Their happy life together has been a mirage. She has no idea how he lured Skip here, but it doesn't matter. Marissa cheated on her husband and thought he forgave her. But he didn't. She only knew half of their story. Matthew has been operating from a different script.
I need you to stand up, Marissa.
When she doesn't move, Matthew reaches for her arm and yanks it roughly, pulling her to her feet. She gasps in pain. Her legs are so rubbery she nearly falls to the floor.
I've wanted to hurt you ever since I found out you fucked our friend in my house.
Matthew hisses in her ear. Please, she begs. Bennett.
Let's go greet Skip. You first.
He steps behind her and when she doesn't move, digs the gun into her shoulder blade. She rises and walks out of the kitchen, down the hallway toward the study, then stumbles. She's going to be sick. The thought of leaving her precious little boy is too much. Matthew will be viewed as the heroic, grieving widower. He'll have full custody of Bennett. She retches, then starts to cry.
Get a grip, Marissa.
Matthew barks, jabbing her again with the cold metal until she resumes walking. At the threshold of Matthew's office, she sees Skip pulling himself through the broken window. He's got his coat draped over the bottom to protect himself from the sharp shards, and his upper body is through the jagged hole while his lower body dangles outside the house. Blood drips down from a cut on his forehead. His eyes widen as Marissa and Matthew step into the room. Skip looks frantic. He's too late. Matthew will shoot them both. The final scene he is directing will be complete. He even has witnesses in place who will testify to Skip's obsession and to Matthew's seeming devotion to Marissa, Polly, and Avery. Marissa hears the noise of a distant siren, but if the police are coming, they'll be too late as well.
Walk toward the window,
Matthew instructs her.
I'll shoot you now if you don't.
Skip shouts,
I'll kill you if you hurt her. Actually, it's going to be the other way around,
Matthew replies. Marissa keeps her eyes locked on Skip. There's nowhere to run. She might be able to grab the letter opener from Matthew's desk, but he will surely fire his gun before she has a chance to wound him. She takes a step towards Skip, then another, as if she were walking down a gangplank. Skip stops moving.
Look, Matthew, it was my fault, okay?
Skip's voice is pleading.
Not hers. You don't have to do this. Keep walking,
Matthew orders. Marissa takes another step. Skip's words tumble out.
Marissa picked you, not me. Sure she did,
Matthew snaps.
Just like my dad prefers me to you, just like Tina did too.
Marissa freezes. She can't take another step.
Things didn't end up so well for Tina either.
Matthew continues.
Do you know she thought it was you chasing after her when she was sitting on the pier alone that night? She looked so disappointed when she turned around and saw me. But not for long.
3 things happen as Matthew speaks those horrible words. Skip abruptly drops backward through the open window, vanishing. Matthew shoves Marissa roughly to the floor and runs toward the window. And a gunshot explodes, the sound so loud and powerful it seems to reverberate through Marissa's soul.
Chapter 42. Avery. The blue leather gloves aren't my only clue, but the second I see them on Skip's hands, everything else clicks into place. There is no way Skip could have given his gloves to Ray and still be wearing them himself. But someone else could easily have purchased a near-identical pair and passed them to Ray along with the anonymous note. That same person could have ordered the yellow roses from Bloom, made the phone hang-ups, and even orchestrated the attack on Matthew. I think I know who it is, but I need one question answered to be certain. Never before has so much hinged on the test. The night you and Marissa slept together, where did it happen? Skip looks bewildered. Her house, your place, your car, where? Her living room. But listen, I came looking for you because there's something else I need to talk to you about. It isn't about Matthew or Marissa. It's about Matthew's father. I don't hear anything he says after that. I'm recalling the words of a different man. Marissa shouldn't have ever let Skip in that night. Only a few minutes ago, Matthew told me he hadn't wanted to hear any details about the night Marissa and Skip slept together. So how did he know that one? Matthew has been setting you up, I tell Skip. At that moment, Skip's phone rings with an incoming call. Skip turns around the screen to show me. It's him. Answer it. I can't hear what Matthew is saying, but as I watch Skip's expression transform from anger into a kind of primal terror, I act on instinct. I pull Romeo into the back seat of my car, jump into the driver's seat, and start my engine, while Skip leaps into the passenger's side. He's going to hurt her, Skip shouts. I'm calling 911. I'm already making a U-turn, my wheels squealing against the pavement as I head towards the Bishop's house. There's no traffic on a Sunday afternoon, and I'll run any red lights we encounter. We're only a couple minutes away. Matthew must know his threat will bring Skip to his door, but he won't expect me to be there, too. Matthew had a long time to plan this, but I've got the element of surprise on my side. I've got something else, too. As we race toward the Bishop's house, I steer with one hand and reach across Skip to unlock the glove compartment of my car with the other. I take out my fully loaded .38 pistol and set it on my lap. I know the code for the back door. Give me the gun. Skip is leaning forward, one hand on the door handle, ready to leap out the moment we get there. No, I instinctively say. He'll be expecting you to go in that way. Then I tell Skip what we're going to do. By the time we pull up by the curb down the street from the Bishop's house, Skip has his jacket off. He leaps out before my car comes to a stop and sprints diagonally to the front door, banging on it and yelling Marissa's name. He's creating a diversion. If Matthew is watching out a window, his eyes will be on Skip. I lock Romeo in my car, then quickly survey the terrain. The Bishops have neighbors on both sides. To their left is a house with a manicured lawn and 2 cars parked in the driveway. The one on the right is surrounded by trees and thick bushes. I opt for that one, hoping the cover of the foliage will camouflage my movements. By the time Skip is breaking a window at the side of the house, as I told him to, I've arrived at the back door. I punch in the code Skip gave me, SAMB, for the name of Bennett's pet gecko, praying no one has changed it recently. The light on the lock switches from red to green. I'm in. The kitchen is empty, but I hear the sound of retching, then Matthew barking, "Get a grip, Marissa." They're in the hallway, heading toward the noise Skip is making. I step into the hallway a half-dozen feet behind them. My gun is raised. It's difficult to shoot a moving target, so I aim for center mass, envisioning a bullseye on the back of Matthew's light blue shirt. We move almost in unison toward Matthew's office, my footsteps light and nearly soundless in my running shoes. I'm like a ghost, creeping unseen behind the Bishops. As I step into the office, I hear the distant siren of a police car, then see Skip struggling to pull himself through the window. "Walk toward the window," Matthew instructs Marissa. "I'll shoot you now if you don't." "I'll kill you if you hurt her," Skip is shouting. "Actually, it's going to be the other way around." I scan the scene, knowing I've only got a few seconds to act. Matthew is going to shoot Marissa just as Skip clears the window and heaves himself into the room. Skip will lunge at Matthew, and Matthew will shoot him too. Then Skip stops moving. He has spotted me. "Look, Matthew, it was my fault, okay? Not hers. You don't have to do this." "Keep walking." Marissa steps forward. Skip is trying to distract Matthew, while my gun remains fixed on the invisible bullseye. I can't shoot Matthew, though. Marissa is directly in front of him. My bullet would probably tear through him and hit her. "Marissa picked you, not me." Skip's desperate, playing to Matthew's ego. Skip must have done the mental math, and he knows there is no way he can get to Marissa in time. "Sure she did," Matthew replies sarcastically. "Just like my dad prefers me to you. Just like Tina did, too." Marissa stops moving. "Things didn't end up so well for Tina, either." Matthew's tone is pure evil. "Do you know she thought it was you chasing after her when she was sitting on the pier alone that night? She looked so disappointed when she turned around and saw me. But not for long." "You sick bastard," I think. Matthew raises his gun slightly, and I know this is it, the moment he's been planning ever since he discovered his wife and good friend betrayed him. Marissa is completely silent. She must be in shock. Skip is still too far away to help. I've only got one possible move. I flatten out my left hand and gesture in a swift, downward motion, the same one Skip taught me on the night he met Romeo. Down. Skip's eyes widen briefly, then he gets it. He flings himself backward and disappears. Matthew leaps forward, grabbing Marissa and shoving her to the ground. Then he runs toward the window, leading with his gun. The instant Marissa is clear, I pull the trigger. A tremendous boom echoes through the room. Matthew collapses to the ground, dropping his weapon. Before I even realize I'm doing it, I run over to him and kick the gun away. A widening bloodstain blooms across Matthew's chest, and he makes a faint gurgling sound. His eyes flutter, then roll back in his head. Marissa is still lying on the floor, her arms curled around her head and her eyes squeezed shut, as if she's waiting for the next gunshot. My eyes flit from Matthew's body to Skip hurling himself through the window. When Skip reaches Marissa an instant later, he wraps his arms tightly around her. I step closer to Matthew and nudge him with the toe of my sneaker. He doesn't appear to be breathing anymore. I move over to Marissa and Skip, but keep my gun trained on Matthew. He seems to be dead, but he has tricked me before. He's not going to do it again. Marissa finally opens her eyes and stares up at me. She whispers, "Tell me it isn't real." "It is," I say gently. "And it's also going to be okay."
Chapter 43. Marissa. Time is a chameleon. It's ever-changing, cannily adapting to circumstances. It stretches out some tiny moments for an eternity. Then it shifts course and swallows up whole days, years even, as if they never existed. It's as slippery and elusive as water running through the cracks in a tightly cupped hand. It has been 8 days since Matthew's death. a stretch of time that felt endless yet far too short because it brought Marissa here, to Monday, her scheduled re-entry point into the world. Marissa thought she could do this. She imagined Coco would be a refuge again. But all the scented candles and gorgeous objects and shiny fixtures provide her no peace. They're just beautiful things. They have no importance at all. Marissa has spent the morning desperately bargaining with time, wishing for the clock to spin forward so she can pick up Bennett. Other than when Marissa needed to give statements to the police, the two of them have not been apart since Matthew died. Marissa sleeps curled next to Bennett in a double bed. For the first days at her parents' home on the Eastern Shore, and since then in a guest room at Skip's townhouse. She takes Bennett to see a child psychologist and gives him ice cream every night, as if the sweet treat were a balm. When Avery asked to come over to meet with her, Marissa scheduled their talk for after Bennett's bedtime and kept his doorway within view the entire time. Now, her son's absence is like a missing limb. The bell over Coco's door jingles as two customers enter. Marissa and Polly have been busier than ever this morning, but most of the people coming in aren't shoppers. They're gawkers, thrilled by their proximity to danger. Marissa can already tell these women have come to her store to collect a story to serve up to their friends. They're not looking for new coasters or robes. They're looking for her. "I've got this," Polly announces, and she marches up to the women while Marissa slips into the back room. Marissa can hear Polly deflecting the women's nosy questions. "If you're not here to buy anything, we cordially ask that you leave." Polly steps briskly into the back room a moment later. "Just some looky-loos. I got rid of them." "Thank you," Marissa replies quietly. Polly reaches out to touch Marissa's shoulder, then withdraws her hand. Marissa can tell Polly has been gearing herself up for this conversation all morning. "If I had known, I never would have told Matthew anything." Marissa nods. How did it all start? Polly's chin trembles and her eyes grow wet. "Matthew came by the store one afternoon right after I began working here. You'd gone to pick up Bennett from school. He introduced himself and told me you were trying to get pregnant and that you'd had some fertility issues. He asked me to look after you, to make sure you were eating enough and that you didn't lift any heavy boxes." All the offers of tea and muffins and salads. Polly's distress when Marissa tried to pick up a box of pillows. It makes sense now. "Matthew paid me to," Polly blurts. "He insisted. He'd come by when you weren't here, usually at closing time. He'd give me some cash and ask how you were doing. I thought it was so sweet that he loved you so much." Marissa should be upset, but it's such a small betrayal in the grand scheme of things. "After we found that creepy note, we started talking more frequently. I'm such a dummy. He really made me believe he was trying to protect you, Marissa." "I believed him too. It's okay, Polly. Truly." Polly twists her hands together. "Well, if there's anything I can do, anything at all..." Polly hangs her head and begins to walk away. Marissa doesn't feel as if she has much to give. She needs to save it all for her son. But she can offer Polly this one small thing. "Actually," she calls out, "I would really love it if you could make me a cup of tea." Polly spins around and wipes away the last of her tears. "Coming right up." After Polly serves her the hot chai and goes back to the front of the store, Marissa sips it and stares into space. Learning more about the extent of Matthew's depravity only increases her desire to be with Bennett. Her son is the antidote to Matthew's poison. Marissa keeps recalling how Bennett had looked walking up the front steps of Rolling Hills this morning, holding his dinosaur diorama in both hands, his big backpack resting on his small shoulders. Would the other kids stare at him or ask him upsetting questions? Or worse? Marissa has spoken to the principal and Joan in the front office and Mrs. Tanaka. They all promised to look out for him. But children can be vicious, and teachers couldn't be there all the time. Someone could taunt Bennett in the hallways or in the bathroom. "Your dad tried to kill your mom," or "It's a good thing your dad is dead." is too much for Bennett's little shoulders to bear. She imagines him sitting alone in the lunchroom or leaning against a tree at recess to hide his tears, and Marissa bends over, wrapping her arms around her waist, aching for her son. She'd been so foolish to imagine they could step back into their old lives as easily as slipping on a soft pair of shoes. A week, a month, a year, there would never be enough time to recover. She's about to call the school to check in when she hears the jingle of the bell over the door again, then Polly saying Marissa is busy right now. Leave us alone, Marissa wants to cry. She curls into a tighter curve, wishing she could disappear. I only need to talk to her for a minute. The loud voice is close and familiar. When Marissa opens her eyes, she sees Natalie standing on the threshold to the back room in her sky-high heels and leather leggings, her shiny black hair flowing. This is a restricted area, Polly practically shouts. She's tugging on Natalie's sleeve, trying to pull her away. Jesus, let go of my blouse. It's Stella McCartney. It's fine, Polly. Marissa lifts her head wearily. Why fight it? Whatever Natalie has come to say, she's clearly determined to say it. Polly shoots a final angry look at Natalie, then moves away. Nice guard dog you've got. Natalie rolls her eyes. I guess I'm to blame for that. I heard you were looking for an assistant, and I knew my boss wanted to help Polly because he's close to her dad. So I told him she should apply here. Matthew thought it was best if you didn't know about my involvement, but I couldn't resist rubbing it in the other day. Sorry about that. But you have to admit, you and I haven't always had the easiest relationship. Marissa blinks. Is that what you came to tell me? Natalie brushes at her sleeve as if she's erasing Polly's touch. No, this is. I remember how worried I was about Veronica when her father left me. I get that this is a million times worse. Marissa looks at Natalie a little more closely and finally says, Thank you. So don't worry about Bennett. I'm on it. Marissa is bewildered. You're on it? Natalie looks at her levelly. All of us moms are. We've got him, Marissa. Then Natalie turns on her heel and saunters back out. 3:00 takes forever to arrive. Marissa is in the passenger seat of Skip's Tesla, waiting for the students to come streaming out of rolling hills. Skip is behind the wheel. He went to work today, too, but he left early to pick up Marissa and Bennett. Together, they will drive back to his townhouse. She doesn't know how long they will remain there, but Marissa can't ever imagine wanting to go back to the house she shared with Matthew. For the moment, at least, the townhouse is their home. Skip took care of everything to make them feel comfortable there. He'd picked up Sam and his cage, along with clothing and personal items for Bennett and Marissa, so they'd be surrounded by familiar things. He cooks for them, salmon on the grill or simple pasta dishes, and talks easily with Bennett about the habits of hummingbirds and the mysteries of the solar system. At night, after Bennett falls asleep, Skip's solid presence is a comfort to Marissa. Sometimes she talks to him about Tina, sharing some of the good memories she has of their friendship. They also discuss Matthew, reassembling the image of the man they both thought they knew.
Matthew knew how I felt about you,
Skip told her.
but when he offered me an alibi the night Tina was killed, he convinced me I owed it to him to let him have a shot with you.
Skip had shaken his head.
Turns out I was the one giving him an alibi. I always thought he was a jerk, but I had no idea he was evil.
As the days go by, they talk less about Matthew. More often lately, they've simply been watching television together or reading side by side in the living room. Skip has been the best friend she could imagine. Nothing more than a friend, though. Mourn your marriage, or what you thought your marriage was, Avery had said when they'd met for their 9th session. But don't ever forget the possibilities life holds for you. Marissa can't think that far ahead. But as she unfastens her seatbelt and Skip comes around to open her car door, she does allow herself to recall this. "What did you say back when we were teenagers and you told Matthew how you felt about me?" she'd asked Skip just last night. He didn't blush or look down. He'd simply replied,
I told him the first time I kissed you, it was like the first time I saw the ocean.
Skip hadn't asked why she'd burst into tears. He'd just hugged her. At 3:00 sharp, the big double doors to the school open. Marissa scans the faces of the students coming down the front steps. A pack of rowdy boys are in the lead, with a teacher loudly admonishing them to walk, not run. Then she sees Bennett. He's all alone. Her heart leaps into her throat. She wants to race to him and throw her arms around him. Then she hears a boy call out, "Bennett, wait!" It's his best friend, Charlie. Then another boy joins them, Lance, the baseball player who wears his sister's hand-me-down pink cleats. They're flanking Bennett, one on either side. Bennett comes closer, and Marissa studies his face. His eyes are clear, his skin tone is even. There are no signs at all he has been crying. She feels the tightness around her heart ease. "Bye, Bennett," a boy calls from a dozen yards away. Then a small girl wearing a chic little leopard print jacket calls Bennett's name, waving. "See you tomorrow." It's Veronica, Natalie's daughter. As the crowd of kids disperses, Marissa sees Natalie a few yards away, leaning against her shiny Jaguar, surrounded by her usual hangers-on. But Natalie isn't talking to them. Natalie is watching Bennett carefully, too. Natalie seems to feel Marissa's gaze. She turns and meets Marissa's eyes. Someday soon, Marissa vows, she will call Natalie and suggest they get together for a cup of coffee or a glass of wine. But for now, she settles for mouthing, "Thank you." When Bennett finally arrives at the car, he is smiling.
Chapter 44. Avery. You might think, watching them, that they're an ordinary mother, son, and grandfather enjoying a beautiful spring afternoon at the park. But the Bishops, like the rest of us, are far more complicated than they appear. I slowly walk toward them, along the trail that winds through the Candy Cane City Park, pausing every now and then to let Romeo sniff a dandelion or, and this bit of his progress delights me, wag his stubby tail at another dog. Romeo is healing from his traumas, but he still bears scars. We all do. Some of ours are just more visible than others. Marissa puts an arm around her son's shoulders and bends down to kiss the top of his head. I wonder if Bennett is recounting the story of his rocket getting stuck in the tree and his dad lifting him up to retrieve it. Bennett chose this spot when Marissa asked where he wanted to go to remember his father. Matthew hadn't spent much time with his son, but at least Bennett has a few good memories. "Bennett doesn't seem to be grieving much," Marissa had said to me last night at Skip's townhouse when I'd seen her for our 9th session. Reconciliation. For Marissa, like most of my clients, this means reconciling her new reality with the loss of her former life. Because if I've done my job right, my clients are in a completely different place, emotionally and often physically, by this point in the process. I told her what I tell all of my clients who are struggling with loss. Grief is a shapeshifter. It defies logic, sneaking up on you when you least expect it and leaving you empty-handed and hollowed out when you go searching for it. Bennett knows you're here for him, and that's the most important thing, I'd advised Marissa. Answer any question he has, but don't feel the need to make sense of it all for him now. She'd nodded and reached for a tissue. "Do you know what some people used to call us? The golden couple." I do know, I'd thought as I pictured Marissa and Matthew gliding into my office for their first session. They'd almost convinced me too. Then I'd put a hand on her shoulder while she'd cried. Her tears were mostly for her son, but they were also for herself, because even though Matthew wasn't ever the man Marissa tried to pretend he was, grief breaks all the rules. Marissa and I still have one final session left. promises. The 10th meeting is when my clients embrace their new futures. I suggested we schedule it whenever she is ready. I also told her there was no expiration date. But I have the feeling Marissa will reach out to me before the end of the year. I also have a pretty good idea of who will be in her future, but Marissa needs to find her own way to him. Come on, Romeo, I say now, giving his leash a little tug. Marissa hadn't wanted to hold a memorial service for Matthew. Given that detectives are now investigating whether Matthew was responsible for Tina's murder in addition to trying to kill Marissa and Skip, any public event would have turned into a media spectacle. So she planned this little private one at the park. Marissa knows I'm coming, but her father-in-law, Chris, does not. I'm counting on the element of surprise to continue to serve me well. On Bennett's other side, Chris leans over to say something to his grandson. Chris looks like a doting grandpa. He appears to be the kind of guy who would stop and help if you got a flat tire or would stuff a pillow under his shirt to play Santa for a holiday party. Until you see his eyes. Matthew inherited his icy blue eyes from his father. I've put together a timeline since Matthew died, casting back in my memory in between my questions to Skip, fitting in the pieces until the narrative finally flows. It began with Finley, of course. But the next person who entered my life was Chris, not Skip, and not Marissa and Matthew. I just hadn't seen him coming. Like his son, Chris is an invisible architect of destruction. He has been behind the curtain all along, wreaking havoc. I now know that Chris works in the shadows. Many of his clients seek him out for the kind of services they can't dirty their own hands with. Men like Chris have always been around. They protect the interests of the biggest players in the most powerful cities in the world. They're the jury fixers, the eyes in the sky at billion-dollar casinos, the dirty political operatives who take down national candidates. Chris's name doesn't appear on Celia's list of employees, but he's one of their most valued assets. Shortly after I called in my tip to the FDA, I burst onto Chris's radar. Chris began looking into my life, searching out potential entry points. He found out I was single. Then he asked Skip to befriend me. That meeting at the Matisse bar was no accident. Skip didn't know many details then. He just thought he was doing a favor for the man he'd known since he was a teenager, the man who'd helped him get a scholarship to Dartmouth and had given him a start in business. But after a few dates, Skip explained to me, he defied Chris. I liked and respected you too much to try and trick you into giving me information about your clients. The rest of what Skip had already told me was true. He'd begun to suspect Matthew could be dangerous, so he sent Marissa the Post article about me. He hoped I could help her see who her husband really was and break free from her marriage. At least one part of Skip's desperate plan worked. Marissa did make an appointment to see me. He just hadn't counted on her bringing Matthew along. Skip had no idea that Chris was increasing the pressure on me on behalf of Celia, sending his henchmen to move my Synthroid medication onto my bureau, follow me to my doctor's office, and even pose as a new client. I was looking at your appointment calendar that night when you caught me coming out of your office, Skip confessed. But it was only to see if you were meeting with Marissa. I swear I had nothing else to do with what Chris did to you. When I got over being pissed off at Skip, I told him I was flattered by the faith he'd placed in me. Now I walk a little farther down the path at Candy Cane City, enjoying the feel of the sun warming my face and the laughter of a group of kids tossing around a frisbee. Marissa catches sight of me and waves me over. Avery, you made it. Her father-in-law whips around at the sound of my name. Chris's poker face is impressive. He must need one in his line of work. His only other reaction to me is a tightening around his lips. I've taken precautions to prepare for whatever he might do next. I did kill his son, after all, and now I know exactly who Chris is, whom he works for, and how he's connected to my life in ways that have nothing at all to do with his family. But Chris merely nods at me. I exhale and slide my hand out of my coat pocket. Marissa turns to Bennett. Sweetie, this is my friend Ms. Chambers. Can I pet your dog? Bennett asks. Sure, his name is Romeo. Bennett holds out his small hand to let Romeo sniff him. His tongue tickles. Do you want to take him for a walk? I suggest. Maybe your mom can help. Marissa nods. She's in on my plan. I hand Romeo's leash to Bennett. Romeo ambles off with the two of them, looking back a few times to make sure I'm not going anywhere. When they are out of hearing distance, I say simply, I'm sorry for your loss. Chris shakes his head. I lost my son when he was 16 and came home with blood on his shirt the night that girl was murdered. My wife went to bed early that night, but Matthew told her to say he and Skip watched a movie with her, so she did. She always covered for him. Chris knew all along what his son was capable of. I take another good look at Chris, finally putting a face to the dark menace that has been looming over me ever since I blew the whistle on Acelia. Chris knows where I live and where I keep my prescription medication. He knows what kind of car I drive and where my doctor's office is located. But Chris still doesn't know the singular piece of information that led him to infiltrate my life in the first place. The name of the client who told me about the faulty Rivenux drug trials. He's never going to know that. I've spent the past few days collecting more information on Chris than he'll ever be able to amass on me. With Skip's help, it has been easy. I know who many of Chris's other secret clients are. I know where he lives, what keeps him up at night. I stare at Chris for a long moment. Skip told you, Chris finally says. I can tell. I nod. Chris spreads out his hands. It was only business. I understand your clients are important to you, I tell Chris as he watches me with his flat eyes. Mine are important to me, too. I know a lot about them and their families. For example, I know Bennett is allergic to shellfish. I know the parking lot at Bennett's school gets busy at pickup time and can be dangerous if the children aren't carefully monitored. I know random criminals break into private homes in expensive neighborhoods like the one Bennett lives in. And I know that in another year or two, Bennett will be old enough to take the bus to school all by himself. The most important bit of information I've gathered about Chris is his weak spot. His grandson. Bennett is the only person in the entire world that Chris loves. I would never hurt a child. But I'm good at bluffing. So, nothing is going to happen to my clients or their families, right? I lean closer to Chris. Any of my clients. He continues to stare at me. In the distance, Bennett's sweet, high voice calls out, Grandpa, the ice cream truck is here. Do you want a strawberry shortcake? That would be great, Chris shouts back, still staring at me. Then he breaks our gaze and replies, Understood. I'm not done with him yet. Someone contacted an insurance company and leveled a charge against me. I shake my head as if I'm bewildered by the very idea of it. Apparently, they got an anonymous tip that my husband's death wasn't due to natural causes. Chris folds his arms. What do you want me to do about it? It's not a challenge, it's a question. I smile. Do what you do best. Make the problem go away, Chris. An hour later, I unlock my front door and tap in the code for my security system, then remove Romeo's leash and give him a pat on the back. I don't bother resetting my alarm. I'm sure I'll need it again someday, but for now, the threat against me is gone. Go get your bunny. My fierce-looking dog's favorite new toy is a fluffy stuffed rabbit. Instead of chewing it, Romeo has taken to carrying it around tenderly and sleeping curled around it at night. Love is an eternal mystery, I guess. There's a lot I should do today. My voicemail is full. I've gotten media requests from as far away as Hong Kong, and offers from film producers, and messages from Oprah, Hoda Kotb, Jimmy Kimmel, and dozens of others who want an exclusive interview. Maverick ex-therapist kills client. That headline does sound pretty irresistible. I could keep turning down the interview requests, or put in the order for the dinner I'm having delivered to eat with Lana tonight, or answer emails from a surge of new prospective clients. D.C. is a peculiar city. My notoriety has only made me more in demand. Instead, I slip off my shoes and walk upstairs. I turn right at the top of the hallway, heading in the opposite direction from my bedroom. I've been planning this short journey for a while now. It's surprising how long it has taken me to get here. I open the door and walk into Lana's old bedroom, the one with bird feeders outside the windows and photographs of Paul, Lana, and me on the walls. The old Crosley turntable is still in one corner of the room. I lift the lid and see the last record I ever played for Paul. Miles Davis, Out of Nowhere. Paul used to argue that the composition is Davis's true masterpiece. Most people prefer Kind of Blue, with the legendary John Coltrane on the sax, but the first time Paul ever invited me into his home, he played this record. I blow the dust off the vinyl and set down the needle, listening to it bump and scratch before it settles in. The title song is the one we danced to at our wedding. There aren't any lyrics. The music is pure, magnificent emotion. I look at the space that once held Paul's hospital bed, remembering my husband's final words to me. He'd mouthed them through dry, cracked lips, but they were unmistakable. I'm ready. I'd been amassing morphine in preparation for the moment. I always do my research. I knew exactly how much it would take and how to insert it into his IV. When the needle was empty, I'd climbed into bed with Paul and held him in my arms while the morphine seeped into his veins. He was gone by the time the record finished playing. Now I step into the center of the room and close my eyes and remember. I don't see Paul as he was during his final months, bone-thin and weak, a shadow of his former self, a man I'd stopped loving long ago. I see the husband who completely captivated me, spinning me across the dance floor in my long white dress while our guests applauded, his dark eyes promising me everything. God, I love you, he'd whispered in my ear. Then he dipped me down low and scooped me back up into the air. The space Paul inhabited is empty. It's still hard for me to wrap my mind around that. Maybe it always will be. I sink down onto the floor and wrap my arms around my knees. Miles Davis's trumpet sings to me while I cry. Grief isn't linear. It isn't logical. There's no structure or civility to it. It grabs you when you least expect it and digs in its nails until you succumb. So I give into it until the final notes fade away. Then I get to my feet again. I look around the room, imagining it not as it was, but as it will be, with a guest bed in one corner and a pretty rug on the floor and a potted tree by the window. Or maybe I'll transform it into an exercise room with a yoga mat and treadmill and wall-mounted TV. The space has so many possibilities. I walk back out again, this time leaving the door wide open. We hope you've enjoyed The Golden Couple, a Macmillan audio production for St. Martin's Press. This title was produced by Guy Oldfield, directed by Kimberly M. Wetherell, recorded and engineered by Laura Darrell and Michael Bader. Text copyright 2022 by Greer Hendricks and Sarah Pekkanen. Production copyright 2022 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.